promised that with the large number of security operatives in the state and the trained ad hoc staff of the Independent National Electoral Commission, the election would run smoothly. He added that the result of the election will be announced in Ekiti and not Abuja. He urged the media not to announce results until it has been endorsed by INEC. The All Progressives Congress has decried the heavy military presence on the streets of Ado-Ekiti, the Ekiti state capital, as governorship election begins today. This followed the arrests of the party's leaders in the state. The National Publicity Secretary of the party, Lai Mohammed, in a release says the Director General of Fayemi Campaign Organization, Bimbo Daramola, and the Commissioner for Finance were arrested on the eve of the election. Rivers State's Governor Rotimi Amaechi says there was a deliberate attempt on his life. Amaechi was speaking hours after he was stopped by security forces to attend the mega rally of the All Progressives Congress in Ekiti. He made the statement in a press conference attended by the national chairman of the party, John Ojige Oyegun and Bukola Saraki.
As we are going, I got a call from the party hierarchy to say, we are aware of what is happening, we are coming to meet you, so wait. So I stopped. Only to turn my back, they were following me. After about 5 to 6 to 7 kilometers of driving, you see followed me here. So at that point, I insisted that I was going nowhere anymore, and I stayed put in that position. And they gave me 20 minutes to move or they will shoot me. I said, and all my people panicked. My security panicked, the Ogunbiyi panicked, my CPS panicked, everybody, we must go, we must go. I said, now I'm ready for the shooting. So I made my prayer. And I made my prayer, I said, I'm ready for the shooting. I will not leave here. So I stayed put, 20 minutes passed, they came back and said, they give us 10 more minutes or they will be forced to shoot. I said, they better start shooting. Because at the 10 minutes I will still be here.
The Conference of the Nigerian Political Parties says the withdrawal of 100 billion naira suit against the Abacha family by the federal government is a politically motivated move tantamount to flushing away the billions of naira looted by late General Sani Abacha. The Ministry of Finance had stated on Thursday that as part of negotiations to expedite the recovery of the funds looted by the late general, the Abachas agreed to discontinue their suit before the European Court for Human Rights. The federal government subsequently withdrew the case against the Abachas, paving the way for the release of the looted funds by Lechensian. However, CNPP claimed that President Goodluck Jonathan went into a political deal with the Abachas so that he could get the votes of the people of Kano in 2015. The conference says it received with outrage the news from Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister for the Economy, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. It added that it is at pains that not only has President Jonathan blatantly refused to officially and diligently requests for the recovery of looted funds by other Nigerians, he has, because of the votes he hopes the Abachas will garner for him, done what he did. Nigeria military authorities say the man who led the 2012 attack on the SARS headquarters in Abuja died in a shootout with troops along the Jos Bauchi highway. Defense spokesman Chris Olukolade identified the terrorist as Malam Hussein. The man, who the military described as a notorious terrorist, is said to be the leader of a terror cell built to operate in Plateau State. Olukolade disclosed in a statement that Hussein and his men attacked a military convoy but were subdued in the ensuing gun battle. Items recovered from the terrorists, according to the military spokesman, include a van used by the group, 8 primed explosives, rifles, pistols, and 70 rounds of ammunition. In another development, 2 men found loitering around the Aba prisons are in army custody after they were arrested by prison officials. The Presidential Fact-Finding Committee on the Chibok abduction has put the number of missing schoolgirls at 219 out of the initial 276 abducted by insurgents in April. The committee chairman, Ibrahim Sabo, disclosed this while presenting its findings to President Goodluck Jonathan. The committee also made suggestions on rescue options open to the authorities, but wants the report kept away from public glare.
He here wishes to lay to rest any residual doubt whether or not any student was abducted at Chibok. There was mass abduction on the 14th of April 2014. During the siege on the school, 119 students escaped from the school premises before the insurgents took away their classmates. And a total of 276 students were thus abducted. As of the time of finishing this report, only 57 of the abducted students have been reunited with their families after escaping along the zigzag transport route taken by the insurgents, or by bolting to safety when the insurgents laid off for rest. Sadly, 219 students remain unaccounted for.
Let me also use this unique opportunity to appreciate the commitment of all Nigerians on this issue of the Chibok girls and the terrorism in the northern part of the country. The international community, both national organizations and key international figures and friendly countries have expressed their concerns. A number of them have been working with government, helping us in various ways to see that we get this girl out and we bring terror to an end in the country. Let me reassure the chairman and members of this committee that your effort will not be in vain, because though you've mentioned it very clearly that the report will have a restricted distribution because of the security measure. But myself and members of the Security Council will digest it properly and see the areas of your suggestions and use it maximally to solve the unique problem that the country has now.
The German parliament is keen of supporting Nigeria's quest for the safe return of hundreds of schoolgirls abducted by insurgents from Chibok, Borno State, over 2 months ago. Vice President of the German Bundestag, Singama, who led the team to Nigeria, gave the assurance during a solidarity meeting with members of the Bring Back Our Girls movement. He was, however, not specific on the type of support the parliament is offering Nigeria.
We are here in solidarity with the mothers and the fathers and for the girls. We have had our own session in our parliament in Germany, with one only message in our parliament: bring back our girls now and alive. Government should all do what is possible. In Germany we are some thousand kilometers in distance, so we trust that here government and people will all do what possible. What we can do, all we can do, we will also do.
The National Orientation Agency has denied suggestions that a car rigged with explosives was discovered at the Old Federal Secretariat in Abuja. The NOA, through its Twitter account, dismissed the bomb claim. It, however, admitted that there was a bomb scare that elicited the presence of an anti-bomb squad, and has confirmed that the suspected vehicle was not laden with bombs. Some indigents of Nigeria's capital, Abuja, are threatening to take laws into their hands if the authorities continue the indiscriminate demolition of their ancestral homes. This, they say, was part of the reasons they blocked one of the FCT's main highways shortly after the exercise began. But in spite of the demolition, many who lost homes and businesses have returned to the site.
The Commission we do a detailed investigation of whatever has taken place here and will come out with our findings. If you gauge the promptness of our reaction to this particular development, then you should be able to say that the Commission will not sleep on its duties. We will continue with the investigation, and at the shortest possible time, we will come out with findings.
You're watching Core TV News on the hour. Take a short break and we'll be back with more. Don't go away.
Core TV News, expanding your view.
Core TV News presents a platform with presence in over 30 states of the Federation. Be sure to be heard. For live coverage of events, we have the capacity to deliver from anywhere in Nigeria and beyond. Contact us now on 0803-471-8550 or 0803-724-9733. 014-533-407.
Our 24-hour news station.
Thank you so much for being there. And for more information on our news and other programs, you can visit our Facebook page, facebook.com/Core TV News. Our Twitter handle @Core TV News NG. And you can watch our videos on YouTube, youtube.com/Core TV, leave a space, then news. The number of people driven from their homes by conflicts and crisis has topped 50 million for the first time since World War II, with Syrians hardest hit, the United Nations Refugee Agency says. The UN says there were 51.2 million forcibly displaced people at the end of 2013, a full 6 million higher than the previous year. The civil war in Syria is largely to blame for the global increase, the UN said. In its annual report, the increased numbers have huge implications for aid budgets and place massive strains on nations on the front.
We had, in the end of 2013, more than 50 million people displaced by conflict or by persecution, either crossing borders or within the borders of their own country. All humanitarian agencies are overstretched. The capacity to respond is limited. The resources available are not enough. My appeal to the international community is to strongly support humanitarian actors, to strongly support the victims of this situation, to increase the funding levels that are so dramatically necessary. UNHCR has already deregistered about 50,000 Syrians in Lebanon that are no longer considered refugees. So we have criteria in which a person at a certain moment no longer is in need of protection.
And that's the news for this hour. Do join us again top of the hour for more. And in a short while, we'll start with the live coverage of the elections at Ekiti, as we promised. In a short while, we'll have analysts on set and live feeds from our reporters in Ekiti. Thank you so much for being there. I am Ebulomo Adekunle.
From anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Core TV Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. And Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Core TV, leave a space, then news. Core TV News, a 24-hour news station. Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates all gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of the Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of island. Without
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station. You can now watch Core TV News live from anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Core TV Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. And Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Core TV, leave a space, then News. Core TV News, a 24-hour news station. Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates are gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of the Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of island. Without
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station. You can now watch Core TV News live from anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Core TV Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. And Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Core TV, leave a space, then News. Core TV News, a 24-hour news station. Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates are gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of the Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of island. Without
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station. You can now watch Core TV News live from anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Core TV Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. And Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Core TV, leave a space, then News. Core TV News, a 24-hour news station. Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates are gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of the Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of island. Without
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Every day, every hour, and every minute, news break in Nigeria. Things happen so fast, it's most times difficult to track and comprehend them. But that's what we do right here on Digi360. 2015, would you want to come back again?
It's like asking Jesus Christ if he knew he was going to die, will you want to come back as the savior of the world again?
We do not just help you track the stories, we break them down, explore all the angles, analyze the issues so that you can fully comprehend the stories and use them to make the right decisions.
Nigerians continue to
travel the city of Lagos burns at the dark as all routes.
Be the first to know from the north, south, east, west and around Africa. We break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news breaks. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core TV.
24-hour news station. You can now watch Core TV News live from anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Core TV Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. On Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Core TV, leave a space, then News. Core TV News, a 24-hour news station. Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates are gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of island. Without
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Every day, every hour and every minute, news break in Nigeria. Things happen so fast, it's most times difficult to track and comprehend them. But that's what we do right here on Digi360. 2015, would you want to come back again?
It's like asking Jesus Christ if he knew he was going to die, will you want to come back as the savior of the world again?
We do not just help you track the stories, we break them down, explore all the angles, analyze the issues so that you can fully comprehend the stories and use them to make the right decisions.
Nigerians continue to
travel the city of Lagos burns at the dark as all routes.
Be the first to know from the north, south, east, west and around Africa. We break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news breaks. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core TV.
A 24-hour news station. You can now watch Core TV News live from anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Core TV Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. On Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Core TV, leave a space, then News. Core TV News, a 24-hour news station. Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates are gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of island. Without
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Every day, every hour, and every minute, news break in Nigeria. Things happen so fast, it's most times difficult to track and comprehend them. But that's what we do right here on Digi360. 2015, would you want to come back again?
It's like asking Jesus Christ if he knew he was going to die, will you want to come back as the savior of the world again?
We do not just help you track the stories, we break them down, explore all the angles, analyze the issues so that you can fully comprehend the stories and use them to make the right decisions.
Nigerians continue to
Tonight, the city of Lagos burns at the dark as all routes
Be the first to know from the north, south, east, west and around Africa. We break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news breaks. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core TV,
24-hour news station. You can now watch Core TV News live from anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Core TV Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. On Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Core TV, leave a space, then News. Core TV News, a 24-hour news station. Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates are gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of the Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of island. Without
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Every day, every hour, and every minute, news break in Nigeria. Things happen so fast, it's most times difficult to track and comprehend them. But that's what we do right here on Digi360. 2015, would you want to come back again?
It's like asking Jesus Christ if he knew he was going to die, will you want to come back as the savior of the world again?
We do not just help you track the stories, we break them down, explore all the angles, analyze the issues so that you can fully comprehend the stories and use them to make the right decisions.
Nigerians continue to
Tonight, the city of Lagos burns at the dark as all routes
Be the first to know from the north, south, east, west and around Africa. We break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news breaks. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core TV,
24-hour news station. You can now watch Core TV News live from anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Core TV Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. On Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Core TV, leave a space, then News. Core TV News, a 24-hour news station. Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates are gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of island. Without
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Every day, every hour, and every minute, news break in Nigeria. Things happen so fast, it's most times difficult to track and comprehend them. But that's what we do right here on Digi360. 2015, would you want to come back again?
It's like asking Jesus Christ if he knew he was going to die, will you want to come back as the savior of the world again?
We do not just help you track the stories, we break them down, explore all the angles, analyze the issues so that you can fully comprehend the stories and use them to make the right decisions.
Nigerians continue to
Tonight, the city of Lagos burns at the dark as all routes.
Be the first to know from the north, south, east, west and around Africa. We break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news spreads. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core TV.
24-hour news station. You can now watch Core TV News live from anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Core TV Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. On Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Core TV, leave a space, then News. Core TV News, a 24-hour news station. Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates are gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of island. Without
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Every day, every hour, and every minute, news break in Nigeria. Things happen so fast, it's most times difficult to track and comprehend them. But that's what we do right here on Digi360. 2015, would you want to come back again?
It's like asking Jesus Christ if he knew he was going to die, will you want to come back as the savior of the world again?
We do not just help you track the stories, we break them down, explore all the angles, analyze the issues so that you can fully comprehend the stories and use them to make the right decisions.
Nigerians continue to
Tonight, the city of Lagos burns at the dark as all routes.
Be the first to know from the north, south, east, west and around Africa. We break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news spreads. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core
TV. You can now watch Core TV News live from anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Core TV Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. On Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Core TV, leave a space, then News. Core TV News, a 24-hour news station. Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates all gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television. Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Every day, every hour, and every minute, news break in Nigeria. Things happen so fast, it's most times difficult to track and comprehend them. But that's what we do right here on Digi360. 2015, would you want to come back again?
It's like asking Jesus Christ if he knew he was going to die, will you want to come back as the savior of the world again?
We do not just help you track the stories, we break them down, explore all the angles, analyze the issues so that you can fully comprehend the stories and use them to make the right decisions.
Nigerians continue to
travel the city of Lagos stands agog as all routes
Be the first to know from the north, south, east, west and around Africa. We break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news breaks. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core TV.
A 24-hour news station. You can now watch Core TV News live from anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Core TV Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. On Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Core TV, leave a space, then News. Core TV News, a 24-hour news station. Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates all gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of island. Without
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Every day, every hour, and every minute, news break in Nigeria. Things happen so fast, it's most times difficult to track and comprehend them. But that's what we do right here on Digi360. 2015, would you want to come back again?
It's like asking Jesus Christ if he knew he was going to die, will you want to come back as the savior of the world again?
We do not just help you track the stories, we break them down, explore all the angles, analyze the issues so that you can fully comprehend the stories and use them to make the right decision.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Nigerians continue to travel
the city of Lagos stands agog as all routes
Be the first to know from the north, south, east, west and around Africa. We break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news breaks. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core
a
TV.
24-hour news station. You can now watch Core TV News live from anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Core TV Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. On Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Core TV, leave a space, then news. Core TV News, a 24-hour news station. Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates are gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfold.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of island. Without
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Every day, every hour, and every minute, news break in Nigeria. Things happen so fast, it's most times difficult to track and comprehend them. But that's what we do right here on Digi360. 2015, would you want to come back again?
It's like asking Jesus Christ if he knew he was going to die, will you want to come back as the savior of the world again?
We do not just help you track the stories, we break them down, explore all the angles, analyze the issues so that you can fully comprehend the stories, use them to make the right decisions.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Nigerians continue to
Tonight, the city of Lagos burns a dog as all
Say to you on
Be the first to know.
Core TV News.
From the north, south, east, west and around Africa, we break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news breaks. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core
a
TV.
24-hour news station. You can now watch Core TV News live from anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Core TV Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. And Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Core TV, leave a space, then news. Core TV News, a 24-hour news station. Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates are gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfold.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of
1, 2, 3.
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
1, 2, 3.
Date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Every day, every hour, and every minute, news break in Nigeria. Things happen so fast, it's most times difficult to track and comprehend them. But that's what we do right here on Digi360. 2015, would you want to come back again?
It's like asking Jesus Christ if he knew he was going to die, will you want to come back as the savior of the world again?
We do not just help you track the stories, we break them down, explore all the angles, analyze the issues so that you can fully comprehend the stories and use them to make the right decisions.
Nigerians continue to
Tonight, the city of Lagos burns a dog as all
Say to you on
Be the first to know.
Core TV News.
From the north, south, east, west and around Africa, we break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news breaks. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core
a
TV.
24-hour news station. You can now watch Core TV News live from anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Core TV Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. And Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Core TV, leave a space, then News. Core TV News, a 24-hour news station. Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates all gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of INEC. Without
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Every day, every hour, and every minute, news break in Nigeria. Things happen so fast, it's most times difficult to track and comprehend them. But that's what we do right here on Digi360. 2015, would you want to come back again?
It's like asking Jesus Christ if he knew he was going to die, will you want to come back as the savior of the world again?
We do not just help you track the stories, we break them down, explore all the angles, analyze the issues so that you can fully comprehend the stories and use them to make the right decisions.
Nigerians continue to
the city of Lagos burns a dog as all routes.
Be the first to know.
Core TV News.
To know all the sound, east, west and around Africa. We break the news.
One Nigerian.
Now you catch all the actions live as the news spreads. We are Core TV News, a 24-hour news station.
you take these things, and even when people were analyzing,
you can now watch Core.
Good morning and thank you for joining us on Core TV News on the hour. I am Ebulomo Adekunle. The resident electoral commissioner in Ekiti, Halilu Pai, says that at least 255,296 registered people would not be allowed to vote in today's governorship election in the state because they did not get their permanent voters' cards. About 1,900 local and foreign observers are already on ground to monitor the governorship election. The INEC boss, who made this known at a news conference in Ado-Ekiti, promised that with the large number of security operatives in the state and the trained ad hoc staff of the Independent National Electoral Commission, the election would run smoothly. He added that the results of the election will be announced in Ekiti and not Abuja. He urged the media not to announce results until it has been endorsed by INEC. The All Progressives Congress has decried the heavy military presence on the streets of Ado-Ekiti, the Ekiti state capital, as governorship election begins today. This follows the arrest of the party's leaders in the state. The National Publicity Secretary of the party, Lai Mohammed, in a release says the Director General of Fayemi Campaign Organization, Bimbo Daramola, and the Commissioner for Finance were arrested on the eve of the election. River State's Governor Rotimi Amechi says there was a deliberate attempt on his life. Amechi was speaking hours after he was stopped by security forces to attend the mega rally of the All Progressives Congress in Ekiti. He made the statement in a press conference attended by the national chairman of the party, John Odige Oyegu, and Bukola Saraki.
As we are going, I got a call from the party hierarchy to say, we are aware of what is happening, we are coming to meet you, so wait. So I stopped. Only to turn my back, they were following me. After about 5 to 6 to 7 kilometers of driving, you see followed me here. So at that point, I insisted that I was going nowhere anymore, and I stayed put in that position. And they gave me 20 minutes to move or they will shoot me. I said, and all my people panicked. My security panicked, the Dogimbi panicked, my CPS panicked, everybody, we must go, we must go. I said, now I'm ready for the shooting. So I made my prayer. And I made my prayer, I said, I'm ready for the shooting. I will not leave here. So I stayed put, 20 minutes passed, they came back and said, they give us 10 more minutes or they will be forced to shoot. I said, they better start shooting because at the 10 minutes I'll still be here.
The Conference of Nigerian Political Parties cites the withdrawal of a 100 billion naira suit against the Abacha family by the federal government is a politically motivated move tantamount to flushing away the billions of naira looted by late General Sani Abacha. The Ministry of Finance had stated on Thursday that as part of negotiations to expedite the recovery of the funds looted by the late general, the Abachas agreed to discontinue their suit before the European Courts for Human Rights. The federal government subsequently withdrew the case against the Abachas, paving the way for the release of the looted funds by Liechtenstein. However, CNPP claimed that President Goodluck Jonathan went into a political deal with the Abachas so that it could get the votes of the people of Kano in 2015. The conference says it received with outrage the news from Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister for the Economy, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. It added that it is as pains that not only has President Jonathan blatantly refused to officially and diligently request for the recovery of looted funds by other Nigerians, he has, because of the votes he hopes the Abachas will garner for him in Kano, flushed away 413 billion naira .68. Nigerian military authorities say the man who led the 2012 attack on the SARS headquarters in Abuja has died in a shootout with troops along the Jos-Bauchi highway. Defense spokesman Chris Olukolade identified the terrorist as Malam Hussein. The man, who the military described as a notorious terrorist, is said to be the leader of a terror cell built to operate in Plateau State. Olukolade disclosed in a statement that Usaid and his men attacked a military convoy but were subdued in the ensuing gun battle. Items recovered from the terrorists, according to the military spokesman, include a van used by the group, 8 primed explosives, rifles, pistols, and 7 rounds of ammunition. In another development, 2 men found loitering around the Aba prisons are in army custody after they were arrested by prison officials. The Presidential Fact-Finding Committee in the Chibok abduction has put the number of missing schoolgirls at 219 out of the initial 276 abducted by insurgents in April. The committee chairman, Ibrahim Sabo, disclosed this while presenting its findings to President Goodluck Jonathan. The committee also made suggestions on rescue options open to the authorities, but wants the report kept away from public glare.
He here wishes to lay to rest any residual doubt whether or not any student was abducted at Chibok. There was mass abduction on the 14th of April 2014. During the siege on the school, 119 students escaped from the school premises before the insurgents took away their classmates. And a total of 276 students were thus abducted. As of the time of finishing this report, only 57 of the abducted students have been reunited with their families after escaping along the zigzag transport route taken by the insurgents, or by bolting to safety when the insurgents laid off for rest. Sadly, 219 students remain unaccounted for.
Let me also use this unique opportunity to appreciate the commitment of all Nigerians on this issue of the Chibok girls and the terrorism in the northern part of the country. The international community, both national organizations and key international figures and friendly countries have expressed their concerns. A number of them have been working with government, helping us in various ways to see that we get this girl out and we bring terror to an end in the country. Let me reassure the chairman and members of this committee that your effort will not be in vain, because though you've mentioned it very clearly that the report will have a restricted distribution because of the security nature, but myself and members of the Security Council will digest it properly and and see the areas of exceptions and use it maximally to solve the unique problem that the country has now.
The German parliament is keen on supporting Nigeria's quest for the safe return of hundreds of schoolgirls abducted by insurgents from Chibok, Borno State, over 2 months ago. Vice President of the German Bundestag, Johannes Sangama, who led the team to Nigeria, gave the assurance during a solidarity meeting with members of the Bring Back Our Girls movement. He was, however, not specific on the type of support the parliament is offering Nigeria.
We are here in solidarity with the mothers and the fathers and for the girls. We have had our own session in our parliament in Germany with one only message in our parliament: bring back our girls now and alive. Government should all do what is possible. In Germany we are some thousand kilometers in distance, so we trust that here government and people will all do what possible. What we can do, all we can do, we will also do.
The National Orientation Agency has denied suggestions that a car rigged with explosives was discovered at the old Federal Secretariat in Abuja. The NOA, through its Twitter account, dismissed the bomb claim. It, however, admitted that there was a bomb scare that elicited the presence of an anti-bomb squad and has confirmed that the suspected vehicle was not laden with bombs. You're watching Core TV News on the hour. Take a short break and we'll be back with more. Don't go away.
Nigerians continue to
tonight, the city of Lagos burns a dog.
Be the first to know from the north, south, east, west and around Africa. We break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news breaks. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core TV,
24-hour news station.
Core TV News presents a platform with presence in over 30 states of the Federation. Be sure to be heard. For live coverage of events, we have the capacity to deliver from anywhere in Nigeria and beyond. Contact us now on 0803-471-8550 or 0803-724-9733, 014-533-407.
Our 24-hour news station.
Thank you so much for being there. The number of people driven from their homes by conflict and crisis has topped 50 million for the first time since World War II, with Syrians hardest hit, the United Nations Refugee Agency says. The UN says there were 51.2 million forcibly displaced people at the end of 2013, a full 6 million higher than the previous year. The civil war in Syria is largely to blame for the global increase, the UN said in its annual report. The increased numbers have huge implications for aid budgets and place massive strains on nations on the front lines of refugee claims.
For the first time since the Second World War,
refugee hosts are Pakistan,
we had in the
Iran
end of
and
2013 more than 50 million people displaced by conflict or by persecution, either crossing borders or within the borders of their own country. All humanitarian agencies are overstretched. The capacity to respond is limited. The resources available are not enough. My appeal to the international community is to strongly support humanitarian actors, to strongly support the victims of this situation, to increase the funding levels that are so dramatically necessary. UNHCR has already deregistered about 50,000 Syrians in Lebanon that are no longer considered refugees. So we have criteria in which a person at a certain moment no longer is in need of protection.
And that's the news for this hour. Do join us again top of the hour for more. And right after now, the live analysis of the procession of voting in Ekiti will start. We're so sorry for the delay. Thank you for being there. I am Ebulomo Adekunle.
It will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates all gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of INEC.
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Hello and welcome to this special coverage of the Ekiti State governorship election right here on Core TV News. Now, the people of Ekiti State would have gone to the polls now. As a matter of fact, accreditation would have started, and we expect that accreditation should end by 12 or 12:30, and then that is when voting will begin. But it's decision day for the people of Ekiti State, and guess what? They are spoiled for choices. We have 18 candidates running for just one position. But then we know there are pretenders and there are those who are really serious. And so we have basically four front runners, the people who consider the front runners now. There are actually 4 of them. Very soon we're going to give you the slide. But the 4 of them, of course, you have the candidate of the not Action Congress, I should say. That's passed now. The All Progressives Congress. There you have the 4 candidates, all of them. You have Ayo Fayose of the PDP, and of course there's Bamidele, Okoyemi Bamidele of the Labour Party, and the incumbent governor, and that is Dr. Kayode Fayemi of the All Progressives Congress. And of course we have the other candidate. Now I'm still going to get his name, but it's a decision day for the people of Ekiti State, and by this time tomorrow perhaps we would know who the next governor of that state would be. But then let's take you through some statistics about this election so that you have a clearer picture of what is at stake here. Now, for the election, take a look at this. There are actually 16 local government areas in Ekiti State. Now, the election will be taking place in all 16 local government areas of the state. So, 16 local government areas, all the registered voters in the 16 local government areas would be coming out to vote. And then let's take a look at some other statistics now. 16 local government areas, and there you have their capital. We're not talking, not saying much about the capitals now. Now let us look at the federal constituencies. The federal constituencies, there you have them. You have Ekiti North 1, Ekiti North 2, Ekiti Central 1, Ekiti Central 2, and then you have Ekiti South 1 and Ekiti South 2. Now, elections will be taking place in all of these places. These are just the federal constituencies. That is the local government, the 16 local government areas broken down into federal constituencies. So you have how many constituencies altogether? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 constituencies. Now, apart from constituencies, we also have senatorial districts. Let's look at there you have the senatorial district. You have Ekiti North Senatorial District, Ekiti Central Senatorial District, and Ekiti South Senatorial District. Now, this is broken down into senatorial districts. There you have Ekiti North Senatorial District. Of course, I understand Ekiti North Senatorial District, I suppose, has, close to the highest number of voters, registered voters. And then you have Ekiti Central. Now, some of the candidates actually come from this senatorial district. We're going to get to that. Let's take a look at another statistics now. The number of registration areas, that's the number of wards, 177 of them. And then now these are a breakdown of the wards. You have them there. These are the breakdown of the wards, and not really particular. Now this is very crucial. It means the candidates will be looking at this 732,166 voters. So who gets the highest number of votes here, and who is able to get 25% of the votes in about 11 local government areas would definitely emerge as the winner of this election. So there you have that number, 732,166 registered voters. That's the number of registered voters. But then we understand not all of them would be voting because some haven't got their permanent voters card. And so INEC has said about 200 and something thousand would not be voting because they haven't got their permanent voters card. And now some people will tell you that is a disaster because 732,166 is still very, very low. So if we're to go by what INEC has said, that only those with permanent voters registered card will be voting in this election. So we're looking at around 400 and something thousand people voting. And that is if all these 400 and something thousand people with permanent voters card come out to cast their vote. And it really doesn't play out that way in elections. Now, let's look at the breakdown now of the valid registered voters. Now, this gives you an idea of where you would expect the candidates to be looking at. Now, let's look at the local government area with the highest number of registered voters. Where is it now? That would be Ado. Ado has 134,141 registered voters. Ado, by the way, is the state capital. It's a battleground. It's a battleground because all the candidates, the major candidates, I should say, the front runners, would be aiming to pick the highest chunk of their votes now from this area. That's Ado Ekiti, the state capital. The governor would be hoping, for instance, that what he's done in Ado Ekiti should be able to give him enough votes. The other candidates, of course, you have the former governor of that state, Ayo Fayose, who would also be hoping to pick a substantial amount of vote in this area. So, but that is not to say you haven't got other areas. Now, coming next in terms of the highest number of registered voters, there you have it. Irekpodu, Ifelodu local government area, you have 54,430 registered voters. So you have all these registered voters scattered. And look at this. Ileje, that's 11,000. Of course, the candidates will not be really particular about this local government area. But then some would say it also counts because sometimes the difference between the winner and the loser could just be this slim. So no vote will be useless, especially when you consider the fact that not all these registered voters will be coming out to vote. Some of them haven't got their permanent voters cards. They haven't got their permanent voters card, so they won't be coming out to vote. And well, quite unfortunate for the candidates because they will be fighting for about 400 and something thousand voters. And something particular now, look at Ikole Ekiti, 49,274,000 registered voters there. Now, the candidates would be hoping that, take for instance, Ado Ekiti, where you have 134,141 registered voters, the candidates would be hoping and praying that at least half of this number come out on election day, that is today, to vote. Because what we have seen in previous elections, you could have this number and not all of them would come out. So that is really, it's really going to be a problem for the candidates. So the expectation is that the candidates would have done their work. They would have been able to convince all the voters, the registered voters now to come out. Unfortunately, for those who haven't got their voters card, they won't be voting. That's what INEC says. Now let's take a look at the next slide. Now, the number of registered voters by senatorial district. So we're breaking this down. Ekiti North Senatorial District, 190,628 registered voters. Now look at Ekiti Central, and of course that's where Ado Ekiti, the state capital, Ado local government, by the way, falls under Ekiti Central Senatorial District. And there you have, now something you should know. I understand two of the candidates actually come from this zone. So you have two of the candidates from this area. That's the candidate of the PDP and the candidate of the Labour Party. Both of them are from Ekiti Central Senatorial District. So imagine what the fight in Ekiti Central Senatorial District would be. Because you also have the governor, who is of course the governor of the state, and would say he's done a lot for the state capital. He would be hoping that what he's done for the state capital should give him a substantial number of votes. So this is a battleground senatorial district. All the candidates will be fighting to pick as much vote as they can in this senatorial district. That is not to say these other senatorial districts are not important. Take a look at Ekiti South Senatorial District, for instance, coming second with 239,782 votes. So quite important as well. Very, very important. Absolutely. So you would expect that the candidates, all of them, 18 of them, but let's concentrate on the front runners anyway, that all of them would be targeting this senatorial district. You want to pick as much vote as possible, but then I should say something. The way this election is structured, it's not enough for you to win just a few local government areas. It's not enough for you to win just a few federal constituencies. Not enough for you to win just a few senatorial districts, and then you expect to be declared governor. It goes far beyond that, and we're going to talk about that very shortly. Now, this is the distribution of the voter population. Now, as always, as we've seen in this country, female voters would always outnumber male voters. And you know what? On election day, you would actually have more women coming out to vote than you would have men. And look at the difference now between the female registered voters and the male registered voters. Female 51%, male 49%. So what do you expect the candidates to do? Quite simple. You would expect that the candidates would be looking at they'll be targeting the female voters. They would be hoping that they're able to get more votes from the women who will be coming out to vote today. And they say women are somewhat sentimental voters, so we just hope the candidates would have appealed to their sentiments and probably get their votes. Now, polling units, 2,195. Now, there's something INEC has introduced. There's something called the voting area. So this is the number of polling units you have, 2,195, but then there's also the voting areas. Now this is the breakdown of the polling units. You have them. Now, it's not surprising at all that Ado-Ekiti has 207. Ado local government area has 207 polling units. Now, well, what you just saw there now, it's footage from Ekiti State. We saw people registering there. You can see live footage now from Ekiti State. People doing their accreditation. Accreditation is still going on, and of course, accreditation would end at about 12 or 12:30 if INEC chooses to extend the time of accreditation. Now, INEC would probably considering extending the time of accreditation if you have a very huge voter turnout. But if the voter turnout is low, then there's just no way INEC would extend. Now, we're still waiting to hear from our correspondent, but what you're watching now is a live feed from Ekiti State. There you can see the people all queued up, getting ready to vote. You can see, well, at least so far, I would say from the pictures we're getting, you would say the turnout is impressive, especially when you consider the fact that this election has been heavily militarized in the build up. Look at what happened yesterday. Look at what happened the day before. We're still going to talk about them. But let's come back to our slides now. I was telling you about Ado. Ado has 207 polling units, not surprising because it has the highest number of registered voters. And then you go to Ekiti South, West, which has 188. Not much to talk about here, just the polling units. And then this is the number of voting areas. Yes, you have 2,195 polling units, but the voting points where people would actually be casting their ballot, there are 2,803 of them. And I think the essence of this is just to make it easier for people to go out there. And in case the number is huge, they'll be able to vote before the end of voting. I suppose voting should end at about 4 p.m. Now, there you have the voting points. Nothing to talk about. Ado has 455 voting points. Quite understandable because the number of registered voters there is quite high. Irekpodu fell at 198, of course, because the number of registered voters there too quite high. But then the hope is that people would actually turn out. It's one thing to have these figures. It's a different thing when it comes to people now coming out to cast their vote. Well, we told you about the candidates. 18 parties and 18 parties are actually taking part in this election, and there you have their candidates. Nothing much to talk about. We just told you the other time that of these 18 candidates, there are actually 4 front runners. Let's get the name of 4 front runners. We have of course the APC, the PDP, the Labour Party, and I'm just trying to get the name of the other guy now. Still going to get it. Now, there you have the front runners. Ayo Farishe, by the way, used to be the governor of that state. He was impeached, as you all know, some time ago. And then he's trying to stage a comeback. He would be hoping, for instance, that the people would look at what he did when he was governor to vote him into office. The incumbent governor, Kayode Fayemi, would be hoping that, well, that he's done so well in the past 4 years and that the people would consider what he's done to vote him in as vote him in now for a second term. And then you have Bamidele Okoyemi. I'm still trying, I'm so sorry, still trying to get the name of this man now and his party. Of course, I'm expecting that the director would be able to give me the name of this man and his party, but he's considered a front runner as well. Okoyemi Bamidele, of course, used to be of the All Progressives Congress. Okay, I understand his Wole Ajayi. Kole Ajayi, yeah, I understand his Kole Ajayi of Accord Party. Now, some people will tell you there's a thin line between Accord Party and the PDP, because if you go to some states, you have Accord Party working with the PDP. You go to some other states, you have the Labour Party working with the PDP. So there's also a thin line, that's what some people will say, between the Labour Party and the PDP. But in the case of Ekiti, we do not know for sure if the Labour Party is working in accord. Now, I'm not talking about Accord Party, in accord with the PDP. But, of course, the Labour Party candidate has come out to say, because there was this rumor that he actually stepped down. He's come out to say he's not stepped down, that he's in the race and that he's running independently of the PDP. So you have the four front runners there, but do not forget you also have about 14 other candidates, so altogether 18 of them. Now, these 18 candidates all targeting probably 400 and something thousand voters. Well, we'll see how everything shapes out. Let's take a look at the next slide. The number of local government areas of the major contenders. Oye local government area, that's where Dr. Kayode Fayemi comes from. And as I told you the other time, the candidate of the Labour Party and that of the PDP, they come from this local government area. Of course, that's Ekiti Central Senatorial District. Both of them are from this local government area, so they will be slugging it out, hoping the peak, well, it's of course the votes you can say will be divided here. And then you have Ado local government, Ado, that's where the candidate of the Accord Party is, Wole Ajayi. That's where he comes from. And of course, Ado, by the way, has the highest number of registered voters, so he'll be hoping that he's able to do something. Let's just take a short break here, and when we come back, we're going to have a guest join us on the program, and also when we come back, we'll still talk more about the statistics, and of course we're going to show you more statistics so that you can fully appreciate what's at stake in this election. We'll take a short break now. When we come back, a guest will join us on the program, and then we'll also talk more about some other statistics. Don't go away, stay with us.
Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates all gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of island.
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Of Lagos,
be the first to know from the north, south, east, west and around Africa. We break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news breaks. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core TV,
a 24-hour news station.
Welcome back. You're watching our special coverage of the governorship election of Ekiti State. And let's just tell you that accreditation has actually started. People are doing the accreditation as we speak. And we understand the turnout so far has not been too bad. So accreditation is going on. We understand or we expect that accreditation should end by 12 o'clock. And somewhere around 12:30, voting should begin. And of course, voting should end at 4 o'clock. That is the normal process. But then voting cannot start until accreditation begins. Now, it's very possible that INEC extends the accreditation time probably by 30 minutes. That is if the voter turnout is huge and impressive. But then, do not forget 732,000 plus or 166 registered voters. We understand about 200 and something thousand would not be voting because they haven't got their permanent voters card. So it means we're looking at a range of 400 and something thousand voters now coming out today to vote. And do not expect that all these 400 and something thousand would come out to vote, because usually on election day, not all the registered voters would come out to vote. But we're just waiting to see how the election goes and how the turnout pans out. We expect that the turnout will be impressive and that would have about at least close to 400,000 people cast their vote in this election. But before we went on break now, we're actually talking about some statistics. We talked about this of course, the local government areas where the four major candidates come from. Now let's take a look at the next slide. Now, this is the number of state assembly constituencies. There you have the state assembly constituencies, and guess what? And this is where some analysts would tell you could be a problem for the PDP. Now, you have the APC virtually everywhere, occupying the entire that's the state assembly constituencies. But then you have the PDP just in one constituency, which is Omo constituency. Well, you don't have a court party there. A court party is not there. So a court party hasn't got any constituency at all. It means we don't have a court member in the State House of Assembly. We haven't got any Labour Party member in the State House of Assembly. So that would be an enormous challenge now for their candidate, the candidate of the Labour Party. The fact that, you know, they haven't got members now in the State House of Assembly. They are not controlling any constituency at all. Some analysts would tell you that could be a serious challenge. It could also be a serious challenge for the PDP because it has just one constituency. So meaning the PDP has got just one member in the State House of Assembly, and that is not a very good one, as some people will tell you. And for those of us who really understand politics, will tell you it's actually not a good sign. So it definitely means the APC candidate has got enough foot soldiers now on the ground to work for him. And do not forget, all the local government chairmen, of course, are APC. So I bet we still don't know how the election is going to pan out. So you have the number of state assembly constituencies, as I told you. Altogether, you have 26 state assembly constituencies, basically meaning you have 26 members in the State House of Assembly. Now, of the 26 members in the State House of Assembly, APC has 25, the PDP has 1. So it's a lot of work for the PDP in this election. They've got to do a lot of work, because the problem is when you have a situation like this, it basically means as a candidate, if you haven't got enough members in the State House Assembly and you haven't, it means you're basically not in control of your constituency. Now, there you can see live pictures from Ekiti State. You can see the people queued up, all ready to do the accreditation, and I must say the queue there is quite long. Now, we don't know what particular area that is from. We're going to get that across to you very, very shortly. We don't know if that is Ado Ekiti or which part of the state that would be. But so far, you would say the turnout has not been, from what we are seeing now, you would say the turnout. Okay, we understand that is Oye. Oye, by the way, is where the governorship candidate of the APC comes from. So that's Oye local government area. Turnout, well, not so bad from what we can see, but we do not know what the situation is in some other local government areas. And let's just hope the turnout is like this in other local government areas, then we might be hitting the 400,000 mark in these elections, but we do not know. But look at that. And if you have this huge number of voter turnout like this for accreditation, then there's every likelihood that the accreditation might be extended, because do not forget, it's coming up to about past 10 a.m. and by now you would expect that substantial number of voters would have done the accreditation. So live pictures there from Oye local government area in Ekiti State, where the governorship candidate of the APC comes from. Let's come back to our analysis right here. So 25 for the APC, 1 for the PDP. So a tall order there for the PDP. If the PDP is able to pull this one out, then it will be, some analysts will tell you it will be a miracle because, well, let's just wait and see how everything unfolds. Now, the number of police officers, there's something about Ekiti State I really don't understand. The last election I covered, and for just, I think, 2 or 3 local government areas, we had about 10,000 policemen deployed and a number of soldiers. Now, for these elections, you have 12,000 policemen deployed for the governorship election of Ekiti State. Ekiti State, by the way, is not a big state, is a small state, and then you have 12,000 policemen. Some people will tell you, well, why not send a substantial number of these policemen to Maiduguri or Borno State, for instance, to help fight the insurgents there. So you have 12,000 policemen deployed for the purpose of just one election. Next year, when we're going to have the general election and have election across the country, it would definitely be a tough call for the police, because if you are deploying 12,000, then it means, now, this is just police officers. We're not talking about the civil defense. We understand civil defense deploying about 10,000. We're not talking about soldiers, because we understand soldiers are on the streets of Ekiti. They're in strategic locations. So in terms of security, it would appear the government is not taking anything for granted. But some would tell you we're deploying far, far too much. It gives the impression that we're going to war, and the election is no war here. Now, number of accredited observers, of course, 29 of them, domestic and international. We're waiting for their observation. And then this is the organization. You have the number of organizations now accredited to observe the election, and you have their leaders there. Well, nothing much to talk about here. And now we're going to go into some kind of analysis. I have a guest waiting to discuss this election with us. Mr. Bala Zaka is sitting right here, and let me just take my seat so we start this discussion. Mr. Zaka, thank you very much for coming on this program.
Thank you. Good morning, Nigeria.
Yeah, tell me, 12,000 policemen, as we talked about for this election. We're not talking about the number of civil defense men deployed. We're not talking about the number of soldiers deployed. You get the impression we're going to war. Why is it that in Nigeria, anytime we're going for election, we prepare as if we're going to war?
Well, the reason is very simple. The reason is because democracy has a universal definition. But unfortunately, in Nigeria,
it's a different ballgame.
It has a different application. You know, because in the first place, when you talk about democracy, you're talking about government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And if democracy is like that, I mean, its application shouldn't be complex. But in the context of Nigeria, democracy is all about exclusive, you know, regimentation. Democracy is about alienation. Democracy is about what we call distributive bargain. That means I win, you lose. And because it is like that, what people do is to make sure they get it at all costs. But one thing people need to understand is this. Yeah. Regardless of how visionary a leader is, if he doesn't have supportive lieutenants, he is not going to succeed.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at, let's narrow it down now to this election. 18 candidates. You would say the people of Ekiti are blessed that because they have so many persons to choose from.
Unfortunately, no. Because when you talk about governance, you know, governance has to do with how visionary somebody is, how futuristic he is in his planning and thinking.
But you would say, for God's sake, if you have 18 persons to choose from, then you're spoiled for choice. Because
no, it simply tells you something is wrong about the governance or the leadership or how Ekiti people see themselves and their leaders.
And by the way, I must say this, Ekiti is still better because I remember in Anambra there were about 25 governorship candidates.
Over how many local governments?
Well, just around, just almost the same, yeah, almost the same number of local government.
You know, when you started your analysis, the first thing I did was to divide 18 candidates by the number of local governments. So it simply tells you, for every local government, you probably have one candidate, which shouldn't be so. And what it has made us to understand, it has reduced politics to probably the only game or the only profession of survival. And that's how it shouldn't be so, you know. And one thing we need to understand is this.
Exactly.
When you talk about election, these two sides of the coin must come together for a coin to be complete. It simply means even if you have credible election, if you don't have credible candidates, right, the end result will be what? A fiasco.
A fiasco.
In other words, you could also have credible candidates. If the election is not credible, you are going to end up with what? Fiasco. So these are the things people need to look at. As far as some of us are concerned, I mean, in a state as small as Ekiti, right?
Very small.
With probably 16 local government, having 18 people jostling to lead.
And then you take a look at the number of registered voters, 730 something thousand, and of course INEC has now said about 200 and something thousand would not be voting because they haven't got their
correct.
So we're looking at a situation where if all the number of registered voters cleared to vote for this election turn out, so we're looking at 400 and something thousand.
Exactly. So I mean, then you begin to wonder, how come you will be having, right, what, probably 18 people having different ideologies, philosophies, and wanting to lead a country.
But it's always the case in this country. It's always the case that you find it difficult to differentiate between one candidate from the other because most times they just talk about the same thing anyway.
And that is why most of the time we try to explain why we are not making progress in this country.
Do you think this could pose a problem for the average voter in Ekiti State that, you know, he'd be thinking, who am I going to vote for? Or, okay, let me just rephrase that question now. What do you think will rank high in the mind of the voter as he or she goes to cast their vote? Do you think they'll be looking at the performance of these candidates, what they have done in the past? Do you think they'll be looking at the personalities of these candidates, or there's also a chance that
they will just be looking at incumbency, whether he performed or not? Then, since you said somebody has been there as a governor, they're likely to look at the predecessor of that incumbent.
What would they be? Would they be looking at the performance? Because it's always the case in this country that sentiments will definitely come in.
That's what there are just too many for you to look at integrity, right, and credibility of candidates. If there were to be like 4 or 3, then the first question you're going to ask is, where is this guy coming from? But like even when you started, you could see that there are some of the candidates are not even known. We can't even remember their names.
It's always the case.
So, but that is why we have always been saying,
you know, some of these candidates are happy to be called ex-governorship candidates.
But what does it come with? It comes with nothing. And that's why we are talking about integrity and credibility. You know, and if you don't have that, I mean, where do you start from? When you are talking about assessing candidates, even if I were to be, say, a trader and I'm coming in, right, assuming we are probably like 3 or 4, people will be able to place the cards on the table. But by the time you start, you are through with the roll call of the contestants, the time is almost gone. So people are likely, like from your analysis, to dwell on probably the incumbent, one, then secondly, if there was a predecessor who now wants to contest, second, then I mean, as usual, have there been probably chop by chop or a kind of largesse that went round? That's all people look for.
And that's quite unfortunate.
Very, very unfortunate, because we still don't have institutions that will guide people into deciding and looking for what they want.
It's really unfortunate, but I mean, you have seen elections in this country. How do you think this is going to go? Because it would appear the stakes are very high, that some people have said, look, this election is not just about 2014, it's not about Ekiti State, that this election is about 2015. This is like a dress rehearsal. So it goes beyond the people of Ekiti State because the stakes are very high.
Correct. But unfortunately, we are not going to have the number of policemen we are having now to be deployed across the strata of this country.
No way.
I can tell you right from the onset, a lot of people, even those that have not been disenfranchised, may not come out, because the scenario is looking highly regimented. The environment is looking militarized. And we've always known that we have people among the security agencies agents that may just be trigger happy. So some people may not even come out of scare. And you will be surprised to find out that apart from the politicians themselves, real credible Ekiti State indigents will not come out. Why? Because the whole place, like we said, looks militarized.
But wouldn't you say the people of Ekiti are used to this? Wouldn't you say the people of Ekiti are used to this? The last governorship,
not credible minds.
No, the last governorship election that took place. The last governorship election that took place in that state ended up under very controversial circumstances, and I understand. I mean, I also remember that at some point the election was declared inconclusive. Eventually, election had to take place probably in 2 or 3 local government areas, and then we had about 10,000 policemen and all of that. So, and that election was heavily militarized. This is getting heavily militarized. People would say the people of Ekiti are used to this.
No. Most of the time, you see, when you talk about the content, you're not talking about the volume of people. But don't stop at the content. Look at the quality of the content. Now we are talking about the electorates or the voters. The content now may be the volume. We're talking about probably 400 and something thousand. Let's assume it's even 500,000. Then the quality of the content is what matters. How many lawyers will you see there? How many accountants? How many lecturers? How many bankers will you see coming out to vote because they feel something needs to be enshrined?
Some people will tell you that those people you just mentioned now are in the minority. When it comes to election, the people who actually come out to vote are the market women. They are the ones who actually come out to vote, the market women, artisans, traders, and what have you. And that now, is why the bankers and the elites actually don't come out, and they rank less. And we've seen that in other elections.
Yeah, because they don't buy into it. That is why everything ends up with mediocrity across the strata of the country.
Wow. But that tells you that you know, it just doesn't make sense for these elites now to boycott elections. I mean, not to come out to vote.
It doesn't.
Whether or not they like the process, come out, vote. Because if you don't take part in the process, it means you're leaving people who should not be making decisions for you to make decisions for you.
But unfortunately, you cannot tell an intellectual mind, a focused mind, a structured and an organized mind to just come out whether he likes it or not. He must buy into it. We should set up institutions that will make credible and Nigerians of integrity to buy into that, right? I would want to see somebody who has been an ex-minister, somebody who has been a professor in engineering, in law, in economics, saying, because I am disappointed with the macro indices of my country, I think this guy going into contest as a local government chairman or as a councillor or as a governor has what it takes, right, to lead my people. That's what we want. But you can't talk to an intellectual mind that I will construct a 50 kilometers road for you. Meanwhile, you don't know anything about soil chemistry. We're not saying you need to be a chemist or a geologist or scientist, but you just said we will construct a 50 kilometer road for you. What do you know the soil chemistry? Do you know the level of the quantity of laterite that will be used, the bitumen, the compartment level? Do you know the personnel that will be deployed? And these are the things that people don't like. You know, you see somebody saying, I will provide you with health centers. The question is this: what is even the definition of a health center? So as long as we don't have institutions that will bring about discipline, you know, that the discipline that will actually bring out credible candidates, I will not expect intellectual, structured or organized mind to buy into that.
Tell me the truth. We know how elections go in this country. Do you think at the end of this process, all the candidates will accept the outcome?
Right from the beginning, the answer is going to be no. We saw it ab initio. Some people say coming out with conditional statements. And it's simply, we saw it in Edo State some time ago. You know, when the governor was saying the election was not going to be accepted at all, and he turned out to be the winner. We saw it, and we saw flickers of that also just before today. So in Ekiti State.
You don't expect that at the end of the day, whoever emerges the winner of this election, the losers will just go to him and say, "Mr. Congratulations, I concede defeat. You've done very well."
Unfortunately, no, because we don't believe in what we call an integrative bargain. An integrative bargain is the one where you win, I win. But what is always playing out in the politics of Nigeria is what we call a distributive bargain. You win, I lose. Or I lose, you win. And if I win, you lose, the first thing I want to do is to punish you as much as possible. But I keep saying, no political party has the solution to a given state's problem. Just like there is no given religion that will say it is the one that has the solution to Nigerian problems. But if we were to be running what we call an inclusive government, then people will be willing to come out with what they have in their minds, right? They will be telling you, I will do A, B, C, D. And my doing A, B, C, D doesn't mean that I will have the followership to defeat you. But what I also know is this: if you win at the end of the day, because of my manifesto, because of what I have here that I will offer to the citizens, you are likely to call me to come on board. But you know what naturally happens in Nigeria? Immediately you win, the first thing is to starve me as much as possible, starve my local government or my state as much as possible, and if possible, get me out of existence. So you keep wondering, is it the politics of vengeance? But we know that Nigeria, it won't be out of place to say in Nigeria we practice politics of exclusivity. And that will never go well, whether in a local government, in a ward, in a state, as we're trying to see now in the case of Ekiti, or in a country like Nigeria.
Surely that will not go well. Let me ask you this. What do you make of this decision by INEC to say, look, those who haven't got their permanent voters card would not be allowed to vote? And we're looking at a situation where about 255,000 or so won't be able to vote. Anyway, by the way, that's a live picture now. Now, what local government would that be? Well, that's live picture also from Ekiti. You can see people queuing up and waiting. Okay, let's take a listen to this. If we can we get audio? Is it possible to listen to what this man is saying? Okay, I understand it's not possible right now, but well, you can see one of our correspondents trying to talk to one of the voters there. It's actually accreditation going on, and the accreditation actually began around 8 a.m. and should end at 12 or 12:30 if INEC chose to extend, and then we expect voting to begin immediately, and then voting would end at voting should end at 4 p.m. and then counting and collation would be done. Altogether, of course, do not expect, as we have come to see in Nigeria, do not expect that you're going to get results of this election today. The earliest you can expect this result will be, the result of this election now would be tomorrow. Probably tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon or evening. That in Nigeria, you just don't get the results immediately. And that's quite sad, that you can't organize elections and get the results immediately. And part of the reason is because we are not using the electronic system here.
First of all, I mean, everybody knows that when it comes to planning, Nigeria is always backward. You know, when you talk about economic chain or food chain, Nigeria is not at the head of the chain, it's always behind. But just before, I mean, the clips that came, you were asking, you said, what happens to the more than 250,000,
exactly,
more than 200,000 Nigerians, you know? To me, I will always,
Ekiti people, actually.
Yes, Ekiti people. I will always favor Nigerians allowing institutions to work. If we have a template or a criteria that will make us come out with the number of people that will be eligible, and due to probably lapses on the side of INEC or on the side of voters, we are now coming up with 400 and something, so be it. At some point, let there be standards. But if that is being done to make sure a particular candidate or local government is marginalized, then we still have a scar.
And that's quite a huge number, 200 and something thousand. It's quite huge.
Well, the question you will ask is this.
Especially when you consider the fact that, you know, of the 700 and something thousand registered voters in that state, not all would be coming out to vote.
Exactly. And that's why we ask, what has been the planning? There is this saying that planning is reveals the shortest route to your goal, right? And you see, there is something we talk about, you know, when we talk about the concept of lessons learned. You know, we've seen elections in some states recently. We saw the Anambra election. We saw election in some states. Lessons are supposed to have been learned. If you identify lacunas in some places, the first thing you do is, based on the lessons learned, you have to make sure there is an improvement. And that was why when you were saying 700 to 400 and something are going to go on board, and I was asking you, how many real intellectual minds are going to be there? How many? I don't want to say you have mediocres, but in real sense, people who have knowledge, who have what it takes.
Well, the say Ekiti is a fountain of knowledge, so you would expect that the majority of the people in that state are enlightened and educated.
Surprisingly, you know, if you were to have a column...
What has education got to do with the stomach anyway? Some people will tell you,
it has.
When the stomach is hungry, this concept of education flies away.
You must, you see, one thing again about Nigeria is this: we always think in the opposite direction.
No, I'm just you know, isn't that a reality?
Everybody knows that based on the concept of gravity, principle of gravity, if you throw a stone up, it will come down. But in Nigeria, somebody will tell you the stone will remain up there. One way or the other, you must have institutions that people must believe in and key in. Yes, you need the number, so you can get, I don't want to denigrate anybody, but you can get area boys, you know, you can get Okada riders, but in real sense, how many of them can walk up to United Nations and say, or to China, or to a particular country and say, we need technology A, B, C, D for my people? Wow. You need intellectual minds, but for the crowd, you can always get that, you know. You can get sycophants.
Now, because you talked about Anambra State, let me just take you back to 2010 when they had the governorship election there. Then former Governor Obi was still governor. He eventually won that election, but the turnout was actually very low. What happened then is somehow similar to what is happening now, because quite a number of people, in that case, quite a number of people did not find their names on the voters register. At the end of the day, we had an election where only 100 and something thousand people ended up choosing a governor for that state. Do you think we could have the same kind of situation here when you consider the fact that 200 and something thousand won't be voting because they haven't got their voters card, and we are also looking at the possibility of the 400 and something thousand you have?
The answer is very simple. Before you even finish asking the question, it depends on the demography. It depends on the demography. Women are, I don't want to use any, but according to Fela, you know, there is a class you call zombies. Zombies just go, move.
Well, of course, you don't mean women are zombies.
No, I don't mean women are zombies. You see, you have some people that will just go and vote, go out and vote. You can see from the gender, you notice that the women are higher in number. And nearly all those women will go. How many of the, and that was what I was talking about, the class or the content and the quality of the content among those women, that from even the dressing of those women. You understand?
Well, we never can tell. We never can tell.
How many teachers are you likely to find that?
Exactly. You might have some very educated women dressed locally.
And it will continue like that. But unfortunately, those people will not be partake in the real governance, in the real largest. And you will now leave that person that felt he battled it alone to win, deciding who are going to be his lieutenants. And there will be nothing wrong in that person having sycophants as his lieutenants.
It's quite unfortunate. Quite unfortunate. Mr. Balazaka, let's take a break here, and when we come back, we'll talk more. We'll take a break now, and when we come back, we'll continue this discussion on the Ekiti State governorship election. Do not forget, it's our special coverage of the election, and of course, we're going to stay with this process till it ends. As a matter of fact, we're going to stay with this process until a governor emerges for Ekiti State. Stay with us, don't go away, we'll be right back. This place is toughy.
Core TV News, expanding your view.
In the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Core TV Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. And Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Core TV, move the space, then news. Core TV News, a 24-hour news station.
Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates are gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of island. Without
join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Every day, every hour, and every minute, news break in Nigeria. Things happen so fast, it's most times difficult to track and comprehend them. But that's what we do right here on Digi360. 2015, would you want to come back again?
It's like asking Jesus Christ if he knew he was going to die, will you want to come back as the savior of the world again?
We do not just help you track the stories, we break them down, explore all the angles, analyze the issues so that you can fully comprehend the stories, use them to make the right decisions.
Nigerians continue to
travel the city of Lagos boasts and God as all
Be the first to know from the north, south, east, west and around Africa. We break the news.
We are one Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news breaks. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core TV News,
24-hour news station.
You can now watch Core TV News live from anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Core TV Primetime News.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. On Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Core TV, leave a space, then News. Core TV News, a 24-hour news station. Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates all gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of the people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of island.
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Every day, every hour, and every minute, news break in Nigeria. Things happen so fast, it's most times difficult to track and comprehend them. But that's what we do right here on Digi360. 2015, would you want to come back again?
It's like asking Jesus Christ if he knew he was going to die, will you want to come back as the savior of the world?
We do not just help you track the stories, we break them down, explore all the angles, analyze the issues so that you can fully comprehend the stories and use them to make the right decisions.
Nigerians continue to tonight. The city of Lagos burns a dog.
Be the first to know from the north, south, east, west, and around Africa. We break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news breaks. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core TV,
a 24-hour news station. Decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates all gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of the Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of island.
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Well, you're welcome back, and you're watching our continuing coverage of the Ekiti State governorship election. As we told you earlier, accreditation is still on the way, and as a matter of fact, we got a report not quite long ago from one of our correspondents on the ground in Ekiti State. That's Pius Samuel, who is in Afao. That is the hometown of the governorship candidate of the PDP, and he told us that accreditation began very early. People actually came out in their numbers to do the accreditation. Something very interesting about Afao town. Now, there are 6 candidates from that town that are taking part in this election. So you have 6 governorship candidates from one town, and I tell you, that's a town I know very well. It's not a big town. So for one town, 6 candidates. Well, you want to say that town, that's Afao town, is blessed to have 6 candidates. And of course, the town will be hoping that at least one of the candidates now would go on to win the election. But then we don't know. But we just want to let you know that accreditation is still underway. We understand that people came out very early to do the accreditation, and that it is still ongoing. And just some kind of incident from Afao. Well, the correspondent told us that at about 1 a.m. last night, that gunmen in security uniforms stormed the home of the Director General of the Fire Me Campaign Organization and arrested a number of people there, and including his 87-year-old mother. Now, we don't know what has actually old father, sorry. We don't know what has actually happened. We don't know why the security men would storm the home of the DG of the Fire Me Campaign organization. But things are still unfolding. We are going to keep watch. As soon as we get situation reports from Ekiti State now, we're going to let you know. But just so you know, in Afao Ekiti, the people came out early. We also understand in Ekiti as well. A lot of people came out to vote in Ekiti. By the way, it's under Irekpodu in Felodu local government area. That's where you have 54,430 registered voters. So we keep watch. Mr. Balazaka is still here with me, and quite interesting to have 6 candidates from one town. The people have left. No, come on.
No.
Come on.
You see, I told you. I
Six
told
candidates
you.
it means
in Nigeria we do things in the reverse manner. The question is this: if all of you have these ideas, you have these ideologies and philosophies, why can't you synchronize them?
Because they're obviously going to divide their votes in that local government area.
Why wouldn't you synchronize your thoughts? And that's why we still go
one town. And you know, Ekiti State is a place I know very well. Most of the towns are just by the side of the road. They are not really big. So if you have one town producing 6 candidates,
so what the question is this:
that's a record, I think.
It's a record, but it's not a record that is worthy of praise or emulation. It simply tells you that there is no understanding.
Well, it's democracy. People should.
It also makes you understand that the town is divided. The town is divided, and anything that is divided is likely to be weakened. What we are saying is that in situations like this, and we will still say the same thing. If I have it, Deji, you have it, Mr. A, Mr. B, Mr. C has it, why can't we rally round one person and bring forth that idea? And that was why we said a lot of people who go into governance now, you know, don't think through. In the days of people like Per Hour will project and say the population is X. In 10 years' time, it's likely to be X plus Z. What should be my focus?
Well,
what will I do?
That's a record, and I think people should note that.
But it's not a record that is worthy of praise or emulation. What it simply tells you is this: it tells you that ideas and ideologies could not be synchronized to produce one strong ideology or philosophy.
How interested do you think the president would be in the outcome of this election, President Goodluck Jonathan?
Well,
because some people have said, look,
to be honest,
this election is also about him.
To be honest with you, I think the president is saddled with so many issues. In fact, the president's issues, let me answer it this way. The president's problems are national problems, are hydra-headed. He will just hope and pray that this one ends peacefully so that he continues to tackle the insecurity.
That is actually not what I mean when I ask the question. I mean, politically speaking now, people have said, look, this election is very important for the president. The president's party needs to make a very strong showing. The president would be hoping that
it's only a matter of days to the June 21 election
wins in this election. We have visuals now from Ekiti State that the president would be hoping his candidate wins, because the outcome of this election would determine what the president's performance would be in the Southwest in 2015.
No way. The president's party's candidate winning is not going to be a measure of the trust Nigerians repose in the president. It will not have any correlation with the way the president is fighting corruption or insecurity.
Not at all. Not at all. It would not. But I'm talking about politics. I mean, let's just assume
it's not going to.
The president has not told us he's going to run for 2015, but the general assumption is that he would run.
Yes.
Now, should the everybody knows, I mean, political analysts know that the president has a problem in the Southwest, and it's very likely if the president chose to run in 2015, he just might not be able to pull the kind of miracle he pulled in 2011 when he won virtually all of the Southwest.
Correct.
That may not happen this time because the opposition is stronger and you may not have that pact now between him and some members of the opposition. So it's very important for the president, for the party, the PDP, to make a strong showing in Ekiti, possibly win the election.
Make a strong show.
And possibly win.
Possibly,
so
but
send the message that
not necessarily winning. I think what I would want, what the president will be interested in is, first of all, yes, like any other person with interest, you know, his candidate, the candidate of his party should put a very strong fight, not really fight, you know, Nigerians interpret, put a strong game, but is the peaceful manner and the credible manner within which these elections will be concluded, I think is what will be more beneficial to the president, because that will just guarantee to him.
When you look at the build-up to this election, look at the...
It has painted the president negative.
Look at the exactly. Look at the tension we've had and all of that. Do you think peaceful election is a priority for now, or a particular outcome is more important?
The particular outcome is not going to be, because the build-up already has painted the president and his party in bad light. What the president will be more interested in is, already the place is looks regimented and militarized. The president will be more interested in how peaceful it will be, but will shout hallelujah if his candidate wins. But if his candidate doesn't win but puts a strong show, the president can use that and say, you guys perceived me as somebody that wanted to militarize that place, but you can see how peaceful we have conducted this election. We want to take it like that to 2015. I'm telling you, what the president is more interested in how peaceful it will be, because as Nigeria will say, the build-up has already potted the image of the president and his party.
Now it's a long time I heard that.
So
language.
There is a need to cleanse that. Is the cleansing and that cloudy, opaque nature that the president wants to do away with. And if he does away with, he can use that, I am telling you, as a selling tool to say, we can deliver it. And when we get to 2015, based on Ekiti, whoever wins will actually be given the opportunity to lead the country. He will be more interested in that. If his candidate wins, and the whole thing ends in a cloudy and opaque situation, looks militarized, people look disenfranchised, I am telling you, it will not add an icon to him.
Would you then say, I mean, taking from what you said, would you then say that, you know, the build-up to this election, of course, as you said, has been very negative on the president?
Yes, and his party.
Would you say it has tainted the process even before that process begins, and that it might taint the outcome of this election?
It might, because
the outcome of this election would be called to question whether or not we like it, just because of the build-up we've had.
It will most importantly be called to question and serious probe if the candidate from the president's party wins, because the coloration during the build-up was not too good. It was looking like something that will be skewed to favor the president's party's candidate. And that was why I said the president is a national president. He's a father of all. And in national interest, what he's supposed to sell is not to say my candidate won, but I promise you credible election in Ekiti. We delivered credible election. I promise you crisis-free election, and we delivered crisis-free election. I promise you that there will be transparency, there will be equity. Give me the chance in 2015. I will display those indices of credibility. And that can be taken advantage of. And that's how I see the president really coming. He should be more interested, because Ekiti is just one out of 36 states.
But you know what I think? I think beyond that, the president should also be interested, or would definitely be interested in the outcome.
There will always be self-interest. Obasanjo displayed it. Barack Obama will display it. Robert Mugabe will display it, Jacob Zuma displayed, Nelson Mandela displayed it, everybody will do the same, you know. But there are certain things, depending on the issues on the ground, certain things will be your priority as a national leader, because it's the totality of the national contributions and the feelings, positively or negatively, that will give you the opportunity to lead again, especially if you are looking for a further opportunity, as in the case of Mr. President. But if you dwell on just saying, I want to have this one my own way, right, hijack it, the negative publicity that will follow you, the bashing and the bantering, will be more venomous than the venom of a viper on your party and yourself.
Anyway, so at the end of the day, Mr. Zaka, what do you think we'll be talking about by tomorrow?
Well,
I think because by tomorrow we expect the result to be out. Do you think there will be more complaints than, you know,
I can't tell you what we will be talking about, but I can tell you what we wish and will hope to talk about. We will wish and hope that tomorrow at this time, we will be, when analyzing, we will get it on a clean slate that no life was lost, no bullets were fired, people were not macheted, right? And to a great extent, somehow, somewhere, the gladiators, in other words, the 18 candidates, at some points decided that the state interest of Ekiti should be a priority. That was why I said is hope and what we pray for.
That's what everybody in Ekiti State will be praying for, and indeed everybody across Nigeria. Mr. Zaka, thank you very much for coming on the program, and thank you very much for your wonderful contributions.
Thank you, and good luck Nigeria, good luck Ekiti.
All right, we'll take a short break now. When we come back, we'll continue this discussion, but let's just tell you that accreditation is still on. We expect accreditation to end at 12 or 12:30 if INEC chooses to extend, and then voting begins immediately, and voting ends at 4 o'clock. So after 4 o'clock, we should begin to have an idea of how this election has played out and who has won and who has actually lost. Stay with us, don't go away. We'll have more details on this election for you coming right after the break.
Nigerians continue to
the city of Lagos burns the dog.
Be the first to know from the north, south, east, west and around Africa. We break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news breaks. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core TV,
24-hour news station. It will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates all gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of INEC.
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Welcome back. Now, this is our continuing coverage of the Ekiti State governorship election, and just to bring you up to speed with what is happening in Ekiti State right now, accreditation is still going on. We understand the people are coming out in their numbers to have the accreditation done, but as usual, we're getting the usual story you get during elections in Nigeria. INEC has not been completely up to scratch. We understand materials have still not gotten to some of the polling units. As a matter of fact, in one local government area, we understand security personnel were not provided to escort INEC officials, as the ad hoc staff now of INEC, to go to the polling unit. So, you know, you always would have this logistics nightmare, and INEC would always tell us it is on top of its game, but then this is a recurring story. Anytime there's election in this country, you have this situation of materials not arriving on time. Let's just hope the problems are sorted out and that voting begins at 12 or 12:30 whenever INEC chooses to open the voting process. But let's take you through some of the statistics again. As we told you, we actually have 16 local government areas in Ekiti State where election would be taking place. 16 local government in all. Now, to be elected governor, the Constitution says, well, the candidate who emerges winner would have to win the highest number of votes cast in the election and would also have to win 25% or 1/4 of the votes in 2/3 of the local government areas of the state. So basically what we're saying is, for anybody to be declared governor or winner of this election at the end of the day, that individual, that candidate must win the majority of the votes cast in this election. That's not just win the entire local government areas. You must win the majority of votes cast in the election. Then the second condition, you must get 25% in 2/3 of all these local government areas. So 2/3 of 16 would give you about 10.1. We are approximating that to say it's 11. So if a candidate gets the highest number of votes cast and the candidate wins in 11 out of the 16 local government areas, that candidate would be declared governor. That's the way it is. And then 16 local government areas, you have their capitals there, and these are the federal constituencies. Altogether, 6 of them, 2 in the south, 2 in the south, 2 in the central, 2 in the north, 2 central, and 2 in the south. Federal constituencies now. Now, these are the senatorial districts. Election now will be fought not just at the local government area. You have the federal constituencies, of course, which is a breakdown from the local government, and then you have the senatorial district. Let's just give you some information now about the senatorial district. The governorship candidate of the APC is from Ekiti North Senatorial District, and then the governorship candidate of the PDP is from this senatorial district, Ekiti Central. Now, same thing as the governorship candidate of the Labour Party, Ekiti Central. The governorship candidate of Accord Party, Kole Ajayi, Ekiti Central. And then do not also forget, we told you earlier that in Afao, that's the hometown of the governorship candidate of the PDP, that's Ayo Fayose. There are 6 candidates from that town alone. So 6 candidates running from just one town. So quick means we're looking for Ekiti Central alone. We're looking at about 8 or so candidates running from Ekiti Central Senatorial District. That's surely going to be a battle because, of course, they'll have to split the vote among themselves. And do not also forget, Ekiti Central is where the state capital is. And the state capital, Ado, actually has the highest number of registered voters. So in spite of the fact that the governor is from Ekiti North, he will be aiming to make a very strong showing in Ekiti Central. Why? Because that's where the state capital is. The governor would be hoping that what he's done in the state capital, whatever transformation he says is carried out in the state capital, he'd be hoping that would convince the people to vote for him. So Ekiti Central is a battleground. All the candidates will be aiming to win big there. Quite important. And then you have Ekiti South. Ekiti South, of course, the candidates would also be hoping they get enormous number of votes from Ekiti South. Now, the registration areas, we know that 177, and let's take a look at the number of registered voters. This is the official number of registered voters, 732,166. But you know what? On election day, you would not expect that all the registered voters would come out to vote. It doesn't play out that way. And then INEC has now told us that about 255,000 or so would not be voting. Why? Because they do not have the permanent voters card. So take 250-something thousand from this, you end up with around 400 plus or so. And now you would also be hoping that that 400 would come out to vote. And it doesn't work that way. So we're looking at a situation where the outcome of this election, the number of people who would actually go out to cast their vote might possibly, we do not know. This is just to hazard a guess now. could just be in the region of 300,000, 200, even 150,000 or 100 plus. Do not forget, in Anambra State in 2010, when they had the governorship election there, something like that happened. As a matter of fact, only around 100 and something thousand people actually came out to vote to choose, because most of the registered voters did not find their names on the voters register. This time, it is not a question of this registered voters now not finding their names on the voters register. INEC says they do not have the permanent voters card. So about 200 and something thousand would not be voting. And I tell you, that is really, really huge. Now, this is a breakdown of the valid registered voters according, going by the local government areas. Now, we told you about Ado. Ado has 134,141 voters, registered voters, and that's the reason we told you Ado will surely be a battleground. All the candidates will be aiming to win big around here. Also, Irekpo, the fellow of the local government area, the candidates will be hoping to win big there, and that local government area is where we told you Ayo Fayose comes from that area, Bamidele Okpeyemi comes from that area, and 6 other candidates. They're all from this. So it's really huge. It's really, really huge. And the governor himself is from Oye. The incumbent governor from Oye, you have 45,918 registered voters there. So they would be hoping that, that the turnout is impressive and that this number come out. But I don't see it working out that way. Now, this is a breakdown according to the senatorial district. Ekiti North Senatorial District, the total number of registered voters there, valid registered voters, I should say, 190,628. Now, look at Ekiti Central. That is why that senatorial district is very important. Ado is very important. Look at it, 301,756 registered voters. And Ekiti South not doing badly, doing very well. Quite a number of registered voters there. So the candidates will be, I expect that the candidates would have campaigned intensively around here as well. 239,782 registered voters. And of course, women have a big role to play in this election. As a matter of fact, if any candidate ignores the women, that candidate would be doing so at their own peril. Look at the number of registered female voters, 51% compared to 49% of male. So you would expect that the candidates now of the various political parties would have campaigned intensively, would have targeted their campaign, I should say, at the women folk, because to a large extent, we all know that women more than men come out to vote on election day. The number of polling units, 2,195, and of course you have the breakdown of the polling units there, and the number of voting areas, that's where people would actually go to vote, 2,803, and there you have a breakdown of the voting points, and then you have the candidates. And I should say the candidates are very well educated. Look at them. Some having a bachelor's degree. Well, this is the only candidate, I think, who has an SSCE. That's Okpeyemi Folayemi Akinyemi SSCE. Anyway, the Constitution requires that you have a minimum of SSCE to run for the position of governor. At least for now, we understand the National Assembly is actually trying to amend that aspect of the Constitution to require a diploma. Of course, you have the major contenders, 18 candidates contesting, but these are the guys we consider the major contenders. These are the candidates. You have Okpeyemi Bamidele of the Labour Party, the incumbent governor, Kayode Fayemi of the APC, Kole Ajayi of Accord Party, and then you have the former governor, Ayo Fayose of the PDP. Now, we're going to take a short break here. When we come back, we'll have another guest join us on the program to do more analysis of this election. Don't go away.
Core TV News, expanding your view. It will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 13 candidates all gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's modesty of INEC.
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Welcome back, and if you've just joined us, you're watching our continuing coverage of the Ekiti State governorship election. Joining us right now is one of our correspondents, Biola, who is in Ekiti West local government area. Biola, tell me exactly where you are and what is going on there.
Okay, I am in Ekiti West local government, specifically in Junior Town. Now, Ward 5, the people of Oyomokori and the farm settlement are arguing on where to site the polling unit for Ward 5.
Are you saying accreditation has not started in that area if they are arguing over where to site?
Have not started there, and according, I just spoke to the INEC supervising resident commissioner of INEC in Ekiti West local government now, Malam Sadiq Abubakar Musa, saying that they are calling for a reinforcement of security agents to ensure that each of the towns shift ground on where the polling booth should be sited. And if they fail to do that, they have the power to cancel the election.
Tell me, why are the people fighting? Why are they bickering over where the polling unit should be sited?
Okay, initially, the Holy Spirit was on fire in the farm settlement, where some people claim that the place is now obsolete. The place is now people are not appealing the place any longer. Some people are now claiming that they should move the polling unit to Oyomokori from Ireju, which is not going down with others are claiming that the polling unit should be left at Ireju town, Ireju farm settlement.
This is really serious. So what exactly has the INEC has the head of the INEC there now? That's the electoral officer has
the head of the INEC here. His position is the same to abide with what he's saying. He has said they should write a letter to INEC. He said he has called the INEC chairman, Professor Atari Rujega, and he has put him on speaker for the people to shift ground to ensure that they have the election. As I speak to you now, accreditation have not started yet.
And this is past 11 a.m. accreditation, and we understand voting is supposed to be, accreditation is supposed to end at 12?
By 12, yes. And from the looks of things now, if they fail to do the accreditation before 12, all the voters here, because I learned there are 240 registered voters in Ward 5. Will be disenfranchised.
But did the INEC officials get there early enough?
Yes. They said they got to the site 8 a.m. Aside this in Ekiti West, all the places visited, it has been each free. Electoral officers were seen at the different polling units as at 8 a.m.
And how has the turnout been? I mean, turnout of voters.
Very massive across local government.
All right, thank you very much, Biola. Thank you very much. Just keep us posted for the developments. We just hope the people are able to resolve their problem there, get the polling unit sited somewhere, and begin accreditation right away. Thank you very much, Biola. But just keep tabs on further developments there, right? Well, our correspondent Biola there telling us that in Ward 5 in Erigion, that's somewhere around the Ekiti West local government area, that the people are actually bickering, arguing over where the polling unit should be sited, and this is past 11. It's actually surprising because we understand INEC officials actually got to that area early enough, as early as 8 a.m., and the people just can't seem to agree on where the polling unit should be sited. Fighting over where a polling unit should be sited at about 11 a.m. then that's terrible, because they run the risk of not taking part in this process. And do not forget, he said, as our correspondent said there, 240 registered voters. And I've been joined by Mr. Gbenga Onaiga. Thank you very much for coming on this special program looking at Ekiti State governorship election. Tell us what you make of this argument. It's quite surprising. In the past, it would be that INEC did not arrive at a polling unit on time, but in this case, I'm talking about a region that our correspondent just told us about. The INEC officials got there on time, and the people can't seem to agree where to site the polling unit.
It's disappointing, really. Something as trivial as, or as simple as where to site a polling unit. I mean, it's been argued upon barely 30 minutes to the close of accreditation. Who would have expected the people to have raised this issue before now? Because I expect them to have known the location of a polling unit. Maybe it's one of the polling units newly established anyway. But I want to believe that there is more to it. Maybe the communities or the people involved had some other problems before now. If not so, I mean, I'm sure it's the same vicinity. It's a matter of casting their vote. They are there already, but bring it here, take it there. It's unfortunate, and I won't be surprised. And I will support INEC if the people refuse to sort out their differences. INEC should just cancel the voting there.
Because that's a recipe for crisis.
That is it. I mean, we had the reporter saying things are going on fine in other places. So it can't, because of just one polling unit, mess up the whole thing.
Let's look at the number of registered voters in this election, 733,100 and something. And then INEC has said about 200 and something thousand would not be allowed to vote because they don't have their permanent voters card. And of course, you take that number out from the 700 and something thousand, you're left with somewhere around 400,000. You think from what he's told us now that we're having massive turnout, but then we also know that not all the voters will come out to vote. Do you think we're looking at an election that would probably produce very few number of registered voters, maybe in the region of 100 and something thousand, eventually would have to decide who the governor of Ekiti State would be?
It's not out of place. I believe INEC should be firm. People were given enough time, enough opportunity to collect the permanent voter's card. And if INEC decides to bend the rules this time around, that okay, let's take the temporary card. I can assure you, when it's time for the elections proper next year, the general election, people may make a similar request. So it's like I see it as a sort of a signal to the rest of us out there, yet to collect our permanent voters register, to do so before the general election, because that is the ultimate, because people can play games with this temporary voters card thing. So I see nothing bad in it.
Tell me how important you think this election is, because people have said, look, this is just not, this is a dress rehearsal for 2015. That the outcome of this election is not just important for one political party, it's important for basically two political parties, the APC and the PDP, that this is some kind of proxy war now between the president and the leaders of the APC.
Well, yes, I enjoy what is happening. I'm really enjoying it. Beside the violence that erupted some days to the election proper, I abhor that, and I believe whoever is interested in the entrenchment of democracy in this country should condemn the violence. Besides that, the way things have been going on, a couple of days we had stories about Fayoshe's, whether he will be disqualified or not, or even EFCC talking about it. And it's all, people are playing games, because I was wondering that when I declared the man, when the due process, so to speak, was followed, where were they? Why should it be a few days to the election? These are things you expect in politics. And it will either work against him or work for him. I mean, anyway, this is not the time to go into details of, the laws are there to guide us. I see the conduct of this election as a pointer to what's likely to happen in the general election proper. But one interesting thing I'm seeing this morning, and I'm very happy about it as one of those really eager to see a free and fair election, for goodness sake, next year, is what's been reported about INEC so far. They got to the materials from what you've had so far.
That they got there very early.
Very early, and then they turn out impressive. Sincerely, that's my prayer for next year's
well, after
election.
the fiasco in Anambra State, you would expect INEC to up its game, because that's what Professor Tahiru Jaga told the country then, that what happened in Anambra would definitely not happen.
I think they are working towards that. I watched on your station the other time when the materials arrived. The agents of parties were there, observers were there, the resident electoral commissioner, even Professor Olurode, who is the National Electoral Commissioner for that, I think, Southwest Zone, geopolitical zone, was right there. Transparency in action. So, so far, I'm impressed with the seriousness with which INEC is handling this election. It's obvious to some of us that they really want a free and fair election and for the best candidate to emerge. It's now left for us as a people to also play our own part. Like the game that is happening at Erigin or so, I don't find it funny at all. I don't find it, if the case is not taken, that will be magnified by a section of the media, and before you know, nobody talks about, like what happened in Anambra. I'm not saying the mix up somewhere in one of the local governments or so units is good. However, it was generally peaceful. We all know what worked out in Anambra. Some people went to the grassroots and campaigned thoroughly, while others, relied solely on Lagos, Abuja media, and what have you. So people were not really, the real people voted, as far as I'm concerned.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you this.
Okay.
I asked you the question, but let me just put it in another way.
Okay.
Let's take a look at the PDP and the APC.
Yeah.
Tell me what they have at stake in this election.
They have a lot at stake, because it's from all indications like PDP is determined to wrestle that state back. Mind you, the PDP was in charge before the courts, ruled, and then APC or AC, and then took over, and what have you. It's interesting the way PDP has really bounced back, because when you watch the two candidates, I'm talking about the two candidates of APC and they really worked hard. They didn't take chances at all, and that's how it should be. Beside the violence, I mean, we should all condemn that, but they all campaigned vigorously.
Do you think
Fayose did not say that, yes, I was there and I will get it back on a platter of gold? He went all out, and the incumbent governor did not take chances. And I like that. If he comes back, he will know that is he just fold his arms and then he will want to work. He really is working hard to bounce back, and that's how it should be. Let people work for whatever victory.
Some people have said the president is showing enormous interest in this election, and that the reason is just simple and straightforward. 2015, if he chose to run, he needs the Southwest, and that now is the time for him to make a statement on the Southwest, that if the party is able to get Ekiti State, then he would be on the road to probably reclaiming Southwest for himself in 2015.
If I were to be in the shoes of the president, I would do the same thing. Mind you, the president is basically a politician. If he decides to contest, he needs Southwest. At worst, you will want the whole of Southwest, or at least split the vote of Southwest. So you expect him to show interest in what is happening in the election in Southwest, in Ekiti, and then Osun. It's understandable.
How devastating would it be for the APC? I mean, we're not talking about the outcome, but we just have to say this. How devastating do you think it will be for the APC to lose this?
I remember, maybe it's too early to talk about losing now, because I remember an interview later, Chief Obafemi Awolowo granted, I think towards the 1983 election, on live TV then, and he was asked this question that Mr. Presidential candidate said, if you lose this election, what would be your attitude? And he gave it back to the interviewer that, please don't tell me about losing, because like a student working hard, reading hard for an exam, maybe on the eve of his exam, and you are now asking him, if you lose, that is negative, that he is going
well, they say in politics, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Anyway, let me go back to football. I just like that response, because yes, he eventually lost that election, but he made it clear that he was not working towards losing. He was determined to win and stuff like that. It would be devastating for APC to lose this election, because we all know the Southwest is a stronghold of APC.
Especially when you consider the fact that the APC has lost a series of elections. It lost Anambra, it lost the by-election in Delta. It has to end that losing streak.
APC is soft-holding its arms, and you know, that's why, I mean, the governors were mobilized to move in some days ago, but something happened, they couldn't. So it's all politics, and APC would like to do everything possible to hold on to that state.
All right, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we have one of our correspondents, Rashid. Rashid, if you can hear me, Rashid, tell us exactly where you are and give us a situation report from there.
Hello?
Hello, Rashid, if you can hear me, I'm asking for a situation report of from where you are.
Okay, right now, the situation is
no, first of all,
peaceful here.
Just hold on. First of all, I want you to tell us where exactly you are before you go on.
Okay. Right now, we are in Ishon, the hometown of the city governor, Governor Kadi Fayemi.
Okay.
And the polling unit where we are now is the front of Akpata's house. And the unit code is 009 in Ishon,
the
town of the sitting governor here in our local government. That's exactly where we are now. And right now, of course, we're through with the residents of Ishon here. And they're all through with their accreditation right now.
Oh, really?
Waiting for the arrival of the governor to come so that he and his family actually, the people were actually waiting for now. The security men, the press crew from different private own stations were all present here waiting for the arrival of the governor.
So basically what you're telling us is that the governor and his wife or family members have not done the accreditation. You're waiting for them to come do the accreditation, right?
Yes, exactly. They are not yet arrived now, and before now, of course, a lot of things have been happening here. We have over 288 valid register voter, but not all of them were allowed to be allowed for accreditation.
Why?
Because they do not. Some of them do not have the permanent voter card. As a result of that, they were turned back, and this obviously it shows that they were not quite happy with this development so far.
So you mean most of them didn't know that they would not be allowed to do accreditation and vote without their permanent voter's card?
Well, the body language from some of them who were turned back home is that they understood that they were supposed to do accreditation. Maybe lack of education, or maybe they were not just would I say briefed very well on how to go about it. But they were here, and of course this morning we saw some of them turn back a development which some of them were not quite happy with, obviously.
Are you getting a sense, Rashid, are you getting a sense of enthusiasm from the... Okay, I understand you're actually Frank. I'm sorry, I got your name wrong now. Are you getting a sense of enthusiasm from the people that they actually want to take part and they want to vote?
Yes, especially with some who have a regional voter card, I mean the permanent voter card, were actually happy. They came out en masse to exercise their voting right, and they were quite happy with the development, especially the presence of the security men. The whole place is peaceful, except for that the situation earlier that I said they were not allowed for the accreditation because some of them do not have the permanent voter card. Except for that, but as it is now, most of them, they were all happy that they came out to be, accredited when voting will start.
So basically, you're telling us that INEC officials arrived at the polling unit on time, materials got there on time for accreditation to have ended by this time.
Yes, the INEC officials here in Ishon, at the hometown of the sitting governor, Kadi Fayemi, they arrived at about 8:10 a.m. a.m. in the morning, and the accreditation didn't start until about 8:49 a.m. In the morning. That's exactly the time accreditation started proper in the morning.
All right, Frank, thank you very much for giving us that situation report. Just keep a tab on developments there and let us know if anything significant crops up, right?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just before I hang up,
okay.
There's been a helicopter hovering around in the town, here, the hometown of the sitting governor. I guess it's just a security surveillance to announce the coming of the arrival of the governor. So everyone here, the press crew, both the security men, we're all waiting for the arrival of the governor.
But I hope that people are not scared. I mean, that the huge security presence in the state is not putting them off or putting them away from coming out to exercise their franchise.
Not at all. Most of them are even happy with the development so far. But earlier, about 1 or 2 hours ago, we have the National Commissioner for INEC walking here. And according to him, he actually accused the security men of delay, some hiccups, such as late arrival of INEC officials in some polling booths around here. Why? Because they were supposed to accompany them to some of these polling units here, but some of them actually didn't, live up to that responsibility on time. So some of them actually, but here specifically, they arrived 10 minutes past 8 in the morning. But in some other polling units around Oyo local government, we heard, according to information, some of them arrived late because the security men were not on ground on time to accompany them because of the sensitive materials they have to convert to different polling units around the Oyo local government here.
All right, Frank, thank you very much for that update. Just stay in touch, right?
Yep, thank you very much.
Yeah. All right, our correspondent Frank reporting from Ishon, that's in Oyo local government area where the governorship candidate of the APC and the incumbent governor comes from. I still have Mr. Oniagi here with us. Onayiga here with us. Sorry, I'm sorry about that. Now, it's quite surprising what we're getting, the kind of information we're getting. INEC seems to be ready now, but the security guys are not up to the scratch, because we got a report earlier from one of our correspondents he said the same thing, that the INEC official said, look, they came very early, they were waiting for security men to come accompany them to the polling units. The security men just didn't show up. Now we have that situation here again. So this time it's not INEC, it's the security agencies.
That's quite unfortunate, because I think we have up to 12,000 police. 12,000
policemen.
And not talk of
and
civil defense.
Civil defense, about 12,000 as well.
I mean, there's no reason for that. And one will have, I don't know. It's all these stories. You keep learning every day. We keep making all these mistakes, logistics, and what have you. We hope it will be perfected. I've been one of the advocates of staggered election, and that's what is happening. Thinking that to give us all the time, to really mobilize, like what's happening now. So many resident electoral commissioners right now in the Ekiti and what have you. So there shouldn't be any reason for all these lapses. Now INEC seems to be getting it right, but the security agencies are more or less messing up some aspects of this election. I hope that will be perfected, because we saw the IG the other time, assuring Ekiti people and even the Nigerians of the readiness of the police to do this. Because I'm talking about the police now, because I mean, the police stands out, so to speak, in the whole arrangement. So it's unfortunate. I want to believe it's all these.
And there's no question that INEC will be under enormous pressure to perform, given what happened in Anambra State. In fact,
I've attended some of the briefings, in Abuja, and I could see the seriousness. The guy doesn't want to fail. He knows he has a name to protect, and if he cannot get it right with Ekiti and Osun, then forget about next year. So they are very eager to get things right. But I don't know, they call it human problem or whatever, all these issues. But these things should have been envisaged. For instance, the security men accompanying the INEC officials, one would have expected them to to be located near where those officials will be. Since last night, there are people who have taken part in as electoral officers and everything. Already they are supposed to sleep in a particular place so that they can take off early in the morning. INEC seems to have fixed that one properly, but now the security agencies, we hope something will be done urgently too.
Well, we hope something is done, but look at the candidates. 18 candidates for just one position. You think it's a healthy development? And then I also want you to also consider the fact that in a particular town you have 6 candidates.
I love when I had that analysis. Let me commend you the way you just broke everything down, and I was even wondering what is left for some of us to analyze, because you just painted a picture. But from experience, I see something happening. I think it's deliberate, because some of these candidates are spoilers, so to speak. It's good for democracy. Let as many candidates come out. However, it's not tidy.
Not tidy.
It's not tidy. And again,
some are just not serious.
I said it's deliberate because they're from the same place with a candidate. I can bet my life for it. In a couple of hours after the declaration of a particular candidate or whatever, you see some of these candidates almost immediately, they must have been writing their speeches now, declaring support, conceding.
So even if they had just 2 or 3 votes.
It's part of the game, because some of them, they knew all along that they will not make it. And why are they from a particular location with a similarly strong candidate? It's just to
whittle down his votes.
Exactly. So that's what is playing out. Again, I'm happy about what's happening in this country. We are now, it's obvious that 2 parties are now evolving naturally. I was an advocate of 2-party system. We're part of the other arrangement under Babangida, so to speak. I was a journalist. I'm still a journalist. But we believe that we needed 2 strong parties. Then SDP and NRC. But what went wrong, was the imposition of those parties by government. That was the only thing that was wrong. Ideologically fantastic, a little to the left and a little to the right, But it was criticized just because Babangida then seemed to have imposed those parties. But what is playing out now is that 2 strong parties are evolving, And when we talk about Ekiti, Sisele, we talk about PDP and APC. Others are just supporting. So eventually, in a couple of years, I see Nigeria, doing something similar to what is happening in the US now, having 2 strong political parties. So the question of 18 candidates contesting this election, forget it.
Do you think this election, the outcome of this election, will throw out the kind of controversy we saw in the last election, the last governorship election in Ekiti State was, well, permit my use of the word, crazy. The election lasted for a very long time. At some point, it was declared inconclusive. Then they had this supplementary election.
Anambra, you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about Ekiti. Okay. Ekiti, yes, the last governorship election, the one that produced, and eventually, of course, the case went to court and all of that. You look at all of that. You think this will be different? You think at the end of this election, you would have a situation where the other candidates will just say, okay, guys, we concede defeat. You have won. We accept. You think that's going to play out this time?
That's my prayer. We should be growing. By now, we should be seen to have learned some lessons. And I want to believe that the candidate that loses will concede.
Sorry, let me just pause you there. Oh, we lost that signal. Well, that's the governor of Ekiti State. That's the incumbent governor actually going to cast his vote. We're still going to bring you that picture again. So just continue to stay with us. We lost the signal. We're going to come back to that.
That's politics in action, because this is barely
almost 12 o'clock.
Almost 12 o'clock. The agriculture will stop at 12.
Or 12:30.
Or 12. No, whoever is on that line.
Yeah, exactly. They would have to finish the accreditation before.
Once you join the line, even a minute to 12, the rule is that it should be accredited.
And that is true. So there's nothing wrong with that.
But it's part of the game. If not, so why wait till now? Anyway, it's understandable. It's understandable. And going back to the question, you asked about
whether the losers would concede defeat, congratulate the winner, and let things just go, and not have this long drawn legal process like we had in 2010 back the last election.
We pray will not go to that kind of situation, disturbing the courts about things, about this game called politics. And we believe the people of Ekiti and the candidates, particularly the leading candidates, they've learned their lessons, are enlightened enough to learn to concede defeat.
And the way the process is transparent.
Yes, and the way INEC is going about it, if sincerely INEC continues to be up and doing, and if candidates are convinced that yes, this thing was done transparently, I see the candidates conceding defeat. There's nothing bad in it. Let's try it for once, for goodness sake.
And I think you're right. I mean, when a candidate knows the process is very transparent, free and fair, it will just be useless going to court.
It will be useless. But let's go back to the instance of Arigideo, where people were, I mean, we've not had any big name actually been at the forefront of that disagreement. We were to locate the polling booth. But these things are distracting, which they should be discouraged. They should be discouraged. Just citing polling vote and 200 so candidates will, voters will be disenfranchised. It will be very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate if that protest continues.
No, I mean you're quite right. But generally, how do you think this is going to play out eventually? You think everything is going to go on peacefully, because it's still early days yet. I mean, it's still accreditation. You normally would not have problems. It's voting, and after voting, that's when you begin to have some of the problems. That's when you begin to have, suggestions of people saying some candidates were trying to rig, or ballot paper tampering and all of that. But you expect this to go very well?
I do. One unique thing we've observed so far, as pointed out in your analysis, based on reports from the correspondents out there, and I'm quite impressed that you have quite a number of them who are giving us
scattered across the state actually.
One unique thing about what has happened, and which Nigerians should actually celebrate, is this idea of election materials getting to their destinations, to the various polling units in good time. Sincerely, maybe it's too early to start commending INEC, but we should give it to them that at least they play their part. In areas where these materials didn't get there in good time, you blame security agencies for that. And I wouldn't blame the officials too for not just going there without security agents. Nobody's in a hurry to die. Youth corps members are involved. We have our children out there. I would not advise my child, for instance, involved in that thing, to go there without being assured of a protection. So you can't blame INEC, you can't blame the ad hoc staff for that. You blame security agencies, and I believe they are trying to tidy things up. So you give INEC till about this time a pass mark on that. But the action proper is casting a vote and then counting
and collation,
and collation, and then this idea of what's it called now? Keeping a tab on the exercise. You see, because I hope you've resolved that. Because some parties are saying after voting, don't go far, stay there, and monitor the counting and the announcement. While security agencies are still advising that
as soon as you vote,
go. So that area is yet to be sorted out. To the best of my knowledge, has started to be corrected, because the fear of security agencies that if people hang around,
they
might cause trouble. You see. However, from experience, some politicians are saying no. It's not enough for you to cast your vote. You must hang around, witness the counting of the votes, and then the announcement of results in that particular polling unit, so that you can also take note. And at the end of the day, while INEC is doing its own collation, you do your own collation and see whether they tally.
So as the people go to vote now, what do you think will rank most in on their minds? Because some people have done an analysis of the average Nigerian voter that usually, most times, voters don't really vote on issues, that they vote on sentiments. So what do you think?
In the case of Ekiti, you gave the analysis now, and the former guest, that every compound, every household has a number of professors. They are quite enlightened. It's not just one of those states. It's a state that is highly.
So you think the elections will be this election will be about issues and not?
I think it should be about issues, because
it should be. It should be. Not sure.
It will be. It will be, because I believe people are educated enough in Ekiti to know who is deceiving who. Interestingly, the two major candidates have had an opportunity to have ruled that state, so to speak. Ifeanyi is still there. I promise you so thing, and they have told us.
You would expect that the people would sit down and say, okay, let's compare their performance in office. Let's see what candidate A did while he was in office compared to what this guy did while he was in office, and then we'll do a comparison and we decide.
Exactly.
So you're saying, for instance, the candidate of the PDP and that of the APC will be judged on performance.
Yes, because even Fayose, he kept referring to what he did when he was there. I did this, I did that. And I like what one of the TV stations did recently, when some people came on air and denied certain things that a particular political party was making claims that were not tenable, and they took their camera to the areas concerned and then came up with a result that, I mean, we can't start going into details of that now, so I'll not be accused of influencing vote. It's good. The media too is doing well in terms of, it's not enough for people to come to the studio, or politicians to come to the studio and make serious allegations. You should go a step further to verify how authentic these allegations are. We saw that play out some days ago, and I urge our media houses to do more of that. Politicians cannot just be coming and opening their mouth and misleading us. We should verify.
Well, it's 12 o'clock. We just have to take a break here, and we'll come back and continue this discussion. So we'll take a break now. When we come back, this discussion continues, and of course, let's just go on the break, and when we come back, we'll have one of our correspondents give us a situation report from Ekiti.
Core TV News, expanding your view.
Welcome back. You're watching TVC News, Core TV. Sorry, I got that wrongly. Now you're watching Core TV News, continuing coverage of the Ekiti State governorship election. Now we have one of our correspondents, Biola Oluwole, who earlier told us about this incident in Erijiyong, where the people or the voters now were bickering over where to site the polling unit. We understand that situation has been resolved. Biola, bring us up to speed now. What has happened?
Okay, now the residents of both communities have resolved that, okay, one after the other, they will do the accreditation of the spot. They will move the polling unit first to Oyomokore community, where those residing there will cast their ballot. After casting their ballot, they will return the polling box back to the farm settlement.
I find this difficult to believe, Biola. What exactly is going on?
That is their agreement now. That is their agreement now. That is their agreement now. That they will send people to monitor those that will cast their ballot at Oyomokore farm settlement. After which, the INEC officials will return the ballot box back to farm settlement. That is the agreement. That is the agreement. And INEC officials here are in tandem with what they say.
Now, what is the distance between both settlements?
It's about 6 kilometers.
6 kilometers?
Yes.
So, yes. And what about accreditation? So, is accreditation going on where you are now?
Yes, they're about starting the accreditation here, but normally, voting is supposed to start by 12 noon.
Okay.
And this is 12:06. They're about to start the accreditation here.
So, are you saying after accreditation is done in that settlement, they will now move to the other settlement to do accreditation, then come back to this other settlement to vote before going back to the other settlement?
What they want to do now is, after doing the accreditation here, they will vote. We will now move it down to the other place to do the accreditation and vote as well.
It appears the people don't trust themselves at all.
Yeah.
Well, quite interesting, Biola, but you know, just keep a tab on the situation. Let us know how it all plays out, right? Well, our correspondent, quite a bizarre situation there, if you ask me. I mean, to have this kind of situation. I still have Mr. Onaiga with us here. I mean, it's quite bizarre and quite surprising.
But I'm quite impressed.
I've never heard. I've never seen.
But I'm impressed about what is happening. Every day, you know, there are very many variants of democracy, and democracy is all about is all about conflict and compromise.
Delays, 6 kilometers
yes.
apart.
There is more to it. I told you there must have been some other some differences between the two settlements or communities. But I like the ingenious way they've resolved their problem. The important thing for people to do accreditation and then to vote. If this will now make them not to be disenfranchised, so be it. So I like it. I like what is happening. I like what the chairman of INEC also did. Was reporter Bella told us that the electoral official had to put the people through on phone to Jega. And Jega, you know, I can imagine the chairman of an electoral body, national electoral body, talking
to a remote community.
It's okay. It shows the seriousness. It shows that the man who just wants to succeed and doesn't want a repeat of the Anambra incident. You know, but the people shouldn't have actually stressed the man.
Honestly, because I'm just wondering how long it will take to finish accreditation here. You do the voting and then you go to the other side, begin accreditation, and you do the voting.
If that will solve the problem, if that will not make the people to be disenfranchised, so be it.
Quite interesting. I mean, but we don't expect to get this kind of thing in other places.
I pray so.
It definitely would mar the process. It definitely would mar the process. Now, I want us to take a look at something. I mean, let us look at the various political parties now. Look at the task before them. You take a look at the Labour Party, for instance. In the entire state, it hasn't got any member in the State House of Assembly. It hasn't got a local government chairman. People would say it hasn't got, you know, what you want to call the critical foot soldiers to work for the candidate. So you would expect that that kind of candidate will have an uphill task in the elections.
I think Bayemi Bamidele wants to prove a point. We know that he's been a very, very close ally of the incumbent governor, Fayemi. Something went wrong somewhere along the line, and he decided to leave APC. Did he really join APC? He claimed he was a member of ACN, and then from there moved to Labour. So he's making a point, and even if he doesn't have his way this time around, he has become a force to be reckoned with.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just have to interrupt you there because we have Pius, one of our correspondents, who wants to give us a situation report. Pius, tell us what exactly is going on. Where are you? And tell us what is happening there.
Hello?
Yeah, Pius, just go on. We can hear you.
No, this is not Pius. This is Bede.
I got you wrongly. Yeah, thank you, Bede, for joining us on the program here in the studio. Tell us where you are and give us the situation report. What exactly is going on?
Okay, right now, Ado-Ekiti right now.
Oh, Ado-Ekiti.
Ado-Ekiti, yes, looking at solving the different polling units. I've been to in about the 13 polling units that they have here. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, just go on. I can hear you, Bede.
Yes, I've been to about 10 of them.
10 of them?
10 of them, and yes, 10 of them.
So what's the turnout been like?
The turnout, that's accreditation, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's been really okay. I mean, it's been very the electorate. I mean, the registered voters actually came out very well, and the crowd is quite much here on the queue, and it's been peaceful so far. It's been peaceful, no problem at all, no issue. We've had nothing at all to worry about in Ado-Ekiti. As regards to security, we have heavy presence of security operatives here. It's been peaceful so far.
Now,
except for 15 minutes ago when the Minister for the State Defense.
That's Musili Obanikoro. Is he there?
Obanikoro, yes, he came to Ajenosun, where he came with some military officers who.
Is he a monitor or an observer?
I'm not quite sure. It's not very clear exactly what he is representing here, but he came here and some shots were fired by the military personnel that came with him, and some people were picked up. I can actually confirm that some people were actually picked up, about 10 people.
Why did they fire?
Really, I really cannot say exactly. When the gunshots were fired, a lot of people thought it was a different situation entirely. They didn't actually realize that it was him until he came out, and the reason why he came there is not clear till now.
Now, tell us, it's already past 12. Has voting actually started?
Voting is going to start 12:30. Right now, they're just getting set. They're setting the voting points. They have been set up. The voting points in all of the polling units have been set up right now. People are queuing up. They're queuing up to start the voting process from 12:30. But voting, like I can confirm right now, will start 12:30.
All right, thank you very much, Bede, and please stay out of trouble and keep us updated, right?
All right.
Yeah. Quite surprising, Mr. Naiga, that you would have the Minister of State for Defense. He's not an observer. He's not a monitor. He's not even from the state.
He's from Southwest.
Well, he's from Southwest, but should he be there?
I wouldn't know what his mission is, really. And we need to get the other side of the story. It would be quite unfortunate if gets there and military men just shot into the air for nothing. That's why we need to really know or hear the other side.
And even if there was suspected trouble, do you just open fire?
Something must have led to it. What if he was being attacked? I mean, you don't expect...
well, we didn't get the information that the minister was being attacked. And
we need to hear
you know why I'm asking this question? Because a lot of people would ask the same question to say, look, the Minister of State for Defense is not an election official. He's not a part of INEC. He's not even from the state. He's basically, whether or not you like it, not a stakeholder as such. It's just because his party is taking part in the election. So if you have that kind of situation, it could inflame, such a situation could be inflammatory. Because, I mean, the opposition could just say, well, that they are being intimidated. You don't, and besides, INEC says there should be no movement. So why do you have a government? Why should you have a government official move around and be going round?
Who knows? Maybe he was moving to his hotel room and let me play the devil's advocate now.
Yeah.
You see, however, it's obvious that he doesn't really have any serious business, being there. Again, we are talking maybe because PDP, everything PDP.
No, but
you can as well.
It's
the Anambra election. The number of APC officials who are not from Anambra that were right there.
Now, because you talked about Anambra election, let me tell you what happened in Anambra. We remember it was a celebrated case. El Rufai went to Anambra.
Yes.
He was going to go out. The police said he is not from Anambra, that he is not one of the candidates taking part, that he had no business being there. And what happened? He was detained in his hotel room until the conclusion of the election. But it's not happening in this case.
We are not sure. Maybe Banukuru is not been allowed to move out of the hotel room.
Well, let me just break you here and take... let's listen to one of our correspondents now. Tell us exactly... what exactly is going on where you are?
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm exactly right now at Afao. Afao is a word under Irepodu.
And Afao, by the way, is the town where you have 6 candidates, right?
Yes, that's exactly where I am right now.
You are blessed to be there, Pius, to have 6 candidates come from where you are.
Yes.
Okay, go on.
All right. Right here in Afao, things are going on peacefully, and the people are actually friendly and orderly. I got here at exactly 6:30 a.m. and at that point, people were already standing trying to cross-check their names on the list of INEC. And I visited about, right here I have 160 polling units, and I have 38 polling points. Now, I visited about 10 polling points where, everything I saw was just orderly, and people were so calm. That's one. Like you rightly said, we have 6 candidates right here contesting for the government house.
Do the people feel they are special? I mean, of our people, do they feel they are very special and that they are so lucky to have 6 candidates?
Yes. They feel that they are very special because I spoke to some of the electorates here, and they are full of joy that such a thing is coming at such a time as this. That this has never happened in this place before.
It's actually it's a record in Nigeria, I should say.
Yes, it's actually mind blowing that 6 people could actually, decide to show their interest, in contesting for the governorship position or office.
Now,
right here.
Pius, just hold on. Tell us, how big is Afao town?
Afao town is relatively big. I don't know what I can compare it with in Lagos.
What is the total number of registered voters in that?
Yeah, the total number of registered voters. I visited some of the polling units, like I said earlier on. The numbers are ranges from 328 at unit 002. That's Ireward. That's Ireward 1.
Yeah.
And at another point, I have 322 voters.
Yeah.
That's at Ireward 2. Then at Osofa, give me a minute, at Ireward 3 too.
Yeah.
I have 260 voters.
Anyway, you don't even need to bother yourself, because altogether we know Afao is supposed to be under a record in fellow the local government area, right?
Yes.
So and altogether we have 54,430 registered voters there. So and Afao town is just one of the towns in that local government area.
Yes.
So has the governorship candidate of the PDP, has he come out to do his accreditation?
Yes, he actually did that some couple of minutes ago. He got accredited at 11:40 a.m. That's talking of Mr. Ayo Fayoshe. He got accredited at 11:40 a.m. and his supporters were all around, making the place so lively. Yes, in fact, he has a whole lot of supporters right here at his hometown.
Okay, has voting started now?
The voting will commence in the next 7 to 8 minutes. Voting starts at 12:30 p.m. according to the officials that we spoke to.
Okay, all right, Pius, just keep us up to speed with whatever happens in that area. I hope you're going to be there when voting begins.
All right, thank you so very much.
Yeah, thanks, Pius. One of our correspondents there reporting that so far, so good. And still quite interesting that you would have 6 candidates from one town. That's actually a record, to be frank. Now we were actually talking about the strength of the political parties. Of course, you talked about the Labour Party and the fact that the Labour Party candidate is just out to probably make a statement. But let us look at the PDP. It's out to make beyond the statement in this election. Don't you think so?
Yeah. PDP seems to be going all out to reclaim Ekiti. And when people talk about fielding Fayoshe, in view of the controversial nature.
Of course, I mean, no doubt he has a case in court. We all know that.
Well, it will not be the, like I said,
of course, I mean, everybody knows that, he's
how many public office holders have cases in court?
Do you think that could possibly work against him in this case?
It's not impossible. I mean, when the opposition, not necessarily opposition, I don't believe it is opposition, whatever. What we practice is a presidentialism, There's not much of this opposition thing. It's only in a parliamentary system of government that we hear. Anyway, that's it's a subject for another discussion. Because we mix up all these opposition of thing. Gali Naba tried to educate us on this years back when he was Speaker of the House of Representatives. He was talking about upper legislature, lower legislature. We get it wrong, and I blame the media for that.
That's a topic for
educate people. Anyway,
yeah.
I'm sorry to digress a bit. Talking about whether people have cases in court or not, I'm not saying it's ideal Once you've been indicted, ordinarily, even on moral ground, you are not supposed to contest. But this is Nigeria. You know how many public office holders across the parties who are having cases in court. So it's not enough to say just because the election is around the corner, he has a case and stuff like that. An average governor, yes, they enjoy immunity. But by the time EFCC visits a state, picks up the SSGs, Secretary of Government, Minister, Commissioner for Finance, Commissioner for Works, all the people, Chief of Staff, all the people around, you know the target is the governor. And they are preparing for the governor to leave that office, and they pick him up. You see? So there are many cases like that. When we talk about the
well, we have that in Adamawa now.
So having cases here and there in Nigeria, present in Nigeria, is no big deal. It's just that just because elections around the corner, people have been using that against Fayose, maybe in other climes on moral ground. Some people say, okay, since I have a case in court, let me relax now, win that case, and then contest for an elective office. But to me, it's no big deal the way things are. If the people, let's allow the people to decide. Even with 1,000 cases in court, if the people of Ekiti decides to vote for Fayose, so be it. If they decide to use it against him and say, no, go and settle your case with TFCC, before you can even talk of ruling us, so be it.
I want you to take a look at this screen, the screen I have behind me here. Yeah. That, you know, doing the statistical analysis. Just take a look at the screen. Take a look at the map of Ekiti State. I mean, there you have, that's the State Assembly constituencies. So it basically means this is a reflection of what the State House of Assembly looks like. I mean, you take a look at this. Yeah. This is what the State House of Assembly looks like. You have the APC in virtually all the constituencies, 26 of them. And you have the PDP just in one. So 25 constituencies occupied by the APC and just one by the PDP. It must be very challenging for the PDP, right? I mean, you look at this map, tell me the task before the PDP.
This is Nigeria. This map we are looking at, some years back, just a few years back, PDP dominated.
Yeah, exactly.
All these places.
Exactly.
So what are we talking about? Just like local government election. Once you're an incumbent, you get 100%, 99%, 95%. We are not talking about politics or ideology again in Nigeria. It's politics of personalities. Who is there? Everyone who wants to chop, to have your man there to... You see the way people have been moving from party. You can imagine a whole governor moving. I mean, just from a party, just... I don't know, I don't want to... some of us have our reservations about this issue of party, them. That's why I say, not them. It's all about personalities.
You take a look at that map, all of those areas, they were all PDP, and when the top changed, everything changed.
They call it politics.
But then you must admit, as a political analyst, you must admit that it would be good as a candidate, if you're running for a political office, especially the position of governor, you want to be in control of these places. You want to have, these are basically like your foot soldiers, because you have these assemblymen there, you are in control of these constituencies, you are also in control of the local government areas. Of course, you would expect naturally that all the local government areas would be dominated by the APC. So you want to have, these are your foot soldiers who will do the work for you, right?
It's a major impediment for PDP, really, because from what we are seeing, APC is dominating the State Assembly. The PDP has just one. But what I'm saying is that let Fayose move to PDP tomorrow. You see the same people moving.
Oh, you mean let Fayose move to PDP tomorrow? Because everybody moves,
sorry.
Yeah.
Far here and there.
Yeah.
You know, that is it. People are not playing politics of issues, politics of ideology.
You're quite
it's
right.
just who is there. We are not there yet. We are making progress, but we are not there yet. And I hope that we should move fast. Like I said the other time, we cannot wait for another 200 years like the case in the US to get to where they are. We just 15 years plus. We should move faster and learn faster, you know.
Why do you think, I mean, this is something that bothers every one of us, that we organize election. Ordinarily, you should be expecting that by the end of today, we should know who the winner is. But it never happens that way in Nigeria. And some people have said, well, it's basically because we don't have electronic voting system. You think that could enhance the process? Because sometimes people will tell you the delay in announcing results creates unnecessary tension and somehow creates most of the problems you see associated with elections.
In a state like Ekiti, if I have
and it's quite small.
By 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, we should get the result in an ideal situation. I don't think the terrain is that.
No, not at all, because I covered, yeah, you're right.
It's a very small state, but this is Nigeria. And again, talking about using ICT and whatever, there's so much distrust. You know, the electoral officers, the returning officers need to come personally, you know, physically to Adoekiti, to the capital, to present the election, the result sheets. Something that will have been done electronically.
Quite crude, to be honest, in 21st century.
And we can do it. I'm sure there is ICT or connectivity in all parts of Ekiti. It is a very small state, but they will not, you know, this is Nigeria. You see, it's unfortunate. That's why we pray we'll get there fast. We need to. If not so, there's no need getting the result of this election, today's election, because tomorrow.
I'm very sure we won't get the result until probably later.
But tomorrow. A place like where people disagreed about how to vote in this settlement, move to another settlement which is about 6 kilometers away to go through the cycle again. These are issues, these are incidents that will delay the announcing the result and give room for whatever. We pray that doesn't really happen, because we have just about 200 something voters in the two. Let's assume 100. It shouldn't take much.
It shouldn't take much
time, but we should move fast. I expect the result to be announced tonight. Before midnight, hopefully.
We'll take another break, and when we come back, we'll continue this discussion and bring you further updates of the Ekiti State governorship election. So stay with us, don't go away.
Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti.
Well, we're on now. What you're watching is the governor of Ekiti State, Dr. Fayemi, doing his accreditation there. That has actually happened, and we understand very, very shortly, voting would begin. But let's just go to our correspondents now on ground there, Frank, to give us an update of what exactly transpired when the governor came to do his accreditation. Frank, if you can hear me, tell us what exactly happened. Has voting started? Because we can see that the governor has done his accreditation.
Yes, exactly. Just quickly before I go into what happened earlier, the governor just arrived now. And he's here live now.
Is he here to vote? We can see the pictures.
He votes now, and he's on queue right now. So I'm talking to you now.
Yeah, we can see that.
Yes, exactly. He's on queue right now to take his turn to exercise his franchise here in his own town, Isham. That's exactly what I can tell you right now. Not too long he left here. He came in for accreditation. You know that already. But now he's back. He's back still in the same polling unit to cast his votes.
I mean, tell us what the atmosphere is in that polling unit. Yes, it is true. We can see the pictures, but we can't see a very wide shot of the area. But tell us what exactly is the situation there.
Yes, of course. Earlier when he came, he was talking about how the security agents were not doing enough to secure the life and property of people in Ekiti State, and how they've arrested. He confirmed actually how they arrested about 3 members of his campaign organization, and he assured that he will make sure that those 30 members of his campaign organization will be released within 24 hours. Fielding questions from journalists about whether he would take it up to the presidency, and he said this is not a case to take to presidency. He has to watch the mood, the process, the entire process of the election here between now and 4 p.m. when voting would have ended before he will know what to do. But of course, from the look of things, it appears that he is calm and he's satisfied with the whole process of the election here.
And we can see quite a number of people there on the queue, all getting ready to cast their votes. Tell us the turnout at that polling unit. Is it quite huge? Do you have an idea of what the number of registered voters would be at that polling unit?
Yes, of course, there are about 280 originally, voters who were registered here in this polling unit. But then not all of them were accredited because they do not have permanent voter cards. So we have few of them who were accredited, and that's over 100 of people living in Isho here and its environs. I don't think they are up to 288 that were originally validated by INEC earlier. But then, of course, they have taken their turn on the queue to cast their vote and exercise their franchise to their choice candidate.
Well, okay. Thank you very much, Frank, for that update. And please do update us whenever anything happens, right?
Yeah.
Well done.
I'll keep you posted as the event unfolds.
Thank you very much. Well done. Well, our correspondent Frank, as you can see, you're watching live pictures of the polling unit at Ishon, where the governor of Ekiti State comes from. You can see voting has already started. There you can see the ballot box. Of course, people are supposed to vote, not the ballot box, I should say, but yeah, people are supposed to vote in secret. So they're supposed to go to that cubicle, thumbprint before putting their ballot inside the ballot box. That's the way it's done. You're supposed to have that cubicle everywhere you have polling units. You can see the people there lined up, all of them. And I'm not surprised, not surprised at all that you have this number of women, because you can see quite a number of women on the queue there, because you look at the distribution of registered voters, you have more female than male. It's not surprising that you have quite a number of women there, I mean, lining up to vote, right?
Yes, I'm quite impressed with the turnout because going by what we saw some days to the election, the violence, the sweeping that led to violence and the death, unfortunate death of a young man, some of us had the fear that some people would like to stay back, stay indoors. What we're now seeing is that those who may not, or who will definitely not participate in today's election, are those who did not bother to go and collect their permanent voters cards. And it's quite a large number of people. So it's a food for thought, and I will hope that INEC will carry out a more aggressive enlightenment, for people to go and collect the permanent
it's actually quite heart-wrenching that you would have a state of about 5 million or so population, or 2-3 million, whatever the population would be, and at the end of the day you have just around 200 persons deciding who the next governor or who the governor of the state is. That's quite heart-wrenching. It shows people are not still taking this process seriously.
Our party, that's why INEC, not only INEC now, even political party, because one of their functions, and even the civil society and the media should do what Jerry Ghana did some years back. The Directorate for Social Mobilization, the MAPSA thing, the mobilization was there. People were mobilized effectively. There was serious political education on the part of people. Some of us were involved indirectly, by using the media to educate the people. See June 12 election. People came out. People registered. People knew their rights. They knew the procedure. But I don't think we are doing enough of that, voter education. So that's what we really need to do.
Because beyond the number that INEC has said cannot vote because they haven't got their permanent voters card. You take a look at the number that actually registered, 700 and something. I mean, it's
frustration.
It's abysmal.
People have lost faith in the process. They believe, whether I vote, I don't vote, them. They will have their, they've lost faith, in the ballot box. So we have a lot of work to do more than the Jerry Ghana days, sincerely. So many people are disenfranchised. We interact with people out there. They will tell you whether we vote or we don't vote, or whether we register or we don't register. They will know, they will rig their wages in. So with what is happening in Ekiti now, that we are seeing INEC, an electoral body, try to convince all of us that they can do it, that there can be free and fair election, praying that the collation exercise and everything will also be hitch-free and transparent. Sincerely, INEC should just use that platform to now educate, to mobilize people, that you just have to go out there to register and exercise of civic rights. And then, most importantly, public office holders and those holding elective offices should do their best to assure the Nigerian public, the electorate, that there is soap in the electoral process. There's transparency, that the elections will be conducted free and fair in this country. If a country like India, with such a large population, can get it right, for goodness sake, we can.
Let's turn our attention now to our map, and I want you to take a look at this one. Ado Ekiti, having a total number of 134,141 registered voters. Now, by the way, Ado Ekiti is it's in Ekiti Central Senatorial District. That's where 6 of the candidates, including Fayoshe and of course the Labour Party candidate, they all come from that area. You would say that area, Ado Ekiti especially, would be a battleground. Even though the governor is not from there, he would definitely want to pick up votes there, right? It's a battleground, don't you think so?
Yes, I mean, that's where the state capital is, and I expect the people to be more enlightened, to show more interest, in what is happening. Apparently, that's why many more of the people went there to reside in that part of the state, registered, and then they're voting. And then, mind you, even the media, most of the media, radio in particular and television, they are based right there. So whatever political education and everything, they will get more of it than those in the hinterlands like Leje, Meje, or even Ekiti East and what have you. Because what are we talking about? Community radio, community TV is not really there. Unlike what happens in even some West African countries, So we need the media to be well spread and educate the people. And it's not enough to even educate them. For, like I said, those holding public offices to demonstrate to the people that their votes count. With that, more people will come out, like Ado people are coming out, came out to register. 134,000, yes,
that's
more people.
Huge.
Apparently, more people reside in.
That's true.
Yes,
yeah, that's quite true.
That aside, I can assure you, it is generally enlightening. A state with, like we said, an average compound has a professor. So I don't see Ekiti as lacking in terms of education to know their rights.
And some people have said that's the reason their elections always end up in controversy, because when you have too many eggheads.
They call it wasabi sometimes. But I will pray they will get it right this time around.
Honestly, we just hope they get it right this time around, because it will be troubling if we have the kind of controversy we had back in 2007 when they had elections in that state. But well, we're being joined. I understand. Okay, Biola is actually one of our correspondents. Biola is actually trying to talk to us, but unfortunately we can't get through to him at this time. We're still going to try again to get him, because I think he wants to give us a situation report. Biola, by the way, is at that polling unit where you have this bickering over where to site.
We should call it a mobile.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's actually something new too. I mean, this is a record, because we've never seen this kind of thing before. I mean, to move polling units from one end to the other. But eventually, this election, do you think, is there any chance at all that we could be looking at a runoff?
It's not impossible. It's not impossible, because like this Irekpodun Felodun thing where we have a 6.
As a matter of fact, yeah, just one town.
Just
one town in that Irekpodun Felodun. Yeah,
so they are likely to split a lot of votes. Like I said, many of these candidates coming out, they are just there to, I don't want to call them spoilers, but they are doing something like that. So they will split the
as we can see, voting is on.
It's on peacefully.
Yeah.
I pray it's like this
all
over. You know? So it's good. It's been keenly contested. I don't know, maybe we have more information, particularly those who are there, who are on the ground. But from some of us in Lagos, or what we've read so far,
this is the governor's area, so you would expect a lot of security presence and all of that. You would expect things to go well. So it would be difficult to say everything is peaceful just on the basis of what.
But we've been getting reports from all over.
You're quite right. You're quite right.
Getting reports.
At least so far, no report of any violence.
Beside the gunshot we had, and even the gunshot, concerning the Minister of State for Defense, we didn't even hear that anybody was injured or lost, although for whatever reason we're not too happy that there was a single gunshot there, either to scare people or whatever. But we are waiting to hear from the other side. But we want to believe that the election so far is generally peaceful. Generally peaceful, and we've learned some lessons. Like this area you kept talking about, sincerely, I find it very interesting. The ingenious way the people have resolved their differences. Ingenious way, yes, let's do the exercise here, and then
take it there.
If that's going to solve the problem, so be it.
And
I like the way even INEC is also amenable to all these. I mean, we are dealing with human beings. If that's going to solve the problem, if that will make the people to vote, so be it. Maybe a little delay, maybe 30 minutes, 1 hour, and their votes will count.
So let's go back to the issue of a possible runoff. You were saying
it's not impossible.
It's not impossible.
It's not impossible. It's not impossible.
Especially in an election where you have so many candidates taking part.
So okay, that's one factor. But besides that, we have 2 experienced candidates. One an incumbent, another one who was there before. They know how to play these games. They know where to move into. They know the sectors. They know, to use. You can imagine, for instance, the Labour movement in Ekiti. Having a Labour Party candidate a few days to the election declaring for the incumbent. These are some of the strange things or interesting things that happen in Nigeria. Because ordinarily you'll have expected the Labour movement or NLC in Ekiti to stand beside its candidate. But certain things must have happened. And again, the lesson I've learned from now is that people just use for platforms to contest.
That's quite true.
Not necessarily based on ideology or whatever. You would have even expected a worker, maybe a retired civil servant or whatever,
to be the candidate of the Labour Party.
One would have also expected a candidate like Adams Oshiomhole to have used the platform of Labour Party. He did not. So what are we talking about? But we know we'll get there one day. I'm an incurable optimist about that one day we'll get it right in this country, and we shouldn't lose hope. And the military coming in should not be an alternative. I'm happy the military leadership spoke a couple of days ago that they are not even talking about that. For goodness sake, whoever wishes this country well should not even dream of that. I know people are frustrated, they've lost faith even in the system or whatever.
That was quite true.
However, from what we've experienced so far in the hands of the military, even some senior military officers will tell you that in the interest of this country or the future of this country, just leave them alone. How did a coach put it the other time? That will stumble and wobble or whatever.
Yeah, that's funny.
We'll get out of
and wobble until
so please,
we'll get to the final.
I'm appealing to Nigerians not to lose faith in the system. We make some mistakes, but we'll overcome. Because democracy has proven to be the best form of government in this country. The military will never be an alternative. Because the danger is this. If military comes in, I mean, we all have friends here and there in the military. For our selfish reasons, we hide under that, and, they've almost messed up the military.
So you think
because of its intervention in politics.
At the end of today's process in Ekiti State, the government can actually beat its chest and say, okay, I think we have done well. INEC too can say, yeah, we have done well.
Yes.
We've shown you what 2015 is going to look like.
That is the prayer. But even if we don't get it right 100%, for good. We keep perfecting. Osun is still around the corner to correct some of the wrongs that may happen or may have happened in Ekiti. So we keep fixing these things. We keep getting it right. Ekiti, from what we've seen so far, is an improvement on what happened in Anambra. That's how we keep improving.
Anambra was a disaster. I mean, it's not even good to talk about.
It's not good to talk about it.
INEC also confessed that it
was an embarrassment to them. But mind you, that problem happened in just one local government. You know how many local governments were in there?
But that's just to tell you how sensitive the process is. I mean, it's a chain. Once there's a problem in that link, then it affects everything. It taints everything.
America the other time, I mean, you know what happened?
Well, but thank God INEC is getting it right. And
My problem with us as a people is that we are so pessimistic. We are so negative. Pardon my language. We've lost hope, so to speak. Even those of us who are supposed to encourage people, the way we talk is as if this country should just crash and everything. Please, it won't help us. It will not.
You're quite right.
Let's be getting the right people there. Whatever, if they even mess up with the kitchen and everything, the judiciary is there. We hope the judiciary, still the judiciary we pray to have. They will correct things. That's how we keep perfecting this thing. That's how we keep perfecting the democracy in this country.
I just hope this election does not end up in the courts.
I hope so. I hope so. But even
those long-drawn legal battles, they're just not good.
Yes, but without happening in some states, even including Ekiti, the judiciary helped us out. If that to solve the problem, but not chaos, not violence, not people coming out to exercise their franchise. We should all come out like people of Ekiti are doing, notwithstanding the problems we had some few days ago. They still came out, risked their lives, so to speak, to cast their vote. And I'm sure they will even hang around to ensure that their votes count. That's what we should be preaching. More political education and not just giving up. That we have failed. It won't work out well. Negativity. We are too negative.
Mr. Gbenga Onaiga, thank you very much for coming on the program. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us.
My pleasure.
And wonderful analysis.
Thank you very much.
Well, I have to draw the curtain here. This is where I have to draw the curtain on the program. Someone else will be taking over from me. Nifemi Ogunte will be taking over as soon as I leave the studio. So continue to stay with us. It's our special coverage of the Ekiti State governorship election. You want to get all the updates right here on this channel. So don't tune away. Stay with us.
Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates all gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of INEC.
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Okay, what we can see on the screen right now is live feeds all the way from Ishon in Oye local government area in Ekiti State. Of course, the state governor, Ekiti State Governor Kayode Fayemi, just voted and persuaded, and he's there being rallied by
members of the media and everyone wants to hear him say something and of course bear his mind on what is happening and what he thinks is the situation as regards election in Ekiti State. No doubt, a new page being opened in the political history of Ekiti State. And what we see today is the beauty of what happens when power gets back to the grassroots. We're talking about even as Nigerians bask in the euphoria of 15 years of uninterrupted democracy, what many will call a government of the people, for the people, and most importantly, by the people. It's Ishon Ekiti in Oye local government area, and that many people say is home base for the incumbent. And how things will turn out, only time will tell, as 24th day of June will hopefully tell us what is beyond the arithmetics, what is beyond the speculations, and who indeed among the 18 contenders is the most popular, and exactly what time would tell. Incumbent Governor Kayode Fayemi there at his home base in Ekiti. And you also recall what has transpired before now. There's been lots of anxiety, there's been tension, there's been fear, and of course it's been counter accusations right, left and center. Everyone seemed to have something to say as regards the situation of things in Ekiti. Now, most unfortunate for many observers of this election is the pockets of violence that were experienced prior to the election. And you recall the political parties came up to say that this particular opposition is responsible. No one actually have been able to account for what transpired prior to the election, and that indeed motivated and inspired what we saw and what most analysts have now described as militarization of the Ekiti election. About 12,000 police personnel, in addition to the policemen already positioned in Ekiti State, as well as thousands of the members of the NSCDC, alongside members of the Nigerian Army, and you saw earlier in our clips helicopter flying everywhere. Of course, we saw horses, we saw dogs, we saw sniffer dogs, and we saw machinery of all sorts, bomb detectors, and all of that. Now, how all of this will impact on the election is what we are analyzing here today. 2014 Ekiti Elect Live on Core TV News. Now, many people said that this might impact on the participation of the electorates. We can affirm that as we speak right now, bro. From all the pictures we're seeing, it's been an overwhelming response from the people. In the earlier analysis that we gave to you, you recall that about 51% of the registered voters in Ekiti are female. And on the queue this morning, while the accreditation is going on, which I believe is still ongoing in some places, you see female women on the queue getting set to exercise their powers, what they call their enfranchise, to put a stamp or a print on who they believe and who they think should come out to lead them as the governor in the next 4 years. That's in Ekiti, where many call the fountain of knowledge. And these indeed are people who are highly informed and highly educated. All of this will translate, and the quality of the choice they are making is what we are here to find out. But you can be rest assured that we'll find answers to all these questions. Who among the 18 contenders will eventually emerge as the governor, and how would the success or otherwise of this election impact on the forthcoming one in Osun State, as well as the big one, what we call the 2015 general elections, are all questions we hope that today we provide to us. But you can be sure that you get the news as it breaks here on Core TV News, as well as we bring you live feeds of what's transpiring, a clear mood of what is happening far away there in Ekiti, all the way from Ado-Ekiti, the state capital, to Ikere, Ijeru, Oye, Omo-Ikole, as well as other major towns, as well as major local government councils, 16 of them in Ekiti State. Well, it's still a live feed from Ishon Ekiti, and of course it's been the incumbent governor who I believe just exercises emphasis and speaking about what he thinks of the mood there in Ekiti State. Let me just quickly take a refresh your memory about what has transpired before now. Ekiti State was created in 1996, and between that period of time to 1999, there were 2 military administrators who oversee the affairs of Ekiti State. And in 1999, Ekiti had its very first civilian governor by the name Otumba Adeniyi Adebayo, and of course he was there all the way from 1999 to 2003. Now, Adebayo was a member of that defunct, is not defunct, it's actually Alliance for Democracy, the AD at that particular time. And right after that, in 2003, one of the contenders in this ongoing election, I'm talking about the PDP candidate, Ayo Fayoshie, of course, came to power in 2003, but the flight was cut short around October 16 in 2006 when it was impeached by the State House of Assembly. And the Speaker of the House at that time, Aderemi, was there was a brief replacement by the Speaker, and shortly after that, the federal government announced that as illegal. And of course, you recall the state of emergency that transpired then in Ekiti when General Tunji Olurin came up power as the military administrator. That period of time was between 19 October 2006 to 27th April 2007, and right after that there was an acting governor, Chief Tope Ademiluyi, between 27 April 2007 to May 29 2007, and of course that gave birth to a new path and what many would call a new page in the history of Ekiti politics. Of course, that was when a name like Dr. Fayemi came to the front lines, and he contested with the then former governor of Ekiti, Engineer Segun Oni. Segun Oni came up as a winner in the 2007 election, but then that transpired into a lot of court cases when Fayemi said no, that did not reflect the intent of the people. And you recall that Engineer Segun Oni was removed by the Court of Appeal, and that was after a rerun election in 2009. So it was about close to 3 years after the initial election in 2007 that Fayemi reclaimed his mandate. So it's been tough all the while. The moment and the experiences and what happened before now that gave birth to this new democracy in Ekiti State, I'm telling you, has really been dramatic, and Ekiti people are known to be highly enlightened. And not only that, but people who know the difference between their left and they are right. Now, it's been much talked about. Many people sang about it. Many people even dreamt about it. But I'm telling you, it is happening right now. I mean, it even looks like quite far away, but then it is happening now. We're talking about the D-Day, the 27th day of June 2014, when people all around the 16 local governments in Ekiti State are coming together to the polls to decide who they believe should lead them as governor in the next 4 years. And now the big question still remains, who among these contenders will become the next governor of Ekiti State? We are hopeful that this decision and this new history will be written by the people of Ekiti State. And we showed you earlier about the distribution of voters across the 16 local government councils in Ekiti. There are over 700,000 registered voters, and just yesterday INEC said a little bit over 200,000 registered voters did not get their permanent voter cards. And so right now we're looking at about 400,000 registered voters alongside people who have their permanent voters cards. Now, previous elections in Ekiti, of course, we've had them a large number of people, but just the way it happens in Nigeria, you notice that not quite, we don't get to that point where we have a total vote cast matching up with the total number of registered votes. And we hope that this one will be a major and swift twist away from what we've had in the past. We're hopeful that the turnout will be much against all odds, against what many attempt to be the militarization of elections in Ekiti. We are hoping that this indeed will give us that green light, because many have said this is a litmus test for INEC and other stakeholders as we count down to the 2015 general election. You can be sure to have all the breaking news here from our studios, and we'll also bring you in-depth analysis of the facts, figures and results as they emerge. We'll take a short break now and we'll be back. I am Nifemi Oguntoye. Thanks for joining us again.
Core TV News, expanding your view.
Be the
first to know from the north, south, east, west and around Africa. We break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news spreads. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core TV,
24-hour news station.
You're on to Core TV News live from our Lagos studios, and this is where we bring you live feeds that capture the very mood of what's happening as we speak now in Ekiti State, as well as in-depth analysis of all the facts, the figures, as well as stories emerging. It's the D-Day for the people of Ekiti. A new page being opened in the political history of Ekiti State. And of course, we are hoping that this history will be written by the very hands of the highly informed and highly educated Ekiti people. Most importantly, as we all are still celebrating our 15 years of uninterrupted democracy in Nigeria. A government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Exactly what's happening now in Ekiti. The beauty of what happens when power gets back to the people at the grassroots. And of course, we have our correspondents out there all the way from Ado-Ekiti, the state capital, to all the major towns where elections are taking place: Ikere, Ijeru, Oye, Ikole, Omo, as well as the local government councils there. Well, there are ramifications of outcome for whichever party wins the election. Of course, you know the big players for the All Progressives Congress, they are the incumbent, and of course they would want to win to hold forth their territorial power in the southwest as we come down to the 2015 general elections. Of course, the People's Democratic Party is the incumbent at the federal level, and they are seeing Ekiti as an entrance into recapturing southwestern Nigeria. Labour Party also is in the race. If they win today, that will mean a second state for them in southwest. Of course, you know that Ondo State is under the purview of that party. We're waiting to connect with one of our correspondents on the field right now, but just before that, I still have in the studio Colonel Asan Stan Lambo, as well as Richard Amoa, distinguished security experts. Thank you, gentlemen, for staying the course today. All right, let's move ahead from here. The overwhelming number of registered voters in that particular local government, we're talking about 54,430 local government, registered votes, and many are of the opinion that that will be instrumental to whoever wins the election. It's 2014 Ekiti Elects coming to you live from Core TV News in Lagos. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with a fresh couple of guests on the show as we talk and intimate you with in-depth analysis as well as news evolving from the field in Ekiti. Do stay with us and don't go away.
Core TV News, expanding your view. 18 candidates all gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that honesty of INEC without...
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Glad to have you back. It's a bright, brilliant, beautiful Saturday afternoon we have in Lagos. It's a brighter and more exciting mood, I believe, in Ekiti State because the people are excited to exercise their franchise. This is where we get to see power returning to the people again, as it's defined by Abraham Lincoln. A democracy, a government of the people, for the people, and of course by the people. Ekiti State, the map right there staring you in the face on the screen, with 16 local government areas, a state that was created in 1996, and of course between that time and 1999 we had two military administrators just before 1999 when Adeniyi Adebayo became the very first civilian governor of that state, and that took us all the way to 2003 where we had one of the contenders, now a candidate of the People's Democratic Party, who became the governor in 2003. That flight did not land well. It crashed in 2006, sometimes in October 16, after it was impeached by the State House of Assembly, and that brought the speaker as the interim governor just before the federal government declared that illegal. And you know what happened. It was state of emergency in Ekiti State, and we had a military administrator by the name General Tunji Olure. That was between 19 October 2006, and that spanned across all the way to 27 April 2007. Right after that, there was an acting governor, Chief Tokwe Ademiluyi. That was between 27 April 2007 to 29 May 2007. Now it's becoming more familiar now because it was 2007 that we first heard about the incumbent governor in Ekiti contesting with Segun Oni. That election, Segun Oni came out tops, and he was appointed. He was of course the governor of Ekiti State until the Court of Appeal called him back. There was a rerun election in 2009, and all of that came up with a lot of drama. You remember the state electoral commissioner at that particular time, the woman they called Ayoka, who said that her conscience wouldn't allow her to read out a doctored result way back in 2009. Of course, that eventually became the results that she read, and Fayemi went back to court, and in 2009 he won back that mandate. That's where we are today, and that is all the drama that has led to this particular point in time. June 21, 2014 is a day that Ekiti people are really excited about. 16 local government areas, and you have the capitals there. Ikole looked quite big on this map, but it's not as big in figures with the Ado State, which is the state capital. Many believe that particular place had about 30% of the registered votes. Initially, the figures was a little bit over 700,000, but INEC told us yesterday that close to 233,000 of those people did not have their permanent voters card. So we're looking at about 400,000 registered voters in this election. These are the federal constituencies: Ekiti North 1 and 2, Ekiti Central 1 and 2, and of course Ekiti South 1 and 2. Away from there is the senatorial district, and you know which party is in place in all of these districts: Ekiti North Senatorial District, of course, Central and South. Away from there is the number of registration areas. What's in Ekiti? There are 177 of them. Now, this, of course, shows you the breakdown of those wards. You have Oye Ekiti, which is the local government of the incumbent governor. And Oye is also in the eyes of a lot of people because you'll recall I told you earlier about what happened when the federal
university came to Oye-Ekiti, and the incumbent governor insisted that it must be in Ikole. As we speak now, 2 faculties of that university is now in Ikole, and many are saying that that decision will also impact on the elections results that would come from those 2 local governments side by side. They share 12 wards. We have 12 wards in Oye and of course 12 in Ikole. Now, only time will tell to decide how all this arithmetic will yield and what it will impact on the result. Of course, as we speak now, no times for campaigns, no time for rallies. It's a question of who is most popular with the people in Ekiti and who really do the Ekiti people want, who they desire to lead them as a governor in the next 4 years. Now, the number of valid registered voters, I told you earlier, 732,166. That has been cut down now because if you do not have a permanent voters card in Ekiti, in fact, INEC said you should have no business coming near the polling unit. So we're looking at a figure close to 400,000. Well, in the last election, not quite, we've not really had an election where the total number of votes cast match up with the total number of registered voters. And there have been opinions as well as regards the militarization of election in Ekiti. You recall 12,000 policemen and overwhelming number of members of the NSCDC as well as soldiers. Alongside all of this is an addition to the already established policemen in different local governments in Ekiti State, and many have said that that might impact on the response of people to the election. But of course, we had our correspondent who called earlier from Iyi, and he said, Abiola Oluwole said that it was a massive response from the people who came out all out defiling the odds. Breakdown of the valid registered voters. I told you earlier about Ado-Ekiti, just right there at the bottom, 134,141. Many have said that a particular local government, that particular metropolitan city will tell a lot about who wins the election. About 30% of electorates live there, and the winner stands a good chance of winning. But the major contenders, the APC candidate, PDP, as well as Labour Party, all are expected to share the votes in that area, followed by though we have Irekodun and Ifelodun with 54,430 votes, and we heard earlier that the candidate of the Labour Party already voted alongside the first civilian governor of Ekiti State, Adeniyi Adebayo, and they both affirmed the fact that the elections there went smoothly and that it was peaceful. Now we're looking across all of that. You see Ikere there, 45,747, and where is it now? The list would be, if I can pick it now, is Ileje-Meje with 11,796 registered votes. Number of registered voters across the senatorial districts, you see 190,628 for Ekiti North Senatorial District, and this is where the bulk of the votes would be. Ekiti Central Senatorial District and of course Ekiti South Senatorial District having 239,782 votes. Now that's another interesting distribution of the voter population. 51% of registered voters in Ekiti are female, and leaving the rest to the male. And many have asked the question of how this will impact on how people will respond and come out en masse to vote. Now, if you think about this in the lines of women participation in politics and electoral processes in Nigeria, you might want to say that not quite a number of people will come out. But from the feats we've seen so far, we've actually seen more women on the lines, more women on the queues than men. It looks like indeed Ekiti people are living up to the expectation and of course to what is believed to be called the fountain of knowledge, and one state that has indeed produced the highest number of professors in Nigeria. Number of polling units in Ekiti today is 2,195, and this one talks about the breakdown of the voting points. Ikole has 200, Oye has 195. Now look at Ado, it's 455, and all eyes on Ado-Ekiti today. Now let me take you a little bit back to Ado. Now Ado-Ekiti is the state capital of this particular state, and what it means is that the All Progressive Congress is counting on its developmental strides in that state. As a matter of fact, the PDP candidate is saying that I am the mother of civilization in Ado. Ayofashe said, I actually built the first dualized road in that state. So I'm the architect of modernization in Ado Ekiti. And of course, the Labour Party candidate too, as a member of the House of Representatives, is saying, I am as well popular with the people of Ado, and I have done quite a number of things for them to vote for me. Now, how all of this will turn out, only time will tell as we begin to count down to the end of today to find out who eventually, out of the 18 contenders, win the governorship election in Ekiti. Now, these are the 18 parties and their candidates. 18 parties contesting election, but it looks as if only 4 of them, as you can see from the picture behind me, are more media friendly, if I can put it that way. This is the age distribution and qualification. Of course, they looked quite red. BSc, PhD, that's Jonoluka Adefayemi, and that's quite amazing. SSC, that's the candidate of AA Okpeyemi Folayemi Akinyemi. Well, that's not too far from what is expected from as agreed by the Constitution, and I understand that that also will play a large role in how the people choose and decide today. Away from that now, we have the major contenders. From the left side is a big smile from the ex-governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose. He believes that he's a grassroots man, and he has said at different fora that he has what it takes to come back as the governor of Ekiti. Now, you recall that he was impeached in 2006, and that is Kole Ajayi. He is the candidate of Accord Party. He looks quite like a newcomer into all of this, but he said categorically that I am the voice of Ekiti. And this is Kyle Adefayemi, the incumbent there. Many have called him the perfect gentleman. He's a candidate of the All Progressives Congress, and just next to him is the candidate of the Labour Party, who prior to this time used to be a member of the All Progressives Congress, and also now contending for the biggest and the major seat in Ekiti politics. Now, who out of all of this, only time will tell. Who wins is to these major political parties. Many also will analyze as the PDP find its way to reclaim the Southwest. The APC wants to affirm that he is in charge of that region of the country to boost its chances for the general election in 2015. And Labour Party is also looking forward to have a second state, because Ondo State, as we speak now, is being led by that party. This is the local government areas of the major contenders. You see Oye there, which happens to be the local government area or from the incumbent that Dr. Kyle Adefayemi is from Mission, as well as candidates of the Labour Party and PDP, or both of them from Irekodun, Ifelodun, and of course Ado Ekiti has the number of police officers deployed. That's another interesting part of this much talked about election, what many have called the militarization of electoral process, especially in Ekiti State. 12,000 policemen, thousands well, so much interested in the outcome of the elections in Ekiti, because it will no doubt impact on the next one in Osun and ultimately on the general election in 2015. We all can only hope that all the stakeholders, the INEC, who happens to be the umpire, and of course will give a level playing ground to all political parties participating in this election. Now, this is a list of the accredited observers, and you have the name of the organization and their leaders there. And that's it. As we find out who and what happens in Ekiti in a couple of hours, I'm joined now by a very profound public affairs analyst, John May.
In development, Ekiti has always been very volatile, you know, when it comes to politics. But for this particular election, it's the more interesting because this is like the prelude to 2015. Okay. You know, Ekiti will probably most determine in terms of attention and media focus and reaction that ultimately happens, you know, at the national level in 2015. So people are concerned the parties will perform. I'm talking essentially about the leading parties, the PDP, the AP, the APC. So how the parties will perform in Ekiti is key to determining their strength. And then efficacy of INEC itself. Jega is there, you know, the security apparatus will also be evaluated, you know, and how, you know, the president as an individual and of course the federal government as a body, you know, will accept or will be seen to be playing a non-intrusive role in what happens in Ekiti. So Ekiti becomes, you know, for analysts, for everybody really, you know, a window into determining what we should expect in Osun and ultimately in February next year when the elections will be conducted. So it is an important election, you know, beyond who emerges as the governor. It is important to test far as even people will respond, you know, to the election itself. Let me quickly say, for example, the revelation from INEC that almost about 35% of registered voters won't be voting, you know, today because they didn't collect, you know, the permanent voters card. That's an indication of what might happen in Osun and what might also happen ultimately. But then it's good that, you know, the template now in Ekiti, so that people will probably say, oh, for Osun, we shouldn't allow this to happen. And then on the national scale, let people be to go and register, should also, you know, be burdened enough to go and collect the permanent voters register and, you know, essential component of what people will be looking at, you know, so that if Ekiti gets it right, then it becomes, you know, a template, you know, for the performance that we will see in Osun and ultimately at the national level in February.
Given the pockets of violence that preceded the election, many were thinking that it was going to be a free-for-all come June 21, 2014. But from the feedbacks we've gotten from our correspondents, it looks as if there's a massive response from the people and it's been peaceful relatively thus far.
I agree with you that it's been peaceful. That to the fact that you Borno and Sambisa and they are now in Ekiti State, you know, so that's quite interesting, because if we could afford many security personnel, you know, to a state that has less than 1 million voters, now we know that it will just be about 400,000. Shouldn't it be interesting that we are still struggling to find, you know, 200 and something girls, you know, in a particular state in Nigeria, you know, but that's, as I said, is a jocular thing. But of course, it's noteworthy that the election has, you know, been relatively peaceful. I heard, you know, almost all the candidates are attesting to the fact that, you know, things have gone fairly smoothly, and that should be expected, you know. The drumbeat of war to me was probably part of, you know, the strategy, you know, from all the sides, you know, to draw attention of the media, to draw attention of the observers, you know, to look closely, to say don't, you know, take your eyes off the ball, you know, just in case somebody wants to sneak something in. So, but we shouldn't relax, you know, just yet. Usually from elections like this, apart from the pre-election, you know, skirmishes, violence, etc., the areas to watch out for will be when the votes are moving, you know, from wards, you know, to a particular location. I'm sure Ekiti people will be watchful of potential hijacks of ballot boxes, and then by the time, you know, the votes will be counted, you know, and announced in Ado. Remember what happened in 2009, you know, during the
Beran election.
Absolutely, you know, and people shouting and, you know, people raising their voices and everything. We should also watch out for that. But it's been good so far, you know, that people are not, we've not had any cases of ballot snatching, of multiple thumb printing, etc. You know, how that will work out, you know, will come down essentially to the science of it. You know, now we know that a certain number of people, you know, are not eligible to vote because they didn't collect their permanent voters register. So whoever will attempt to do anything must bear in mind that everything must tally with the number of people that, you know, came out to check their vote and eventually voted against the remaining 400 and something thousand, you know, eligible voters. That is important. That is key. That is essential. And that's what we should watch out for, you know.
Except for those issues that led to today, 21st of June, of course, you heard about the APC governors that could not fly in for the mega APC rally. Then in the early hours of today, too, there were information that the Director General of the FIME campaign organization, as well as the Commissioner of Finance, were nabbed by military men and all of that. There's been a lot of the opposition. The APC particularly has been crying foul as regards this election.
Well, I mean, I'm able to say that of all the parties, APC, in my opinion, will appear to be the most media savvy, you know, to use that word. Apart from the campaigns and a few interviews here and there, Fauci, you know, hasn't said so much. And neither as, you know, MOB, Kwame Bamidele. But APC...
What does that portend?
Two things. One...
Help make this election a success. Thank you, John Camus from Kogi. Of course, you can also leave your comments on our Facebook page. It's facebook.com/Core TV News. And you can also do that on our Twitter handle at Core TV News NG. As well as on YouTube, it's youtube.com/Core TV, leave a space, and Core TV, leave a space, and news. Now, back to you. What do you think is the rallying point for... Now, some have referred to one major challenge in the Nigerian politics to be the politics of desperation. Do you see any sign of desperation from any of these big contenders as regards Ekiti State?
Well, desperation in itself shouldn't be negative. If you're not, you can't desire being a governor, you know, that much if you're not seen to be fairly desperate. You know, but when desperation gets to a point where it becomes, you know, to use that word loosely, a question of, you know, do or die, you know, then that would be very negative. And I think so far, in my opinion, it would look to me as though that the idea of the party that appears desperate, you know, would be the PDP, you know, the ruling party at the federal. And I say that with every sense of responsibility, particularly because at the last major rally, you know, by the PDP candidate, in which you had the vice president and the president, we heard the president of Nigeria saying that he wouldn't be that inclined to want to develop Ekiti until the PDP candidate, you know, assumed governorship. I thought that was as unguarded as it was unpresidential, because, frankly speaking, you're not. Yes, he was there as Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, but Dr. Goodluck Jonathan happens to be the president of Nigeria, and those who won't vote in this election are much more than those who will vote for any of the parties. Should we therefore accept that what the president said, that the majority of the people who are non-aligned, who are not into politics, who are not going to vote, should suffer, you know, on the development on account of what the president said, because there is the slim possibility that the candidate of the president might not win. You know, I think really that the question should be that the president should apologize to the people of Ekiti. But again, maybe that would be taking it, you know, too far. So I sense desperation in what the president said. If Adele Fayose fails to win, does it mean that the Ekiti people should not expect their due from the federal government? That's wrong. So you see a tinge of desperation there, which shouldn't be in any case. Because at the end of the day, what obtains in civilized nations is that people close ranks so that the populace can benefit from democracy, so that the state or the country at large can develop. So desperation shouldn't be to the point of denying people what rightly belongs to them because your candidate, you know, is not going to win.
We have some sort of anathema here. The ruling party at the federal level happens to be the opposition in Ekiti. Now, a win or lose for either PDP or APC, what do you think portends for politics in Nigeria and, of course, the 2015 election?
In other words, you are saying that if either Labour or Accord or any of the smaller parties, wins by tomorrow morning, what happens? I think that would further open up, the political landscape. However, I do not see that happening for reasons that appear to be obvious to me. But in the unlikely event that happens, I think we will have another Ondo state, on our hands, even though Ondo is rather peculiar. Labour in nature, but of course in character, you could guess that, it aligns with a particular, political party. But of course, it will be interesting because we're not a two-party state yet, even though two-party dominate. So if you have a Labour or an Accord or a PPA or something wins, I think that will, be a fresh, intriguing, interesting development.
Since you don't believe that will happen, let's narrow it down to PDP and APC.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I think those are the frontliners, frankly speaking. I'm aware that the candidate of the Labour Party, barely 48 hours, almost 24 hours to election, was actually going to, step down for one of the two popular candidates, but of course declined, at the last minute. So we have 3 people running, but of course he will be the third in terms of, popularity and relevance and potential vote. So for me, it's between the incumbent governor, Fayemi, and the main challenger, Fayose. And of course, from the analysis that you did earlier, if you look at the political structure on the ground, and the likelihood of voters, how things might turn out to be. Look at, the zones for the state assembly. Out of 25, or was it 26? 25 APC and only 1.
Just a minute, we have one of our correspondents, Frank Omolape. Hello, Frank, are you there?
Yes, exactly.
Frank, where exactly are you now?
Okay, right now I'm still in Ishon, the hometown of the governor of Kayode Fayemi, the sitting governor. And of course, voting has just ended as I'm talking to you right now.
You mean voting has ended 5 minutes before 3?
Yes, voting ended at about 10 minutes to the hour or 2 o'clock local time here. And
10 minutes before what?
INEC officials are in the process of sorting, of course, the result of the voting here right now, and that's exactly what is taking place right now. But
just a minute, Frank. Just a minute, Frank. Let me get. Hello, Frank. Are you there?
The APC, the All Progressive Congress, seems to be polling higher. Looking at the results, sorting out because most of the cards and some of the results here we are seeing is that APC is polling higher than other parties here, such as Labour Party, PDP, and some other parties here.
It's okay, Frank. Hello, Frank. Can you hear me, Frank?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I just want to confirm the exact time you said the voting ended in Ishon.
I can't hear you properly, but then if I can, of course, with the situation of things here, it's very calm. The atmosphere is calm. There was no result of a casualty as I'm talking to you now.
Okay.
The people seem quite satisfied with the process, with the entire process of election here. So the people are actually waiting for the final result here before they can take the ballot box to the Central Coalition Center. But right now, like I said earlier, it is the sorting process that is ongoing right now, and the APC seems to be polling higher than any other party in this very ward, and it's called Ward 11. The polling unit is 009 in Ogilolu Street here in Ishoikiti, the hometown of the sitting governor, Kayode Fayemi.
It's all right, Frank. Can you hear me? Hello, Frank. Can you hear me, Frank?
I can barely hear you.
It's all right. Just keep us up to date with issues as it arise. As soon as you can confirm those digits, we'll love to hear from you. Thank you so very much.
I understand. Thank you very much for your contribution, Frank. I mean, you had that. Peaceful, and then as we speak right now, he said that they are already counting.
Yeah.
What does that portend for our electoral processes in Nigeria?
I know what the INEC guidelines say is that once the officers agree with the agents at any particular polling unit, that there are no more voters, even though they are obliged to wait till 3 p.m., the statutory, time for them to round up. But once it becomes obvious that all the votes...
Okay, we have Pius. Hello, Pius.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Lagos.
Pius, where are you now?
I'm still at Afao, where the election is still, the voting is still going on. And things are unfolding right here as I'm talking to you. That's what I want to give you an update about.
Please go ahead.
Yes, at exactly 2:20, the PDP gubernatorial candidate, talking about Mr. Ayo Fayose, voted.
Okay.
And right now, there are situation reports because, like, in 2-3 minutes ago, like for 2-3 minutes ago now, the whole place has been rowdy, and just all of a sudden, I just saw a truck of military guys in military uniform and all that. They just came and pointed at somebody, and they just took the guy away, and the whole place is rowdy, and people are just...
Pius, could you identify the person that was picked away or his political affiliation?
Well, like I said earlier on, we've been working with the guy since yesterday. He appears to me to be a journalist. But right now, I'm still trying to confirm which medium he's actually reporting for. He's actually a photojournalist. And for the past 10-15 minutes, he has been whisked away by these military guys. And up till this point that I'm talking to you, he has not been brought back here or for him to come on his own and all that. So we're just here waiting to see what will really unfold, any moment from now. That's the security report I have here based on the voting that is actually going on right here at St. David Primary School in Afao, where Fayose actually voted.
Okay, did you have a words with the PDP candidate after he voted?
Yes, after voting, he actually lamented the situation on ground. He was actually beaten because there are to me unconfirmed reports, saying some people were arrested in town distributing money, to voters, asking them to vote a particular party. He frowned at it so seriously, and he also frowned at the violence. He claimed that the whole thing, is being characterized by violence, that he's not happy about it.
Could you confirm where he was referring to as regards violence? Because as we speak now, we've not really had any report of violence. Which area was Fayose referring to?
Yeah, I think he was actually referring to the fact that money was being distributed to voters at various polling units.
Okay.
And as far as Nigeria is concerned, when it comes to the issue of money, people might actually be scrambling to actually get a cash into their pocket. Probably that actually caused rowdiness and all that. And he was actually saying that after giving, before the money will be released to any prospective voter, you will be given a phone to snap exactly the party you voted for and all that. As far as I'm concerned, it's still an unconfirmed report. But as things unfold, we'll keep our eyes on the ground and make sure that we get details. Probably I'll have to speak to the police public relations officer who have been trying his number but he's not picking up. I hope he will any moment from now. And then I'll give you an update to confirm if all of this arrests that we've been hearing since morning and all of these allegations are actually true.
But what's the security situation like now where you are in Afao after the supposed journalist was whisked away?
Yeah, the atmosphere is relatively calm. Everybody is just, seated, and some people are actually hanging out to to see what is going to happen next. Nobody can really predict what's going to happen next. But generally, Afao has been very, 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 very peaceful. Very, very peaceful. I visited close to 10 to 12 polling units where everything was going on smoothly. After 12:30, exactly 12:30, the voting commenced, at most of the polling units I actually visited. So generally, security-wise, Afao is very, very peaceful. Apart from the incident that happened yesterday, where the DG of the incumbent governor was actually attacked, in the night by security personnel, according to what Mr. Daramola told journalists this morning.
Okay.
Aside that, security situation has been very, very calm in Afao generally.
When exactly did elections start where you are?
The election started at 12. The voting started at 12:30 p.m.
Okay.
That was the stipulated time that INEC actually gave here that voting was actually going to commence, and it did commence at 12:30 p.m. on the dot.
It's all right. Thank you very much, Pal Sam. We'll love to hear from you as soon as you have updates on those events and news as they unfold. Thank you very much, Pius.
It's my pleasure. I'll be so glad to keep you posted.
All right, you heard him.
Yes.
Let's start with the idea that police investigation in Nigeria starts with an outright arrest. And he said he saw someone,
and he's a journalist,
and he said
that was picked.
That was picked. Does it not follow suit with what people are saying as regards the disadvantage of having a militarized election in court?
It's always a disadvantage, and I should know because in 2009, during the rerun election, the Dose Debeku, I had the privilege of being the editor of Punch.
Okay.
And part of what Punch did, much more than any other newspaper in Nigeria, was to send a battalion, in quote, of journalists and photojournalists to Ekiti. Every senatorial zone, had about 3 to 4 journalists and photojournalists, monitoring everywhere and everything. And our journalists were attacked. Some picked by, military personnel who gave the orders, you might want to investigate because the military, soldiers or policemen work for, isn't it, the federal government. So who will have given such an order, directly or indirectly? So it's always an issue because really, in terms of the sanctity of the electoral process, it rests with INEC. Has INEC complained of anything? Have we seen anybody trying to hijack, anything? Why would a journalist be picked, from a polling station? It's like picking an observer who is not voting, who has been accredited to observe the election. It's like picking him. And the gentleman that your reporter, spoke about, from what we have read so far, won't be the first person. I've read online, shortly before, I came on here, about 4 journalists being picked specifically by security people, 2 of them from Osho or something, and they actually saw them, to the border, between Ekiti and Osho State and said, you are not needed here. Go back to Osho State. Those are journalists who are accreditation papers from INEC. Once you have that paper from INEC and you have they are invariably saying that it is not sufficient to have your accredited badge as a journalist. What will a journalist do? Swing votes, thumbprint, or what? So to answer your question, it is uncivilized, it is needless, and it exposes us in a rather uncomplimentary manner, if security people have to be seen, carrying out orders, and the thing about security people, yes, maybe there'll be a suggestion of this is how we don't want such people, we don't want this type of people, at the polling booth, but then they carry it out in a manner that Fela described as, zombie mentality. That is poor. That is unwelcomed.
Well, funny enough, a guest analyst already earlier in the morning used that same expression.
Which one?
Zombie expression. Now, you heard him talk about the PDP candidate who complained bitterly about distributing money.
Yeah.
During the electoral campaigns, we've heard stakeholders say if they give you money, collect it because it's your money. But do not vote because of the money. Vote for your conscience. But now we have a situation whereby you have to snap what you vote to validate the money you collect. How does that impact on the quality of election?
I will take that allegation by the PDP candidate with a pinch of salt, because what he was reported to have said, if you compare it to the general analysis from your reporter, you will see that there's been a kind of atmosphere of peace, of tranquility and of order. Okay, so when you put the question to him that the candidate of PDP alleged some violence, and you followed up on that question, he said he didn't witness any violence, but the candidate alleged and the violence and what he termed violence was the money inducement that only him or people reported to him saw. We should be happy at this stage in our national life that citizen journalism is everywhere, and therefore there is a bit of confidence, in what's going on, because frankly, let's say in a place like Ado or Ifon or Ikole, which are, to an extent very cosmopolitan, it is unlikely that any policeman will stop even those who are waiting on the queue, to take pictures of the polling booth or something, and as you are taking, it's going viral. On Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, everywhere. So I do not suppose that it is as guarded, as secretive in terms of the atmosphere, as a candidate will have us believe. So if there is evidence that people are being induced, and inducement, are in categories. Some are within what, frankly, INEC or anybody can do anything about. If people leave their homes and they've already collected any amount of money, just to go and vote for anybody, how do you prove that? How do you stop them, from fulfilling, the deal, the bargain, the end of the bargain? And in any case, what sort of a candidate will worry so much about his supporters being bought over at the polling booth? How much are you going to be given? Will the amount of money that will be given to them at the polling booth be more important to them than the bags of rice that they have collected earlier on? I mean, so we will wait to see such evidence.
But Steve, you agree with that, given if you study our electoral history in Nigeria, the idea of giving money to electorates is not strange.
At all.
But then that brings us to what has happened thus far to all the electoral education, that we've had, that will not sell your vote. Especially in a place like Ekiti, where there is this euphoria that they are well educated, they are highly enlightened. Put all of that together. What are your thoughts along that line?
Oh, there are, undoubtedly there are major challenges in terms of our values, generally as a people. It's an endemically corrupt nation. People will do anything just to gain an edge, illegally and in a corrupt manner. So it's not strange that this will happen, in an election. But then, is it sufficient to buy people's conscience? I doubt it. And what other parties that I know will say is that if they offer you money, collect it, but vote, along your conscience. And I think, morally speaking, that's about the best thing that you can do. Voter education essentially is to encourage you to vote wisely. Maybe there are issues in terms of ideological, positioning of all the papers. What, as Fayemi said, candidly, that is different from what Fayoshe would have said, or Okwemi Bamidele. So we know ab initio that in terms of ideological positioning, there isn't so much difference between APC and PDP and Labour. Everybody's talking about welfareism, everybody's talking about free education, everybody's talking about building roads and repairing roads. They are not major, they are not fundamental. They are only trying to address, the stomach needs, of the electorate. Unfortunately, that is the level where we are in terms of the growth of our economy. But then, will a 3,000 today, or a mini bag of rice, or a 10,000, be sufficient to swing anybody's vote if indeed, you know, that voter already has a position. I doubt it. So it will look to me like the bunch of people that we have are those who are easily, you know, swayed, you know, by persuasions or by gratifications. That would be unfortunate, but what can we do about it? So it shouldn't be about somebody complaining now, because maybe 30 minutes or an hour later, other parties will come up with other allegations, you know, that will put, you know, this very candidate.
It looks like thus far we're witnessing a relatively peaceful election against all odds, considering the pockets of violence that preceded June 21. But now, if this election ends up like this, peaceful, in court, I'm looking at the possibility of ascribing all the praise to the heavy military presence in Ekiti. How does that impact on subsequent elections in Nigeria?
Well, you know, Ekiti is just a state, and we know quite well that Nigeria is under policed, Nigeria is under secure. So maybe it might work for Ekiti, because you've got people coming from all the other states to come to the small Ekiti.
But we don't have that level of surveillance.
It might also work in Osun. But then when we are now having a general election, what do? You know, that would be the litmus test, you know, for the whoever is the IG at that point. So it shouldn't be, we should never, you know, encourage a situation where we have to rely on heavy presence of the military or security apparatus. No, it should be about getting the process, you know.
You have the caller. You have the caller. What point you look on today? Coming from Kano.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Yeah, I want to know. Yeah, I want to know what is happening at the local government and the local where the incumbent government. What is happening about the election there?
Where the incumbent got the cast a report and it's from Isho Ekiti. It's been peaceful thus far. As a matter of fact, we got that call 5 minutes before 3, and he said that elections were already concluded. And as at the time he called us, he told us that elections, votes are being sorted out and that countings were already ongoing. He also said that it looks as if the incumbent party there was having an upper hand. We cannot confirm that at this moment, except we have a confirmation from INEC. So if that's what you're saying, Prince, of course, that's what we have for you for now, and we hope that we'll bring you updates subsequently as we get calls from our correspondents on the field. Steve, we were talking about the militarization of election and how bad it will get if we rely so much on
that
military paraphernalia, and then come general election, we don't have the might again. Exactly. But beyond that, you know, prior to this time, there's been a lot about educating the people as regards exercising their franchise, as regards peaceful coordination during elections. Would you say that the government is doing enough in that regard, especially now the political parties involved? Because in the seasons that led up to this time, what we have seen has been people talking about personalities, counter-criticism, not much of spires in AKT. In case you don't know, and of course I believe you should know, except you're not in Nigeria, elections are taking place, gubernatorial election is taking place in AKT. We had a call earlier from our correspondent in Afao, Pius Samuel, and Afao is the hometown of the
PDP candidate Ayodele Fayose, and he says that everything appears peaceful relatively thus far, except for a particular time that caused uproar when a supposed journalist was whisked away by men of the Nigerian army. We hope to reach him back to give us details as regards what happened. And he that the PDP candidate also admit allegations that certain parties have been distributing money to voters. I think we have a call now. Hello, Ghana. How are you today? Hello, Ghana. How are you today?
Okay, my question is this. I'm away from Kwara State. How do we have this station in my state? I'm not interested in the election or not election. But this particular station, how do we have it in Kwara State?
Okay, how do you get this station in Kwara? Of course, we're trending. It's channel 329 on Star Times. And I'm sure that if you have a Star Times decoder, you can get us live from on Star Times channel 329.
Okay, you said you're not calling into the program.
It's all right. Thank you, Ghana. We'd love to hear more from you. Now, we also heard from Frank Omolape, who spoke to us from Ward 11 in Ishon. Ishon is the Honi, and now Kayode Fayemi. Do you think that this history will have any impact on the outcome of the elections today?
I don't think so. I think Mimiko broke that jinx.
In Ondo?
You know, the same thing was said about Ondo at a point, you know, and they listed all the, you know, the Adifarati, Agagu, you know, everybody who had been governor and who never went back for the second time. The same thing is said of, you know, about Oyo State. Most, you know, a number of states really in the south, you know, west. If it could happen in Ondo, talking in terms of, you know, how much does history, you know, how much role does it play, you know, does it impact, you know, on what happens today. If it could change in Ondo, I don't see why it can change in Oyo or in Ekiti, you know, but then we'll wait till tomorrow to know, you know, what will happen in Ekiti.
But do you consider the federal might that has come to support the PDP in Ekiti, if you compare it with what happened in Ondo? I mean, it doesn't look like there was so much federal might behind the PDP candidate. I'm not speaking categorically now, but it doesn't appear like we had the president and the vice president coming to endorse a PDP candidate in Ondo.
Maybe not directly, but again, you know, observers, you know and recall what happened.
Okay, we have Usman from Adamawa. Hello, Usman.
Hello, my name is Usman.
Please go ahead with your contribution, Usman.
Yes. From Mubi South, right?
It's all right.
From Mubi South, I get to you people through Dish, through Al Jazeera Dish, because we're getting free air Dish. The gentleman there now, I support him 100%. And now, our own comment now in this country, ANEC. I wonder why ANEC, only in Ekiti State, they have about 6 commissioners, ANEC members there. 6. What of Nigeria? And my second question is, the troops, up to 12,000 troops in Ekiti State only. Population in Ekiti State is more than 3.5 million people. The troops in Ekiti is weak. The ethnic members, they can vote. Those people, they must vote, and I and quarantine and refugee and everybody there, they must vote. That's my question. Those people, they must vote or not. Or they are supporting this thing because we put our own vote on our candidate. It's not in our body, it's our own candidate. Please, come on air. We are watching you people 24 hours. We are watching you in this Ekiti. So that we will see this country will progress. Thank you very much, man. God bless our TV contestants.
Good to hear from you, Usman. Thank you very much for your contribution. Now, you heard the man there from Adamawa who is saying, what about the troops in Ekiti? Possibly he's agitating that it has been focused on Ekiti. But is there anything wrong in having INEC putting that number of commissioners in Ekiti for this election?
Yeah, I mean, but he's addressing, the same thing that we said earlier, that yes, if you have to, pull all your resources together, just to make 400,000 votes, count in Ekiti. Okay, that might make sense. But then when you wouldn't have that luxury in February 2015.
Now, isn't it even better now compared to what happened in Anambra, where we had all the resources as well on the particular state? And
absolutely, I agree with you.
Not coming out well.
Absolutely, I agree with you. That at least, let's see that you can get this one right. And this can serve as a template for Osun. And then ultimately, hopefully, at the federal level, maybe that's what. But of course, people will want to say, don't use, a singular example of Ekiti, which is just a microcosm of, the entire Nigeria, to validate the position of
Okay, Steve, I think we have another call. Hello?
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 Usman, I can hear you. Go ahead with your contribution.
From Kaduna. Please, you have to help us to tell the INEC at the end. You have to be very sincere this time around. You have to be very sincere. Because the problem from this election is from the INEC. You have to be very sincere. You have to do their work thoroughly and very sincere. That's my contribution.
It's all right. Thank you very much. Thank you for calling Usman from Kaduna. He was mentioning the problem being with INEC.
Sincerity. He hammered on the word sincerity, which is to say that, yes, candidates are saying it is peaceful, it is fair, so far it is free.
Everything now lies with the umpire.
With the umpire. What will he announce? Sincerity. Be truthful.
And given the precedence of a doctored result in the past that ended up in wasting close to 3 years in court.
Absolutely.
How do you think the people should react to it? Because that brings us to the issue of getting candidates via the courts instead of via polls. How does it impact on the quality of electoral process and governance in Nigeria?
Unfortunately, it's the only way. I mean, it is disruptive. But then if you are unable to get justice, through the umpire, through the process, then you will need an arbiter, through the courts, to validate.
Okay, we have another call here. Hello, Joseph.
Hello.
Go ahead with your contribution, Joseph.
Yeah, my brother, how are you?
I'm fine, terrific.
Yeah, we have Nigerians observing your station, what is going on. I believe in this country we should start getting things right. I thank in Ekiti, but if I strongly feel it is not the number of people, INEC commissioners that have been sent to Ekiti, but I believe during the general election, they will get it right. So I strongly comment.
Quite optimistic, Joseph will have say that irrespective of having one state, that he's hopeful that INEC will get it right. But isn't it too fast, too early to get INEC? But you were talking earlier about how indeed we can have. What was it we were discussing? How is it we can have a free, fair, credible election in Ekiti State? Now, there's been much talk about free, fair, and credible elections. But then we seem to focus more on the process of the election. If we can have a free, fair umpire, if the election can go smoothly. But even with a free, fair election, I think what makes it credible is the quality of decision that the people make.
At the end of the day. So that we don't have to return to the court, just like we were saying before.
Exactly.
The court, absolutely. And that rests solely on, back to what, was it Usman or the other guy, said about the sincerity of INEC. In 2009, Madam Ayoka alleged of some intrusions from outsiders. And you did mention about how impactful, will this federal might, be on the election. Even if certain things are not, directly stated, people could, misread the body language, from Abuja, and therefore be inclined to want to be seen to be pleasing, the powers that be. That could be, that could tell on the kind of credibility, that people expect, at the end of the day. But as I said, Ekiti, hopefully, and arithmetically, should be a lot easier than Anambra.
Just a minute, Steve. Hello, Mohammed.
Hello?
Mohammed, go ahead with your contribution. I can hear you.
Yeah, how are you, sir?
I'm terrific. How are you too?
How are you, sir? How is the election going on today?
Well, we're following it. From what we've seen thus far, it's been relatively peaceful. Go ahead. I can hardly hear you. Can you move away from where you are? Can you please turn down the volume of your TV set so we can get a crystal clear communication? Are you there? Please endeavor to turn down the volume of your TV set anytime you're trying to call us. Now, what we have is a feedback distortion and we can hardly hear you. So when you try to call, the phone line is right there on your screen. Try to turn down the volume of your television so that we can hear you very, very well. Now, we've seen courts deciding who won elections, especially in Anambra. We saw it happen in Edo, in Ondo, and that has altered the date of election, just like we have it now, 1 year before the general election. Apart from the alteration of dates, what actual impact do you think that will have on the quality of governance and leadership in Nigeria?
Obviously, concentration, on the part of the governor, will be weak, because you do not know the outcome, of what will happen in the court. If we go by what happened in Anambra, where court, the tribunal has already validated, I don't suppose that people won't go to court, and it is their inalienable right anyway, let them go to court.
We have another call. Joseph. Hello, Joseph.
Yes, my brother.
Joseph, can you turn down the volume of your TV set?
I was talking about the INEC issue in
Hello, Joseph. Just a minute, Joseph. Can you hear me?
So, the election, I believe INEC, I can hear you.
I want you to turn down the volume of your TV set, Joseph.
They are doing perfectly well. We should commend INEC. They are doing this country proud. When they behave, we should complain. Today, they are doing well. We should commend them. We should not be pessimistic. When people do things right in this country, we should have to commend them so that they can do well. In the aspect of people complaining on the terrorization of the it's wrong. When the general election comes up, we will not be seeing 14 governors going into one state. Everybody will be in their state campaigning. The interaction will now be scattered to every state. The reason why this is happening in Ekiti is the pressure is too much in Ekiti. So if we didn't have this number of security operatives in Ekiti, who knows what could have happened? The infiltration from other states, it could have been another problem. But we thank the security agency for not pulling, because in this country, this is why I say most of us don't know the importance of security. Even if you need 100 people to guide one citizen of this country, we should do it. We should not be scared of security. Security must be for citizens, for the life of citizens of this country. So what the security agents have done with the complaint of people who don't wish this country well, is stand their ground to say, look, we must give security in the city. And I
sit down to really see how we can improve on this in our general election in 2015. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph from Abuja. It's good to hear from you. Oh, lots of commendation coming in already. For crying out loud, it's just 20 minutes before 4 o'clock. The elections, the results are not out yet. You know, one amazing thing about elections in Nigeria, all like what we saw in the United States of America, when Mitt Romney came out about an hour after results were announced, congratulating Barack Obama and extending an olive branch. We have not seen that in this country. So do you see all this commendation turning into something else after the announcement of the results later on today?
There are no gallant losers in Nigeria, unfortunately. You know, even when you have a situation of a landslide victory, you know, the losers will still complain, you know, of people being disenfranchised, etc. It is surprising, you know, for me that none of the political parties so far, you know, has raised any issues out of the fact that more than a quarter of those who registered won't be voting. We do not know which party, you know, has the bulk of those, you know, 200 and something thousand people who haven't.
Amazingly, there's not been much talk about the electorate.
People are just talking about, oh, they picked my candidate, they picked this, they harassed me, you know, there is heavy security, etc. Yeah, but the fact that more than a quarter of those who are expected to vote won't be voting, that's such a major thing. Maybe at the end of the day, people will now say, you know, after losing, you know, will now say, oh, 200 out of the 238,000, you know, that won't be voting will have voted for me or something. But you can't be crying, you know, over spilled milk. You know, you should have raised an alarm if there is merit, you know, in the argument. But of course, who can you blame? You can't even blame INEC, because the job of INEC is to register and to ensure that one person does not register twice. So if truly more than 700,000 people, individual people, have validly registered, why will more than a quarter of those people won't be interested in, you know, in going through that election? How many of such people will have left Ekiti State, you know, and redeployed or moved to other states or died or something? How many? I doubt it to be up to 10 or 20.
Hello, Rotimi. How are you today? Afternoon, Rotimi. Go ahead with your contribution.
I would like to contribute to the program because I'm a citizen of Ekiti State. I'm from Ekiti State. I decided not to go to Ekiti State because I registered over there. I was not going on Wednesday when we had a news that the governors were about to enter Ekiti State, and we have a presence of military in Ekiti State. I was the reign of Oluchi. I knew what happened. What led to the state of emergency? So I know what would have happened if the federal mics are here right now. I knew what they did that time, and I know what they are capable of doing right now. So that's why I decided not to go. Everybody in my family were begging me not to go to the state because of the integrity of what was going to happen here. But we are watching it on television right now, on television. We are seeing that the reverse is the key, but except the case of Muslims of Banito, I don't know what he's doing. It's just like because if you want to go to the state, to destroy the state again, we won't allow that to happen. We are enlightened. We are more enlightened than every one of them. We won't allow that to happen. The ACT is capable of asking them too, but they are enlightened people. We can easily go to court because we have lost confidence in the court situation in Nigeria. That's why the case is going to be prolonged, because we say we are not supposed to be in this situation because we are supposed to be doing election same time every other person, every other thing that doing the election. It's because of their occupancy and what has led to this. Now, I want to advise everybody to be calm. I know the will of God and the will of masses will prevail. We are watching it, all eyes are on them, but one thing I want TV to do for us, I want you to to see to the end of the case of Mutuli Obanikoro gunshot in Ado-Ekiti. Because I'm from Ado-Ekiti. That is my town. I want to know what he's doing there. He's not supposed to be there. Like the case of El-Rufai in Anambra State. He was kept in house arrest for 2 days. The election were conducted in Anambra State. I don't know why they are allowing him to be roaming about the street of Ado-Ekiti with armed men, harassing people on the bus. So we want you to see to the end of the thing and let us see what he's doing.
It's all right. Thank you very much for calling, Rotimi. It's been a lovely time hearing from you. But you heard Joseph, who called earlier from Abuja, said that Nigerians should not be afraid of military men. And many have argued, why would we engage the Nigerian army? I mean, it's not a situation of war. We are not fighting insurgency. Military men are supposed to be there fighting international war and all of that. And now Rotimi is also asking the question, what Obanikoro is doing in Ekiti. But Obanikoro is the Minister of State of Defense. Would you see anything fetchy in his presence in Ekiti for now?
I'm sure Obanikoro will be in Ekiti as a party member. On that score, there is no law that says you can't be anywhere. The only thing that you won't do is to vote. But then, how fair, how moral, you know, is his presence as the Minister of State for Defense, you know, whose utterances seemingly, you know, have appeared to be, you know, expectedly partisan, you know, and for a minister that is directly in charge of soldiers, you know, wouldn't it be, you know, misread, you know, so to speak, that he's there to at least attempt to influence the outcome?
We have Nasiru now calling from Kaduna. Hello, Nasiru. Are you there, Nasiru?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Core TV News. How are you today?
Hello, good afternoon.
I can hear you clearly. Go ahead with your contributions, Nasiru.
Thank you very much. I've been monitoring this year program this morning. Thank you. Thank you. I said I've been monitoring, I've been following this year program this morning.
It's all right. Go ahead.
We should not be afraid of those military people. But on ground, to me, those military people refer to Ekiti State. They are CDC card bearers. Why should they be there in large numbers like that? And to my own perception and belief, I want to believe that Jonathan wants to show that yes, he has supporters and whatever in Ekiti. And that is a myth. I don't believe in that. I don't see PDP winning. So they shouldn't use force to command people or maybe to hijack the vote of Ekiti people. That's my contribution, please.
Thank you very much, Nasiru. It's good to hear from you. But then let us look at it this way. What do you think the military could have done to overturn the results? What we were expecting was that people were going to stay back at their homes, but you know, the reverse is the case. Everyone came out.
People from voting.
They didn't stop people. Are they going to? Do you think the military are going to rig for a particular party or what?
We will wait, you know, to see that happen. You know, which was why I said the voting, the counting, and the declaration, the collation, the counting, the collation, the declaration are as important as the voting. We should wait, you know, to see if the process will be seamless, you know, all through. It is obvious now so far that the heavy presence of the military, you know, has not had affected the turnout, one, and, you know, the process of voting, you know. But of course, I think Ekiti people should also not despair, because the names that have been mentioned, you know, that their presence might cause a bit of, you know, disquiet. Obanikoro, Chris Uba, and you begin to wonder, these are, you know, people who are supposed to be so powerful in their own states, but I've lost elections, not once, not twice, you know. So outside of the federal
So you wonder what
precisely are they able to rot, you know, in Ekiti State?
But then don't forget that they have the military might.
Except for that, but then we have also analyzed here to say that what precisely will the military do? To snatch ballots or to thumbprint? If you thumbprint and you thumbprint more than the figure that is expected, that already means that you are setting the stage for a massive, you know, discredit when the thing gets to tribunal or gets to the court. But even at that, let us wait and see how the voting will go.
Let's look at the unity that we've experienced thus far. Most of our calls have been from northern Nigeria, Adamawa, Abuja, and the Nigerians are keen about finding out what's happening in a southwest state, Ekiti. For many who think that, we had a guest earlier today who said Nigeria might divide. Don't you think that we seem to be more united than... Okay, I think we have a caller now. It's Usman. Hello, Usman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Usman. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
Welcome on Call TV News. Please go ahead with your contribution.
I want to find out, this more than quarter of the voters that were not allowed to vote, how long did the INEC give this information to the voters?
I didn't get that, Usman. Can you go over that again?
I say, for how long did INEC give directives that those that did not collect their original voters card will not vote?
Well, I think you are getting it wrong. We got the information yesterday. It's the permanent voter cards, which is trending now. That's what is obtainable for voting in Ekiti. And just yesterday, INEC says that a little over 200,000 voters do not have the permanent card and they won't be allowed to vote. Are you there? Oh, I'm afraid we lost that call.
Democratic setting.
Are you there, Usman?
Thank you, that's my contribution.
Oh, thank you very much for calling. It's good to hear from you all the way from Kaduna. Just like we said, looks as if even northerners are more interested in...
But I think you raised a valid point, though, that INEC should probably use the Ekiti example, you know, to further educate people, you know, as regards Osun, just like we said earlier, and towards, you know,
the general election.
So that let people know precisely what they need to do, at what point they need to do it, so that they can. It's not just about registering, it's about also, you know, collecting your permanent voters register. So what he is saying is that let the requirements be the publicity around those things that are necessary, so that people won't assume that, oh, since I have registered, I'll just go there on that day and go and vote. You know, without proper education, repeatedly, you know.
But one would have expected that the political parties should have taken that challenge.
Absolutely, but INEC shouldn't also shy away, you know, from doing the needful.
Does it not also tell us the importance that political parties actually is putting on the actual votes?
Absolutely.
From the registered voters?
I think there is a general neglect in terms of, you know, and that affects all the political parties in terms of properly educating their voters. And what you see is that they assume that those who are educated, those who are literate, know what to do. They underestimate the fact that people are busy. Not everybody, they just zero their minds to the fact that, oh, on social date I'll go there, forgetting that there are things that you need to do, and the processes have changed.
But still, don't you think that if political parties do not see it as their primary responsibility to educate their followers to register, not only to register, to make sure they get the permanent voter cards, does it not tell possibly that they do not really believe in the power of the people?
You get it wrong, because you assume that every voter that votes for a political party, a particular political party, is a member of that political party. No. Barely half of those who vote for parties are members, are card-carrying members of those political parties. You know, generality of Nigerians who vote only align with those political parties. They are not necessarily members. You know, voters card is different from party membership card. And therefore, those who, and you also have to acknowledge that maybe 25% of the voters will not have decided who they will vote for before the election.
We have another call. It's Kola Wale from Elisha. How are you today, Kola Wale?
How are you doing?
I'm terrific. Go ahead with your contribution.
Kola Wale on the line, please.
Go ahead, Kola Wale. We're with you.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to talk about Ekiti.
It's all right.
Hello?
Go ahead, Kola Wale. We can hear you crystal clear. Go ahead with your contributions.
No, thank you. Can I speak now?
Exactly. Please, you can do. Go ahead.
What I wanted to say about Ekiti. Especially, I'm in election now. But are you listening?
Yes, of course we are. Go ahead. We're with you, Kola Wale. I'm afraid that was a bit of challenge there communicating with Kola Wale. Please do endeavor to turn down the volume of your TV set anytime you attempt to reach us. Steve, can we look at this election thus far? It's 5 minutes before 4 o'clock. Given the comments and the reports we've had so far, can we look at this and say that, well, maybe 2015 election is not going to have so much of the uproar that many people have talked about, and say that maybe Nigerians and INEC will be getting closer to what we had in 1993, the Abiola election, which many have adjudged to be the fairest, the freest, and the most credible yet. Can 2015 beat that record?
Maybe 2015 will queue behind 1993. I do not for once think that Nigeria will break.
Just a minute, Steve. Hello, Adebayo. Hello, are you there?
Hello.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to Core TV News. Go ahead with your contribution, please.
Yes, I'm here. I can hear you. Yes, thank you. I'm a bit worried about the politics, partisan politics going on in Ekiti right now. Number one, we understand that about over 700 voters registered, and as it is, it was only 400 that had a permanent voters card that would be eligible to vote. I can't still understand why that should occur, at this period, when we know that over 700 registered and you are allowing just 400 to vote. To me, it doesn't speak well. And before this election, I understand about just this week that some chieftains from APC were trying to enter that state, and they did not allow them to enter. While some other political dons from PDP were allowed to enter the state. And apart from that, the Minister for State, I don't want to mention name now, I think the PDP were using him right now to move around the Southwest. As I don't know the purpose of his intention. We are talking of Chibok and all that. Nobody is going there to even seek for the coming back of our schoolgirls. But instead, they were moving around the whole country, thinking that politics or whatever, what should we even have the intention of giving back to the people? I understand that before now that the started sharing rights and all that, that will not solve our problem in this country. What we are supposed to face, we are not facing them. We are living what we are supposed to do, and we are thinking of partisan politics. I don't know where we are leading to, and I want to say categorically that the outcome of this election in Ekiti and Osun State will dictate the tools of general elections. And to my understanding, the ruling party is not doing anything about that. What they are concerned about is still the presidency, and that's why they are worried about what is happening in Ekiti. I hope God will save us from this, and Nigeria will be good for better. Thank you.
Thank you you very much, Adebayo, for your contribution. Good to hear from you. But I think one thing is said that really struck me was we have the Minister of State of Defense going around at Ekiti. I can't recall
and
that
he has not visited Chibok.
I can't recall that he's been to Chibok.
No, like the president that he serves, he hasn't been to Borno, let alone to Chibok. I think that's instructive. Why is politics more important than good governance? Than saving lives, than being seen to be responsible. But again, we are Nigerians. Sometimes we get our priorities wrong, unfortunately.
Some have questioned the idea of placing such ministry, under a political leadership. But then, I mean, how can we differentiate military from partisan politics subsequently in our future as a country?
Well, I mean, there was a major development at a point, just immediately after the appointment of the substantive Minister of Defense and the Minister of State, that the high echelon of the military actually refused to take instructions, from the minister, saying that I won't be ordered around by this bloody civilian, and the minister almost resigned and everything. That was quelled, the president intervened, but of course that is instructive. That gives an indication into the kind of politics and subterfuge that is probably happening there. So how do we correct that? Good leaders, good governance, responsible leadership, and in a civilian society, the military will acknowledge, they will recognize that, they will take instructions. But of course, it's the quality of people they are taking instructions from, that matters.
Just a minute, Steve. We have our correspondent, Abiola. Hello, Abiola. Can you hear me?
Hello, Femi.
Where are you now, Abiola?
I'm still in local government.
Okay, what's the situation? Report for us.
Okay, I stepped out now with my cameraman to go and monitor the counting process of votes that has been cast.
Okay.
On our way out, the security personnel on the road, specifically military mobile policemen, ordered our vehicle to stop, which we did. We now highlighted from the vehicle to go and explain to them that we are on our way to counting to the polling unit.
Okay.
We called the counting of votes.
Okay.
They told us that there is an order from the above that no vehicle should move from now till Saturday. We told them that we can park our vehicle and we'll trek to the point of counting, to any of the polling units where the counting is taking place right now. They told us that no, that we should go and marry our vehicle. That is the situation now.
So you are not allowed to move around in Inying?
Yes, now.
But where you are right now, what's the situation with the counting?
I've not been able to get to the any of the polling units to see what is going on, because I was under issue. I was somewhere. I wanted to move to where the polling unit is, but they stopped us on the way. They're saying that there is an order from the above that no vehicle should move for now.
Even though
we ordered our driver to park, that we trek. I was trekking with my cameraman, so they still prevented us from moving.
Which of the security agencies stopped you? Was it the police, the military?
Mobile policemen.
They saw your tag, and irrespective of your tag, they said that no one is allowed to move.
They saw our tag, they saw our ID card, they saw our microphone, even they stopped those people from the AIT crew. Another crew here, we are here, they stopped us.
It's all right, Biola, keep us posted as issues arise.
Okay, I will keep you posted as the event unfolds.
Thank you very much. It's good to hear from you.
Welcome. Yeah.
You heard that earlier. It was a journalist that was whisked away. Now there is an obstruction in mobility for pressmen. Isn't that an infringement on?
Absolutely so. I mean, that's rather unfortunate. And as I indicated earlier, we're getting closer to the period that will be very trying. Now they do not want journalists to move at a time that ballot boxes, and collated votes will be moving from their various destinations to Ado-Ekiti. What might happen along the line before you know, the votes get to Ado-Ekiti? Nobody knows. If you do not have journalists monitoring, you know, in addition to security people, observers, accredited observers, and recognized party agents, you are opening up your flags. You are leaving things to speculation, which is not very good. So you see, it is not just about, you know, queuing up quietly, casting your vote alone. No, it's about the processes. Every process at one point or the other leading to the collation and the announcement, you know, that will be considered before you can say that the election is credible. Now, suspicious flags will be up now. Why are you denying journalists from moving? If they could cover the voting, why can't they move, you know, with the ballot boxes to the destination? Why can't they comb the area around? Why can't they be media observers, really? I mean, those are the questions that are germane.
Well, the good thing is there are party agents in all the polling units, and that way political parties should be able to monitor the number of votes that they have.
From history, you know that it will get to a point that some party agents will complain of either being attacked or being denied proper access. Those are the things, and you know, those are the things that will work either in favor of a particular party or against a particular party if this thing has to get to the tribunal, you know. And I suspect that if things do not gel, you know, completely at the end of the day, you know, we might either end up in tribunal or end up with a rerun or something like that.
Would you say that this is another major disadvantage of having a militarized election in Ekiti?
Not on its own. If the military, if the heavy presence of the military is there, just to ensure that there is no violence, but not to interfere, it would be deemed as interference if you have to pick up a journalist and send him, you know, to Oshun, you know, to say that we don't need you here, or you have to say no AIT, no Core TV, no channels, don't move from point A to B. I mean, what damage can they cause? What havoc can a media crew, you know, press crew, you know, I mean, allow them? It will be a plus to the system, you know, if the process is seen to be, you know, to be open, you know, and transparent. But these maybe it's just one area. Let us wait and see whether there will be a confirmation, you know, of such untoward, you know, blacklisting, as I would say, of the media from moving around.
Well, we just got a call from our correspondent in Ishon, who actually said, Abiola, who said that they could not move from one point to the other because there is a standing order that between now and 5 o'clock, all movements should be stopped. Now, the big question is, how does this impact on the results from this election? Of course, earlier we told you about the relative peace that we've experienced, and it looks as if things are it looks as if things are taking a whole different dimension. But then, how would you describe the intention on the part of leadership to have a credible election? Because many have asked the answer to our problems. Is it that we have a leadership that we deserve as a people, or we need someone who is not a product of this community, who will come here without any... Okay, I understand we have a call now. Usman, hello? Usman is trying to reach us again from Adamawa. Hello, Usman, can you hear me? Oh, I'm afraid that there's something wrong with that communication line. Keep trying. Please, when you call in, endeavor to turn down the volume of your TV set so we can hear you clearly and have a crystal clear communication going on. Steve, many have talked about how to bring about a change, what they call the electoral reforms in Nigeria. What exactly is the factor that would bring that change? Is it a man, a structure, a system? What it is?
A combination of both, of all these things. Recall that the first thing, apart from being a shoeless man from a riverine area, that distinguished Jonathan was his insistence on his intention to bring about electoral reforms, you know, and part of what they counted in his favor was the fact that the elections that came, you know, after he became president, you know, almost all went to opposition party, and they attributed that to the fact that you can see that the president didn't interfere. In Anambra, opposition won. In here, you know, opposition won. Stuff like that. But all of a sudden, you know, since the build-up to 2015, you know, started, all of a sudden, electoral reforms, credible elections, and allowing the process to go without interference is no longer part of what the president used to be celebrated for. It's no longer part of what he, you know, seems to be concerned about.
Just a minute, Steve. We have comments coming on our Facebook page, and this is from Adebisi Olanikbekun from Ado-Ekiti. When it comes to election participation, our military and police are so excited because it's an avenue to make money and oppress innocent and unarmed citizens. But tell them to go to Bono and they start collapsing. Now you recall that there was a major outcry and protest by a part of the Nigerian police when they were posted to that part of the country, and then I'm sure that what he's saying is that police or other security agents they'll be happy to go for election rather than fight terrorism headlong. But how does our faith in security agencies in Nigeria, you know, affect all of this? For instance, if you were to be in a more civilized nation and you see the army, for instance, the U.S. Army, there's this respect, this mutual respect between the army and the citizens. You know, they seem to enjoy their company and say, wow, you're doing well. But we don't seem to have that here.
Without having to announce that the policeman is your friend, because a policeman, like any military officer, you know, in a civilized nation, is seen first and foremost as a gentleman. You know, they'll say an officer and a gentleman. You know, a policeman, even if you are being led to the gallows, you know, so to speak, the sa.
But in the local parlance, they said that if an army slaps you, then you know that the police is a friend. We have another one coming from Bright Omogene in Ado-Ekiti. I don't know what people really want. Nigeria have security challenges at hand, and political parties blame each other about it. Now, election is to take place. Government provided enough security to protect the citizens. Yet, some group have bad comments about a good step in the right situation. I believe you went in the right direction. Well, it looks as if Nigerians are divided on this particular issue. Many believe that, well, it is good, but then reports that we are hearing recently about not allowing members of the press to move about, of course, tells us, well, something is wrong somewhere with this militarization of the thing. But what are your thoughts along that line?
I mean, that's...
Okay, we have a call now. Owolabi from Ibadan. Hello, Owolabi.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Please go ahead with your contribution.
What the other man said, Mr. Oladipo from Ado. Let this our security men. Let our security men go to the hideout of the Boko Haram to go and solve the problems rather than bringing them to go come around innocent citizens that want to vote their government in. I think they should face the Boko Haram issue. That's what is more important than the voting something here.
It's all right. Thank you very much for your contribution, Owolabi. You know, the former NAFDAC boss of blessed memory, when he was the Minister of Information, kickstarted this idea of rebranding Nigeria. And I think that the thoughts of an average Nigeria as regards the average policeman or the average Nigerian army, you know, it is not really something worthy of note. Nigerians practically do not respect security agencies. What do you think have been done in that light?
I don't think it's disrespect. I don't think that's the right word. I think it is trust. you know, that is the right word. Nigerians don't, generality of Nigerians do not trust the security, you know, agencies, because over time there have been, you know, incidences of letting people down. You know, we know of cases where, you know, armed robbers or suspects will be arrested and will be released, you know, because policemen will have been alleged to have collected, you know, some bribe. And you know what happens when, you know, an armed robber returns and he knows those who reported him. The first place to visit will be, you know, that place. So therefore, people are guarded. So when you say, if you see anything untoward, if you sense anything in your area, call the police, do this, and you know the process. Even the mere case of assisting, being a good Samaritan to assist somebody in dire need, you know, of health issues, and you carry that person to the hospital or something, and the people will say you need police clearance to say that, you know, that you are not the one that actually shot him or hit him with a car.
Well, we have a call from Kule. Kule is calling from Inekiti. How are you today, Kule?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead with your contribution, Kule.
Yes, this is Kule calling from Benin. Hello?
Please go ahead with your contribution.
Yes, the voting process has been so good, and I can see that some people are criticizing the police and the security men on ground. I want you to know that the police and the security men on ground, if they are not available, the whole situation will have turned to another thing. I remember in 1999, I was in my hometown, I'm from Benin. The politicians are the one causing all this problem. They want to win at all costs. And since the security people on ground, it is not possible for them now coming with money to buy the conscience of people. So I think the presence of security men is good. So all those calling that it's not good, it's not this, it's not that. The only thing is that people that are not supposed to be in Ekiti, like that of the Minister of State, they have not been in Ekiti for now.
Hello,
so
Kule.
What I want to say now is for people to be criticizing the police being on ground, I don't think we have developed a state that there won't be any security at the police booth. Many of us, we don't have that kind of patience and everything. When things go wrong, we try to fight each other. And the presence of security has really helped a lot of things. Like in my work, the whole thing has been so smooth, and they are from press, like EKTV. They show them. I don't even know where your people said they detain them. And for me, if the guy can call, so that if you can work there and we talk to them, so that they release them.
No, they were not detained. They just were not allowed to move around.
You can hear Mr. Gongo. He was saying that he gave kudos to the INEC, that they have done better than what they did in Anambra. That in his own time, it has been peaceful. He even joined the queue. Just to know that, for you to know that everybody is interested in voting. And in Atletico, I call my people there. They said the security have not harassed anybody going to vote. And people went to the voting booth and they casted their votes. And I believe this time around, the vote will count. But the only problem we have now is our politicians. They want to get there by all means. Imagine the two ruling parties sharing rights up and down. Is it that what we need now? The so-called APC and PDP? No. But I think our politicians are the one causing problems.
Hello, Kule. Where you are right now, are you still at the polling unit now?
Our politician is the problem. I think God will help us in Nigeria.
It's all right. Thank you for calling. I'm afraid he could not hear me. Well, he said that he doesn't think that we are ripe enough as a nation to have an election without such military paparazzi, so to speak.
He might be right. He might be right in labeling us as crude and uncivilized. You know, maybe that is what obtains. My position is that even if that were true, to be true, what should be the standard? How many policemen were deployed to Anambra, for example? What is the population of Anambra compared to Ekiti? What will be the population of Ekiti compared to Osun? And what will be the number of voters in Ekiti compared to Osun? It shouldn't be arbitrary. You shouldn't just say because we need Ekiti desperately, therefore 12,500 policemen should go, 15,000 civil defense should go, you know, blah blah. No, it shouldn't be that way, because as we said earlier, when it gets to the federal and you do not have the luxury of sending police, you know, everywhere, you will have to deal with the little that you have.
We have another Facebook message from Benga Koliosho from Ekiti. Ekiti has survived the doomsday many predicted. The determination of the people to toe the path of peace has prevailed. Let no one claim the soldiers quelled violence. If Ekiti people wanted to fight, they will. Don't forget the Agbekoya saga. Warn them that they should not give our votes to someone else. Otherwise, now you see the ... there. Otherwise, Benga is saying, irrespective of all the military might in Ekiti, you cannot stop the people from doing what they desire to do. But then he made a big point there that Ekiti people are peaceful people and they are determined to remain peaceful. Now, how does that ripple, you know, across the nation come 2015?
Well, the ellipsis there is actually very pregnant. The ... You know, that
there's a condition.
You know, that we are peaceful, we will remain peaceful if we are not provoked, and if it doesn't appear as if we are cheated.
If we don't give our votes to someone else.
You know, to someone else, you know. I think that warning, I won't see it as a subtle threat. I'll see it as a warning that do it right so that things can turn out right. And I would think that that gentleman is also speaking the minds of, you know, the entire nation. Don't forget that in for the election in 2015, the expectations will be evenly distributed. There are those states that you consider to be major states, major voting states, major political and economic states, like Lagos, like Rivers, like Kano, like Sokoto, like Borno, that are with the opposition. Desperation, therefore, will be dangerous if 5 key states in the country are in the opposition and the will of the people, at least for their own states. You know, their own desire to might not be the desire of the entire country, but at least
on the contrary, the last election that we had in 2011, we saw the PDP winning the presidential election, even in opposition parties. We'll be back to that. Lemo from Akure, hello. Hello, are you there?
Yeah, I'm Wale Lemo. I am calling from Akure.
All right, go ahead, Lemo.
I want to say that the security presence in Ekiti has prevented a lot of violence. We all know, and you agree with me that the process building up to this election was particularly with a lot of fear. People were, I mean, we already had the lives that was lost in the contest. I mean, the campaigning
process. Are you there? Hello, Lemo. Oh, I'm afraid we lost that call. Please do try to call us. Let us quickly intimate you with our social feeds in case you want to be a part of the show. Of course, the number to call will be on your screen to do that. But you can also reach us on our Facebook page. It's facebook.com/CoTV News. Exactly, and you can put your comments there. We'll be reading it live, as well as on Twitter. It's at CoTV News NG, and YouTube, it's streaming live on YouTube. It's youtube.com/CoTV News. I understand that you can also watch us live. All you need to do is go to our website. It's www.CoTV News, possibly /live TV, and you'll be able to watch us live on YouTube and get all the news as it break, as well as in-depth analyses of facts, figures, and stories that are emerging
from Ekiti. Well, I'm still joined by Steve. Thank you very much for staying the course on the show today. Now, let's push this ahead. We're talking about a ripple effect across the country in 2015. But then, what do you think what do you think leadership must be cognizant of as we speak now? Because we say a relative peace so that we can sustain it. You heard him say, don't give our vote to someone else. Or else. Of course, we understand that the INEC boss himself is there. What do you think is expected from INEC and other stakeholders at this very critical time?
I think on the part of INEC, I think the pass mark that is being awarded to them so far is not misguided, it's not misdirected, you know, because the whole point of INEC is to provide, you know, an enabling electoral environment, make the process transparent, effective, start on time, let every vote count, explain, you know, the processes, etc. And then, you know, from available data, declare the results as they come, as they are available to you. That will be the whole point, you know, of INEC, you know, in addition to voter awareness, you know, proper registration, you know, and communicating effectively. I listened to Kayode Idowu, the Chief Press Secretary to JEGA this morning, you know, again, going through, you know, the processing and explaining. You can't be tired of engaging, you know, your public, your audiences, etc. And I think INEC, you know, is trying, you know, in those areas. The other area would be what is expected, you know, of our leaders on the one hand and of the political parties themselves, you know, on the other hand. Not to, of course, forget the fact that as an electorate, you know, be aware of your rights, be aware of what is required of you before you start, you know, crying foul. You know, be aware that certain things are required. You need to register at a particular point. You need to go back and, you know, validate, verify it, and collect your, you know, all those things are time bound. You can't miss your flight and then blame, you know, the airline because there's a time that you're supposed to check in, that you're supposed to, you know, board, etc. It is the same thing in the electoral process. You have to be aware of those rights. But then at the end of everything, the whole point rests with the leadership of the day, the federal government, because you are dealing with issues of security, you are dealing with issues, you know, of making sure that elections are not rigged. So at the end of the day, what you count is, for free, fair, and credible election, is to allow the voice of the voter to be the determinant, the deciding factor.
Well, as we begin to round up now, I also want us to touch on what we begin to look at the possibility of accepting defeat in an election, because we already established it's not a do or die affair. Unlike other states where you see a party lead overwhelmingly, the last election in Ekiti, there wasn't much of a difference, maybe some 3,000 difference, you know, some 10,000 difference in the total vote cast. How do you think this little difference will impact on the possibility of other candidates accepting defeat, which of course has not been a culture in Nigeria?
If the playing ground is level, if there are no confirmed evidences of...
Oh, we have a call, Steve, just a minute. Hello, Sadiq.
Hello?
Welcome, Sadiq. Please go ahead with your contribution.
Hello, good afternoon.
Go ahead with the contribution, Sadiq.
Yes, first of all, I want to commend the gentleman that is here with you. And gentleman that is here with you. And first of all, I want people to understand that the electoral issue in Nigeria is beyond data. And that data is not everywhere. If you want to get it right, until the politicians actually bring their attitude, so that everything will go smoothly for us. And I don't know why in one state election, we are sending many groups of soldiers, police, and what have you, as well as 6 island commissioners So we are going to have elections generally. So what is going to happen? So elections are supposed to be something that people should have a free mind to go and do it, thinking that they are going to choose the person that is going to be right to lead them. But as it is in Nigeria today, it is not like that, because what you choose is not what you are going to see. Except if Nigeria got the electorate are ready to protect their votes as the gentleman said. Not by violence and what have you. By standing there and make sure that your vote is counted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sadiq, all the way from Kaduna. It's good to hear from you. Just let's round the segment up like this. How do you think? Of course, we talked about the possibility of people accepting defeat in elections like this, but put all of that together as we begin to count down to who among the 18 contenders will emerge as the winner. What exactly do you think must be done at this time, especially among the big players? We already talked about INEC, but the contenders, what attitude should we get from them at this time?
Well, a large heart, you know, spirit of sportsmanship, you know, responsibility, you know, and to think more of Ekiti and its development and the people therein, rather than selfish interest. You know, if, as I was trying to explain earlier, if there are no major issues of violence, you know, of ballot snatching, of harassment, etc., of deliberate disenfranchisement, I think at least, you know, the three of the leading contenders will most probably, you know, accept, you know, the result if all these indices appear, you know, to be very correct. I think that the election would turn out almost like what we had in Ondo last time. You know, the difference will not be. Are you suggesting a return of the incumbents? No. I'm trying to talk about, you know, how the votes, you know, came in terms of number. I do not know who will win. I hope that whoever wins will win fairly. You know, but as I said, it's between two people. Let's see how it goes. Thank you very much. My guest on the show today has been Steve Ayoride, as we begin to give you in-depth analysis of what is transpiring in Ekiti. It's the D-Day, the 24th day of June 2014. Historic for Nigerian, historic for Ekiti people as they make that choice again of who leads them as the governor in the next 4 years. It is important for all of us as Nigerians because it's our 15 years of uninterrupted democracy, a government of the people, for the people, and now again we are showing that it will be by the people. Countdown, elections already rounded up in most areas that we got information from, and as a matter of fact, counting has started just like we had earlier from some of our correspondents on the field. We'll be back shortly after this break with more. Don't go away. It's an 8-hour broadcast dedicated to keep you up to date with what's happening in Ekiti. I am Nifemi Oguntoye. Stay with us.
Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates all gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of INEC.
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Side of it. And what we're looking for is the story behind the news. We bring it to you from Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria. Giving you all sides and political stories round the clock.
Every detail from the start line to the final whistle. Core TV News, expanding your view.
Hello and welcome to Core TV News for this hour. I am Gift Ogete. The All Progressives Congress has alerted Nigerians and the international community to the massive clampdown on the party's leaders as well as journalists during the governorship election in Ekiti. In a statement issued in Lagos on Saturday by its National Publicity Secretary Lai Mohammed, the party says 23 of its officials were arrested at Egbe Ekiti and taken to Ikere Ekiti. 2 members were arrested from Ilawe, while 11 others were apprehended at Ado Ekiti. The party says those arrested at Ado Ward A Unit 168 and 11, including Charles Fashba, Tolu Ajayi, Eleshun, Olu Hiro, Boyega Fabuero were pointed out to security agents by one Femi Ogunleye, a member of the PDP. APC added that party leaders arrested at their wards and local government were apparently being picked up to stop them from casting their votes, monitoring the election, and subsequently being present at the coalition centers. It listed the affected journalists arrested at Ifake Ekiti by over 50 mobile policemen as Josola Ajibola of Inspiration FM, Tony Yusuf, Uyetunji Ojo, Akin Ogunshola, and Aremo Owolola, all of Osun State Broadcasting Corporation. The All Progressives Congress has described the grounding of flights and stopping sitting governors and chieftains of the All Progressives Congress from attending a rally in Ekiti State as a threat to the survival of the nation and an attempt to rig the Ekiti governorship election. National chairman of the party, John Odige, says the June 8 rally tragedy, which left an APC supporter dead, is a threat to the Nigerian constitution. Meanwhile, presidential spokesman Reuben Abati has replied allegations against President Goodluck Jonathan by the All Progressives Congress. He describes the party leaders as crying wolf where there is none. Abati says it is absolutely wrong to accuse the Jonathan administration of repression. The administration he ordered has been most tolerant of opposition and most respectful of everybody's right of association. Jonathan, according to him, is committed to free and fair elections and integrity of polls. He advised the APC and its leaders to embark on soul searching. Some indigents of Nigeria's capital, Abuja, are threatening to take laws into their hands if the authorities continue the indiscriminate demolition of the ancestral homes. This, they say, was part of the reason they blocked one of the FCT's main highways shortly after the exercise began.
This is the portion of the highway that was blocked by
homes and businesses have returned to the site. Human Rights Commission is investigating claims that a woman and her baby died during the demolition of a settlement in Abuja. Leader of the investigative team told Core TV News that the commission is also interested in knowing whether the FCT authorities complied with laid down procedures. He spoke shortly on arrival at the demolished settlement. You're watching Core TV News on the hour. We'll take a break. We'll be back shortly. Stay with us.
From time immemorial, women have breathed life, shaped character, and by extension, influenced the society. Moremi of Ife and Morton of Benin, Queen Aminat of Zaria, all women of influence and power.
Whether it's before election, after election.
How ironical, women being so powerful yet have few grounds in decision making.
They see you as weak and I see you as a wife to a man.
We are talking women in politics.
A woman will be bold enough to stand up and say, I want to become president of Nigeria.
Only on Core TV News.
Core TV News, expand
Welcome back. It's Core TV News on the hour. For more information on our news and other programs, you can follow us on Facebook. It's www.facebook.com/CoreTVNews. Also on Twitter is at Core TV News NG. And you can watch us on YouTube. It's www.youtube.com/CoreTV Space News. French President Francois Hollande says that centre-left EU leaders backed Jean-Claude Juncker's contentious candidacy to head the European Commission after talks in Paris with 8 other European social democratic leaders ahead of the EU summit this week. Hollande says they were supporting Juncker to become president of the bloc's powerful executive body in Brussels. Hollande met Italy's Prime Minister Matteo Renzi and the leaders of Australia, Belgium, the Czech Republic, Denmark, Malta, Romania and Slovakia. Moves to hand the post to Juncker, a long-serving Luxembourg Premier and EU insider, have triggered bitter disputes seen in Europe since the height of the euro crisis. The role is set to dominate the 2-day summit of all 28 EU leaders, with Britain's Prime Minister David Cameron vowing to fight Juncker's appointment until the end. The British leader sees Juncker as a federalist who will not adopt reforms needed in the 28-member bloc. And that's Core TV News for this hour. Thank you so much for watching. Join us again. I am Gift Ogete. Good evening.
It will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates all gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of INEC.
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Welcome back everyone to our live studios here at Lagos. It's Core TV News, and we did promise, just like campaign promises, we did promise to bring you all the live feeds and of course keeping you up to date with what's happening in Ekiti today. Unlike what most politicians would do in Africa, we are meeting up with fulfilling and delivering our promises to your doorstep as we bring you all of the stories just as you wanted. I am Nifemi Oguntoye, and it's 2014 Ekiti Lex right here from Core TV News. Now, it's staring you right in the face. It's no longer news that voting is concluded in all the wards and of course all the polling units in Ekiti State, and its collation as well as counting of the votes that is ongoing now, and it's 732,166 number of valid registered voters in Ekiti. Of course, just recently INEC told us that about over 200,000 voters will not be able to vote because they do not have their permanent voters card. So we're looking at about 400,000 voters in this Ekiti election. Now, how this disenfranchised voters, how this number will affect the outcome of the election, of course, time will tell. Away from there, break down the valid registered voters. It's all over here on the map of Ekiti, and the signature of all eyes has always been Ado Ekiti, 134,141, and opinions are of the fact, people are of the fact that about 30% of electorates live there, and the winner in this particular place stands a good chance of winning. Now, of course, followed by Ado is Irekpodu, and it followed the local government with 54,430 votes. The list is Major 11,796. We have number of registered voters along the SEDEC
senatorial district lines. Ekiti North Senatorial District with 190,628 voters. And of course, this is where the votes really lie. Ekiti Central Senatorial District with a whooping 301,756 votes. And Ekiti South Senatorial District with just 239,782. The gender distribution of the voter population in Ekiti. I'm talking about the gubernatorial election that is being counted now. We have female having 51% of the voters, as well as male with 49%. And we really saw that earlier in the live feeds we got from Ekiti, where the number of women we saw on the queue exercising their rights. Number of polling units 2,195, as well as we have a breakdown of polling units here. Ado with 207, Oye 190, and Ikole with 182. Moving quickly away from there, of course, earlier we showed you this. All the 18 parties and their candidates, you have their age range here. It's always been between 40 and 60, a little bit over that, what we saw on this list. And of course, the qualification, some with BSc, some with diploma, some with PhD and HND. How all of that would impact, only time will tell. Now, this is the picture of the major contenders in today's election. Ayodele Fayose, candidate of the People's Democratic Party. We have Kole Ajayi of the Accord Party, as well as the incumbent Dr. Kadi Fayemi, representing the All Progressives Congress. Now, this face is of course, current member of the House of Representatives, representing Labour Party. That's Bamdele Okpeyemi. And you see this distribution. It's local government areas of major contenders. Oye Ekiti there. You recall that the incumbent is from Ishon in Oye local government area. And then you see Irepodo Ifelodun with two major contenders there. Candidate representing PDP, as well as the candidate of the Labour Party, and Ado has the candidate for Accord Party. It's D-Day for electorates in Ekiti. 18 contenders jostling for that seat, that governor seat, and of course, who will lead the state in the next 4 years. The big question remains, who amongst these contenders will emerge as the governor of Ekiti? How exactly will the success or otherwise of the election in Ekiti impact on the next one in Osun, and of course, ultimately on the general elections in 2015? We promise to bring you all of that, and you will be seeing what transpired right here on Core TV News as we bring you all the results when it's ready. I'm joined now by Bola Oba, and Bola Oba is no doubt an outstanding public affairs analyst as we begin to evaluate and review what transpired in the course of today. Welcome once again, Bola Oba.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
It's good to have you join us.
And good evening to your viewers.
Earlier, we got feeds from our correspondents. We're still going to have more of that, and it's been relatively peaceful thus far. As a matter of fact, we got reaction from the major contenders who also acknowledged the fact that, well, it's going peaceful from what they've seen thus far, and they are putting a nod to it that indeed INEC probably is doing better, or has really done better from what we've seen, earlier, especially in Anambra. What is the mood for you as an observer of the election in Ekiti thus far?
Days before D-Day, a bit of despondency because the security infrastructure, the security apartheid, some of them went beyond what ought to be their reasonable exercise of the powers incumbent on their offices. When a sitting governor wanting to join members of his party on a rally was with his entourage inhibited from gaining access to Ekiti, that was for me an overkill. What may have instructed that, we don't know. But from where I'm seated, I don't see any justification for such, especially when we know that whilst the sitting governor and his whilst the governor and his entourage were inhibited, members of, notable members of the opposition party were allowed free passage just about where it was.
But honestly, would you say that the presence of these governors in that mega rally would have impacted on the outcome of election in Ekiti?
You see, a gentleman was actually telling me yesterday, that it was not impossible that Fayose could win, but that the events leading to the election day would stigmatize his victory. I should say, things have to be done in such a way that it does not eventually boomerang to stigmatize or rubbish what you may have gotten by sheer dint of diligence and resourcefulness. So, in whichever way, shape or form, it was a misnomer in a democracy, and nothing will justify it. Is it going to amount to? Was it going to likely amount to a translation into positive this thing for Fayemi? That would forever remain in the realm of speculation. But the acknowledgeable fact was that an unconstitutional and undemocratic conduct was actually implemented by some, quote-unquote, roguish elements of the security infrastructure. That, for me, was bad.
Are you saying that irrespective of the outcome of this election, there's already a dent on the total process?
I don't want to be that
categorical.
I don't want to be that adventurous with my opinion. But see, if I've worked diligently to get something, and people who think they are helping me went about conducting themselves in such a way that their conduct could rubbish my effort, I would naturally be displeased. Okay, what would be the reason why people were literally picked from their homesteads overnight, taken to places, some dumped along the road? There was no need for that. Because come to think of it, Ekiti, as at today, in the political history of Nigeria, has been literally suffused with security operatives. Cumulatively, 30-something thousand security operatives, ranging from the Nigerian men and officers of the Nigerian Army, men and officers of the Nigerian Police, men and officers of the Nigerian Civil Defense Corps. What else? Most of these people are literally harmed.
We had comments from our viewers, most of them from northern Nigeria earlier, and people are divided over the concept of militarization of the Ekiti election. Some are saying that Nigeria is not ripe as a nation to hold a peaceful election without such heavy presence of security agencies.
Look, to be honest with you, I've got nothing against the deployment of a pronounced presence.
Just a minute, Boloba. Let's take this comment from our Facebook page from Olawale Koto from Jos. Ekiti has 21 political parties for today's election. Why is it that only APC and PDP are making noise about harassment? Let them behave like others. We don't hear Labour Party's noise and they control majority. Well, Olawale, not quite a number of people will agree with you on that. Please, let's go ahead.
Thank God that you are not imploring me to respond to that, because some questions are so much of a conundrum that you don't necessarily have to respond to them. Conundrum are questions that don't quite deserve a literal answer. But let's be very honest with ourselves. The presence of security operatives, for me, is not an offense. You cannot afford to have election. As we speak now, political power is the greatest business in this country. And just like when you are moving money literally on the roads of Nigeria, You move money literally in a militarized format. Political power is a form of currency in today's Nigeria. So, to forestall the likelihood of chaos and anarchy, the security operatives and the security infrastructure ought to be well defined. The only difference is, why do some members of the security infrastructure, why do they have to go pick people up overnight? Where are they taking them to? Why do they have to take some people out of their houses and then dump them somewhere where they would have to walk miles to their homesteads? These are things that are somewhat typical of a banana republic. We are not in Rwanda. You know, and to be honest with you, it is supposed to be a democratic contest, not a show of power.
Details of that arrest is still sketchy because we cannot totally exonerate those who have been arrested until we find out what they did, because the presence of military in Ekiti, no doubt, is to ensure that peace prevail.
12 characters were... I can understand your circumspection as a broadcaster and a journalist, but you see, facts are facts. 12 people were arrested from Ekiti, taken to Abuja, charged to court on the pretext of terrorism. When they got to court, the public prosecutor did what? Could not substantiate it. They withdrew it. That is preposterous. That is an overuse of power. When you arrested people in Ekiti, you took them to Abuja, we are talking of about 600 to 700 kilometers, the seat of power, where the opposition power, where the opposition party controls all the apparatus of state and the machinery of coalition. And when you took those guys to court, you initially leveled an allegation of terrorism. When the lawyers told you to substantiate it, you will do it.
As we patiently wait for election results officially from INEC, let's do some little bit of forecast and foresee. The election that preceded this ended in a rerun in 2009. Do you see a repetition of that?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. You know why? Because as of today, and I've been following reports since morning, and to be honest with you, I've been following, you've been monitoring events too. You've got correspondents. Your station, your network has correspondents on the ground in Ekiti. For the first time in contemporary electoral, election day reportage, ballot accreditation took place just about the right time. One or two minor this thing. Apart from the fact that accreditation took place at the right time, election balloting has been mainly trouble-free. So, my brother, the only reason why anybody may have ground for litigation, which may translate into the cancellation of the listing, would be for the reports that we've been hearing all day to be a negation of the fact that on the ground.
Really, for the first time, we heard about how accreditation started at exactly 8 o'clock in some places, ended at 12, places, and then elections kick-started at 12:30.
At 12:30.
Well, some are already pouring commendations on INEC. Would you say that's too early?
To be honest with you, where I am now, if one were to juxtapose the conduct of Ekiti's election relative to Anambra, relative to Edo, INEC has improved. Can one shout Uhuru yet? I'll be circumspect. I don't want to be too presumptuous and too jumpy to say, hallelujah, somebody.
But then, the question now is, we saw a relatively peaceful process. And you said we can't shout Uhuru yet. What do you think would define Uhuru?
We saw a relatively peaceful process on D-Day, election day.
We have a comment from Malam Dugu from Sokoto. Our past and present leaders are doing a good job of depriving people of education and common sense so that they can continuously and perpetually enslave them, their children, children's children, and even the third generation to come. Good and sound education and enlightenment help you ask questions, but lack of them will make you reason in a warped and illogical manner. Okay, great contribution there, Dugu from Sokoto. Thank you so very much for joining us.
I knew you guys were bringing me for a class in philosophy, I would have come with my note. But you see, it's very engaging. At least that philosophical postings like that are quite fantastic. And it shows that beyond the conventional medium of the tube, you are one of these very few network organizations in Nigeria that seem to be engaging well enough with its followership on, online.
Back to our initial discussion, we saw a relatively peaceful process. What do you think could happen between now and the announcement of the result that could be a deterrence from what we have now?
That could be inconsistent with the dignity of the procedure we've seen thus far. Collation. And the beautiful part of it for me, is that if there were to be any trickery or if there were to be any chicanery, it would be easily discernible. You know why? Because as at the time voting was concluded, in virtually all the booths, they did onshore collation at the booths. And at the booths, all the parties, INEC officials, security operatives took note of what was collated at the booth. So universally, it will just now be getting to a point at the local government, summing every credible thing together. Move from the local government to the state, summing it together, and INEC will officially announce the winner. But the integrity of what will be announced must be consistent with the preponderance of...
I think we have a call now. Just a minute, Bola. This coming from Pius, calling from Akule. Hello, Pius. Hello, Pius.
Yeah, hello. Good evening.
Good evening. You're welcome. Please go ahead with your contribution.
Yeah, good evening.
Go ahead with your contribution, Pius.
I think I need to commend the Independent National Electoral Commission in Ekiti. And I would go by saying it's high time politicians continue to embrace the spirit of sportsmanship, especially with what we have heard in the election.
Go ahead, Pius. Oh, I'm afraid we lost that call. But he already, just like I said earlier, he also is commending INEC and talking about the spirit of sportsmanship.
No, we have to be very methodical the way we go about this. Pius, in his remark, touched on two vital issues. One is his personal commendation for INEC in the methodology, the relatively clean, the relatively transparent, the relatively well-organized methodology through which today's election was conducted in Ekiti. Where I am too, I want to say cool. I may not quite have added the dose to it, but I can afford to tell, across the bridge and say, Ogbeni Jiga, cool, but not the dose yet. Because I have to see it through.
Well, this is your coup. Does it in any way validate whatever result we get from this election?
Like I said earlier on, I've been hearing reports.
Just a minute. We really appreciate our
followership and viewership, so we'll give them some leverage here. Mark John from Ilawe, Ekiti. The securities are not harassing anybody, and they announced what they expected from the people. Go to your polling unit with your voter cards and or have any money on you. Kilo fa janinwe. Because that would mean there's no fighting that. I think people have problems with taking to instructions. Thank you, Mark John from Ilawe, Ekiti. Now let's go ahead from there. What do you think really makes this election as competitive as it is? 18 contenders?
No. You are going into a totally different. I am one who can sit here and tell you confidently that Fayose was robbed of his mandate when he was supposedly, quote unquote, impeached under Obasanjo. Obasanjo practically ran Fayose out of town because he honestly believed that Fayose was not supporting his third-term agenda. Fayose was, he is as a person, as an individual, and I can afford to say this with a degree of authority, because Fayose, I have a profound acquaintanceship with Fayose, you know, and I mean acquaintanceship.
But were the allegations against him credible or not?
No, to be honest with you, let's be very distant. Fayose was run out of town, you know, was practically run out of town because Obasanjo felt he was not supportive of his third-term agenda. The truth, and this may shock you, the truth was that then Fayose was very popular. If Fayose had coasted, if he had coasted to the end of that first term, I did not see, and I told Fayemi, who was also a friend in England, I told Fayemi that if Fayose had coasted to his re-election, I could not see anybody in the Ekiti political firmament.
Just a minute, brother. Just a minute, brother. We have Fidelis calling from Ikere Ekiti. How are you today, Fidelis?
I'm good. I just want to appreciate the effort of the guy for conducting. I'm fine. I just want to appreciate the effort of the guy for the free and fair election he conducted.
It's all right. Please go ahead. Is that all you have to say?
No. And I want to employ everybody. Hello. I just want to say thanks and other things. That if they are calling in for the result, that the result should be announced from different local governments directly.
Okay. Thank you for your contribution, Fidelis. It's good to hear from you. You were giving us a background information on why this election is this competitive.
So, Fayose once invited me to his living room in Lagos there, in Antony, behind that mighty church, in that one private estate there. And he once invited me to his living room in Lagos, and I told him, Egbon, Kilo Tungwa. I said, I was telling him this one-on-one. Egbon, it's not impossible that you are a multi-billionaire. You should be worth in today's Nigeria. And I'm talking about this was about 4 or 5 years ago. I said, in today's Nigeria, Fayose, Egbon, you should be worth minimum of 2 million naira. Indeed, shouted typical Fayose in his irascible, effervescent self. But like you know, so to panic 7 billion, 7 billion. And you see, he said he still wanted to have a go at the gubernatorial this thing. I said, you know what? If I were to swap places with you, I would just recline, wear the toga of an Ekiti statesman, let the field of play, and the guy told me confidently, Bola, he said there was no other thing he could do in his life for politics.
No, you didn't answer my question.
Look, I'm analyzing individuals for you because you went into, the people on the
I asked if the allegation against him at that time were credible or not.
I served personally. I served almost 18 governors before I stopped being a journalist. And I served them from a very privileged position. When I was inclusive of President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan when he was the governor in Bayelsa. I was not only taking money from them, I was serving them from a vantage position because I was a journalist based in England. And most times when they are passing, England is a leveler, London is a leveler. I relate with them as though Fayose, I would sit with him in his living room in London, or Fayemi, I would sit with, you know what? Virtually all of them, because of the nature because of the over-glorification of that office, especially by security agents, they always assume they're demigods. And most times...
1 minute, Gola. Umar is calling from Niger. Hello?
Niger State.
Oh, Niger State. Hello, Umar. Are you there? Okay, let's try that again. Niger State. I said Niger State. Please go ahead.
So, like I was saying, if you want to be a bit finicky, and you want to be very forensic in the way virtually all of them, inclusive of Baba, abused in a normal democracy. Most of them would have been eligible for impeachment. So the pretext upon which Fayose was impeached was good enough to have impeached any other governor anywhere in Nigeria. Nothing Fayose did that any other governor did not do. But Fayose was run out of town because Baba felt he was not working his corner enough. That he was popular. And I'm giving this example. He was a popular governor because I worked for Fayose to the extent that at a point, I was literally observing with him one-on-one. He would go for projects, I would see the way people were responding to him. So, and if Fayose was not popular, let's be very honest with ourselves, he wouldn't have emerged as the candidate of the PDP, his second time coming. Because, look, they thought they could hang him with the bag of infamy.
1 minute, Bola. Hello, Umar.
Hello, I'm back again. Yeah.
Oh, welcome back. Please go ahead with your contribution.
You very much. Yeah, I'm back again. Thank you very much. The contributor has made our day. He is speaking the minds of Nigeria. Please carry on.
Bolaba, you have one vote.
The issue here is we should not start commending INEC because they are conducting election in one state out of 36. When it comes to general election, where are we going to get all this security that they are pumping in Ekiti? So we should be wary of commending people before or until and unless the general election is conducted and we see the level of contribution they have made to the development of the nation. Because if you look at Ekiti, just 16 local governments, one of the smallest states in the country, and we are pumping security apparatus that we have never seen here, that are supposed to be elsewhere, where they are supposed to be functioning. But look, election is not using force or kind of using security to...
Oh my. Is it still there?
Please. We should learn not to commend INEC because they have done something in Ekiti. Now, they have not done anything yet. Let's wait and see.
Thank you very much for your call, Umar from Niger State. It's good hearing from you. Regards to everyone in Niger, he's saying it will be quite too early to commend INEC at this particular time.
Some opinion I expressed earlier on. I want to thank Mohammed for joining forces with me at least on that issue.
Let's get back to the competitiveness of election in Ekiti. Now there are about three parties in the spotlight: PDP, APC, Labour Party, and that's not in any particular order. What do you think victory or a loss will portend for these parties regionally, nationally, and state-wise?
If the APC were to lose the election in Ekiti?
Just a minute. We're being crowded by calls that everyone wants to be a part of. This is Akim from Ibadan. How is Ibadan today, Akim?
Hello. Hello, I'm fine, thank you. I'm in Ibadan.
Go ahead, Akim, with your contribution.
Hello.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
I need to witness this. My contribution is we should not by now be praising INEC, because what we have in Nigeria is not only the physical rigging, but we still have scientific rigging. What that man was telling you is that the INEC.
Oh my. I'm afraid we lost that. Keep trying. The number is right there on your screen. And if you can't reach us via that line, you can also join us on our social media feeds on Facebook. It's facebook.com/Cool TV News, as well as on Twitter at Cool TV News NG. And of course, YouTube. It's youtube.com/Cool TV News. Over to you, Bola. What portends victory or loss? What it portends for these major political parties?
Let's take it from the incumbent party, the APC. If the APC were to lose Ekiti, I don't have any reliable result to work with, but if the APC were to lose Ekiti, it is going to be a major baggage for the nascent party. It's going to be a major baggage. It does not mean I am one who believes, I am one who is confident, I am one who is conceited that in Osun, Aregbe will win quite easily.
Just a minute, Bola. We have a call from Cardinal. Hello, Ghana.
Now, good evening.
Good evening. Go ahead with your contribution, my brother.
Okay, good evening. Hello?
I'm with you, Ghana. Go ahead with your contribution.
Yes. Okay, my question now is this. Most of the callers who give to Mr. Jega, in the situation whereby we have a presidential election, where is it going to stay? Now we are conducting an election in the state where they have 16 local governments. In the situation whereby we have 774 local, where is it going to stay? Is it going to stay in Jega, or at Itoke, or at Akwanga? That's just my question. I want people to hear.
It's all right. Thank you very much for your question, Ghana. Regards to everyone
another rhetorical question
in Kaduna. It looks like
question that we shouldn't
maybe we should get back to INEC for a while before we move ahead with this thing.
You see, I said it earlier on. You were doing your job by probing me, wanting to debunk the integrity of my submission. But where I am now, I cannot go to town to celebrate INEC because the conduct of the election, the conduct of the accreditation and balloting today, we've not even finished today, you know, because apart from accreditation and balloting, you would have collation at the point of casting the votes, at the ward level, at the local government level, and at the state level. Thus far today, the news we've been hearing, especially from independent entities like your correspondents on the ground, which have been monitoring all day, I would want to say, relative to the malady that took place in Anambra and the somewhat disoriented reportage we were hearing from Edo, today's news thus far has been edifying. Is it yet Ihuru Bola Oba will say, this is my own moment of circumspection? I don't want to go to town yet.
We have live feeds. This is from Ekiti, and what we wonder what's happening there. It looks like a lot of people still crowded there. As a matter of fact, on the queue.
Is this live or?
Yes, this is live from. We'll definitely have details on what is transpiring.
If this is live, then something is wrong, because ordinarily balloting ought to have ended.
Well, let's as we go on. It's not live?
It's not live.
It's all right. Okay, this is a recap of what we showed to you earlier. But then you made mention of Anambra State. What do you think is the difference between what happened in Anambra? Because INEC had every resource that it has now to play with in Anambra? Would you say there's any political interest?
No.
Or what factor is responsible for the sudden change?
Let's be very circumspect with opinionation, and let's get into the brass facts. INEC eventually acknowledged the fact that one of its officers betrayed INEC.
And compromised.
The case should still be in court because I have not had any final judgment on it, but INEC was in fact very vehement about prosecuting the person concerned. That is one. Number two was that INEC seemed to have learned too from the Anambra embarrassment. Why am I saying INEC seemed to have learned? In the past, INEC would take election materials on the very morning of the election day and would be trying to get election materials to all the nooks and crannies of the state. Some states are bigger than the other. Today's election, or today's this thing was held in a state that is relatively smaller. If you're talking of Oyo, or you're talking of a state like Kano, or this thing may be totally different. Because if the field of play is that large, the logistics too will be tasked. So, but Ireland learned one thing from Anambra. Instead of dispensing electoral material on the very morning of the election day, they have learnt now to do a strategic deployment a day or so before to approximate place to a number of votes and then distribute easy. Today seemed to have worked well. You see, where I am, I ordinarily should be celebrating INEC. My only fear is that it is incumbent on people like me to...
1 minute, Bola. We have a call from Ekiti. This is Kule. Hello, Kule.
Hello, sir.
Welcome, Kule. Go ahead with your contribution.
Yes, my contribution is this. Ekiti election was held amidst a very tight security, and if anybody says there is a scientific rigging or any form of rigging, such a person is lying. You know, there is no rigging in Ekiti. We are a very perfect, free and fair election in Ekiti State. So somebody can't go to that in Kaduna or anywhere and speak nonsense. You know, we have every form of security you can think of in Nigeria in Ekiti State. We have the police, we have the air force, we have the military. You know, this is a very good system, and I give kudos to Jega. That's their contribution.
Thank you very much, Kule, for your contribution. We'll encourage our callers to be as civil and objective as they can as they begin to give us their comments from their respective location. But
if I were to swap places with Kule, I may not have said anything different because Kule is in a state of euphoria. If you've gone through a day that ought to be a day of infamy in your state, and it's ended in relative peace, and you feel there's a positive reflection of what you believe to be the aspiration of the people, you will be as ecstatic and as euphoric as Kule. And I really want to congratulate above all. You see where I am today, I am going to be very, very generous with congratulating the Ekiti electors. Because elections don't only fail, or election day madness don't only occur because of the EMB, that is the election management body alone. In this instance, INEC. Elections also fail or succeed as a result of the conduct of the electors. We've seen footages all day. Ekiti electors went to the poll, did the accreditation peacefully, went home, came back, lined up, voted.
But with the mood we saw, with Kule's mood that we felt over the phone, are you of the opinion that this would mean that whatever result has been announced by INEC will be accepted in good faith by the people of Ekiti? Where
I am now, and this is Bola Aba, I am not the spokesperson of the APC, nor am I the spokesperson of the PDP or or Labour Party. Where I am now, I think whatever result that may come out of today's conduct should not be denied of integrity. Thus far, because I'm not omnipresent.
Just a minute, Gola. We have another call from Abeokuta. This is Ola Awode. Welcome on board, Ola. How are you today?
Hello.
Hello, Ola. Go ahead with your contribution.
Yeah, hello. You're asking a question from the guest, and he did not give us the straight answer. He just beaten around the bush about it. We want to know the reason why Fayose was impeached. Because Fayose is one of the Obasanjo's close guys. We want to know the reason why he was impeached. Please, can you go ahead and ask him the question again so that I know he's a journalist.
I want you to listen and listen carefully. Obasanjo is one. If I were to be a politician, I will not be near him in a million miles. One of the most erratic, one of the most undependable, one of the most unreliable politicians you could join forces with. As at the time that Fayose was impeached, I was actually a friend of Fayose. Fayose was impeached for some reasons that we cannot say on here, but I must be very honest with you. There was nothing that Fayose did that no sitting governor then did not do. Fayose was impeached essentially because Baba overheard from his rumor mill. And that is Baba Obasanjo for you. He overheard from his rumor mill that the ostensible support that Fayose was giving him was not, was just a veneer of support. That it was not deep.
But Bola,
to be honest with you,
just hang on for a moment, Bola. The question I asked you that I believe piqued Ola's interest would be differentiating between the personality and then the credibility of the allegation that was brought against him.
You see, you speak too much grammar, and I think I also went to school. A woman died sending me to school. And you know what? The truth be told, it's simple grammar, or maybe I should say it in broken. That the then Ekiti House of Assembly was muzzled by Baba to impeach him. Drama of impeachment of Fayose to the drama of impeachment of Latoja in Ibadan. This was the era when the federal government would use the intelligence infrastructure to muzzle parliamentarians and put them in buka, and they were impeaching people as though this thing. Look, the fact speaks for itself. Fayose defeated PhD holders, people parading the best of certificates in PDP scheduled election.
Well, let us move away from them because this.
Let's stay on it.
This interview.
So I can't be more concise.
Hang on a minute, Gola. This interview isn't about any personality. Of course, we have to answer Ola that question, but let's get back to.
I will be satisfied. But you see, Baba is with due respect. Look, I have taken people twice to Obasanjo's house and I refused to go in.
Well, let's get back to
how much I love the man.
Let's get back to the issue of
a man who has no integrity. You cannot cut an agreement with him and walk away and know that you are standing on good ground.
Well, you have a right to your own opinion, and we must state categorically that Bola Oba's opinion is not in any way associated with Core TV News opinion. But let's move away from that because we're not discussing personality here. We're discussing AKT election 2014. How do you think that the outcome of this election will impact on the forthcoming one in Osun and ultimately on the 2015 general election?
I am one that is not as generous as most analysts would be about one election automatically rubbing on the other. I look at the characters on the field of play. I look at the historical and cultural predisposition of the electorate, and you ultimately look at performance. To be honest with you, I want to believe that if this election, if Fayemi wins, it has not given APC any additional stake.
Just a minute. Let's take this call. This is from Benin. Peter Wabu here. Are you there, Peter?
Yes.
Please go ahead with the contribution.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, this is Peter.
Go ahead, Peter, we're with you.
I want your guest. Okay. I want that question. The reason why Fayose was impeached in Ekiti State. I want that man to answer that question. Let him answer that question. Because Fayose is not the popular governor in the whole Nigeria.
Well, Peter, I'm sure that Gola already addressed that. This forum is not about any personality, and we would not allow it to degenerate to that. Please, let's go ahead. Do not make any comment on that.
What's your next question?
We were talking about the impact of the outcome of this election on the forthcoming one in Osho, as well as the general election in 2015. I don't
see an automatic reflection of one on the other. To be honest with you, the character of Aregbe is totally. Look, where I'm seated now, and I'm talking from the privileged position of having been a bit somewhat close to Fayemi, on having known Fayemi, and and knowing Aregbe, not too close to him, but having related once or twice with him. The personalities are totally different. Fayemi, intellectual, somewhat may be perceived to be standoffish, thoughtful, methodical. You understand? And that to a very hungry electorate may make him seem distant and very dislocated or totally disconnected.
Some of the things we saw.
Aregbe is a traditional. Look, Aregbe is one of the very few governors.
Hang on for a while, Bola. We have Sunday from Ado Ekiti. How are you today, Sunday, this Saturday?
I'm fine, my honorable sir.
Indeed, honorable. Go ahead with your contribution, Sunday.
I'm fine, sir. Please, I want to have my honorable there, please. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, you see, Fayose was not impeached, if I would say. Because during those times, we were here in Ekiti State. You see, I'm a full indigenous of Ekiti State here. And we had all what is happening between Baba Obasanjo and so-called our amiable governor, Fayose then. You see, I can call it a misunderstanding between both of them. Because none of us know anything that is going on between both of them. I can see as a father and son. Hello, sir?
I'm with you. Go ahead, we're with you.
I can see it as a father and son having some issues together. And it has been settled amicably between both of them. Okay? It has been settled. So there's nothing asking the honorable there that what was the problem between Obasanjo and Fayose.
Sunday, nothing has been settled between Fayose and Obasanjo.
People have been asking certain days. Even now in Ekiti State here, we have a very peaceful and the most credible election place in Ekiti State. Yes.
It's all right, Sunday. Thank you very much for your contribution. Good to hear from you. It looked like you touched a very soft part of people's hearts with that comment.
I think the gentleman may be conflicting issues. Today's election in Ekiti was, for me, thus far, given the reports I've been hearing, thus far free and fair. But Sunday, believing that Obasanjo and Fayose will never settle with Obasanjo, personal that he told me in his living room, and if I were to swap places with him, I will never settle with Obasanjo.
But is that good for our politics as a nation?
My brother, in politics, anywhere, in any jurisdiction, in any democracy, even in the best of them, people tend sometimes to loathe each other. It doesn't really. If I were to swap places with Fayose, given what he did for Baba, and I'm talking as somebody who knows, given what he did for Obasanjo and the reward that Obasanjo accorded him, I will never, even in his grave, I will not forgive him.
Let's get back to the issues. Let's get back to the issues. What we saw played out in the Ekiti election was what I can describe as political mobility. We saw people changing political parties and political affiliation like they're changing clothes. You recall that the PDP candidate, after losing out, once supported the AC, the Action Congress of Nigeria. We saw Bamidele Okpeyemi moving away from AC or APC rather. He said he's a part of AC and not APC, and then he moved to the Labour Party. We've seen a lot of... The most amazing, many will say, is the recent defection of Segun Oni, who Fayemi won at the courts to APC. Okay, before we get to that, let's take this call. Hello? Hello, anyone there? Okay, we'll get back to that. What do you think this lack of political ideology, what impact do you think it has on the quality of politics in Nigeria?
We're living in an era, and it's worse, the face of politics is worse in an inchoate democratizing state like Nigeria. We are living in an era where politics is almost totally devoid of ideological conviction, even in the West. Look, I was a partisan politician in England, and when I supported Thatcher, you know, Margaret Thatcher then, I supported Thatcher because some core values of Thatcher, you know, initially people criticized her. I could see the translation of the economy. I could see how there was a time when in England you wanted a telephone line.
Just a minute, Gola. We have a call from Usman Isa from Kaduna. Hello, good evening, Usman.
Good evening, how are you?
I'm terrific. Please go ahead with your contribution.
That man, is he campaigning for a government after election? Because I don't see the reason why I should be talking about this in the year. You can go to the question, ask the question of the people. Let him go straight to the people, whatever they're asking, not that you should be accusing anybody on the year. And the listen to him. That's my contribution.
It's all right. Thank you very much, Usman, all the way from Kaduna, I suppose. Thank you for your contribution. Everyone has a right to their opinion. Let's get back to the impact of this moving around, this ease of moving from one party to the other.
Look,
on our politics in Nigeria.
Let's be very honest with ourselves. There was a time even in the West when you knew that the Labour Party was more pro-left, was more pro-socialism, and the Conservative Party was more pro-capitalism. At a point when Tony Blair became the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Tony Blair was more right than left. You understand what I'm saying? Socialism collapsed. The Soviet Empire collapsed. All the neophyte states of the East collapsed, and everybody rallied round towards the middle. And so you can either be slightly to the left of basing capitalism or a little to the right. Am I making a point? But in a jurisdiction like ours, it has actually defaced the face of ideology in politics. So we are basically now chasing, and it's even more dangerous in our climb, because we are basically now defining politics by either our tribe, our religion, or indeed personalities that we have liking or dislike for. Am I making a point? So it's in an environment like that, it is just come and shop politics. If you are not giving me my shop here and now, I will move here to a place where they have promised me, you know, my come and shop. All that Okpe wanted was, initially when he left Lagos as a commissioner in Lagos, he went to Ekiti wanting to become a senator. Unfortunately, the party establishment did not give him the senatorial thing that he felt he won at the scheduled election of the party. The party gave him a conciliatory position of being a member of the House of Reps. Having been a commissioner in Lagos before, he believes he's bigger than the position of the House of Reps. You know, the ongoing wahala was on, and I think the party elders mismanaged it. Because you see, where I'm seated now, of all the 3 major candidates in Ekiti, the only person I'm not too close to is Okpe. But where I am now, I am of the opinion that if Okpe were to be reassured that in 20 whatever, the next election after this, that the son-in-law of Asiwaju was not going to be the automatic candidate of APC, as the gubernatorial district, Okpe would have stayed in APC.
Just a moment, Bola. We have Gabriel from Ado-Ekiti. How are you today, Gabriel? Oh, I think we lost that call. Keep trying. The number is flashing on your screen. If you can reach us via the phone lines, please do on Facebook. It's facebook.com/CoTV News. Twitter is CoTV News NG, and YouTube, it's youtube.com/CoTV, leave a space and news. My question really, Bola, is this issue of people being jumping around, how does it impact on the quality of leadership that is made available to the people? Because the bottom line is people now vote based on party selection, because as we speak now, there is still no room for independent candidature in our politics.
It's in one of the proposals
at the ongoing national conference.
You work with what you have. What we have now is such that it is the party that the people are voting for.
We have a call, Bola. This is Gabriel. Hello, Gabriel.
Hello, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. How is Ado-Ekiti this evening?
We don't know. We are seeing clearly in Ado-Ekiti. Well done.
Good to hear from you. What's the mood like now in Ado-Ekiti?
So, Ekiti State is peaceful today. So, before this day that I've been voting in election, today is my best day that I can say Nigeria is good enough in security. In the security level. Since all these days that I've been voting, it's only today that I make up my mind that from today, if there's any election, I will be voting continuously.
So, hello, Gabriel, are you there? Okay. I think we lost that. Please, when you're calling us, endeavor to turn down the volume of your TV set so that we can do without that feedback distortion. Quite inspiring that most of our callers today are believing in the electoral process.
Even before your caller started making this kind of positive remarks about the conduct of the election, your reporters on the ground, reporters of other stations on the ground have been filing in reports of a relatively well-conducted election. You know, so what else would want? I don't want to congratulate INEC yet. But you see, fair is fair. They seem to have gotten this right. But my circumspection is literally based on the fact that, you know, it's not, how do they say it? It's not ended until, you know, until it's ended.
It's not over until it's over.
It's not over until it's over. Because collation is still there and announcing the result is still there.
We have another call, Bola. This is from Shegun Ajayi in Ado-Ekiti. How are you tonight, Shegun? Shegun, are you there?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Hello?
Good evening, Shegun.
I hear you.
Hello?
Go ahead, Shegun. We can hear you.
Yeah. The election was peaceful at Ado-Ekiti today. Yes, the people have spoken. At least they've used their power, and they have voted for who they want. For the first time in the history, you know, of election in the state, it was peaceful and fair. So nobody can say there was violence in any polling booth. And this is exactly what we've been saying, you know. And so it's a claim generally to be peaceful And, you know, the people have spoken, you know. So that's the situation. Everybody is just eager, waiting for the declaration of the winner of the election.
It's all right. Thank you very much, Shegun, for your contribution. You heard him.
He has said nothing that is inconsistent with what I've been saying. From the very moment I came on here, you asked me of my opinion about today's conduct, and I said, thus far, it's been edifying, the news we've been hearing. I've never heard that in one polling booth somebody snatched this thing. And I'm talking of reportage from credible organizations like yours. So if Shegun is telling me, if Gabriel is telling me, they are only telling me things that are consistent with the reportage filed in from the field by reporters.
One of the characteristics that showed forth in the how do I put it now, those issues that came up before this election is the idea of attaching votes to personalities. They will tell you that so-and-so person is from this part of the state. Oh, we have another call. This is Akindele Aluko. Hello, Akindele.
Okay.
Good evening, Akindele. Welcome to Core TV News. Please go ahead with your contribution.
Thank you very much. How are you, sir?
Oh, thank you.
Very terrific. Please go ahead with the contribution.
Your program this morning. And particularly my name calling from the bad. I think I start with this television since 6 a.m. up to this hour. Thank you very much for giving us a live program. I'm from Ekiti too. I really appreciate your program. Yeah, that if PDP won this election, it will be in the next 4 years. That's our contribution. Thank you very much.
I didn't get that. Before you go, can you go over that again? Oh, we lost that. If you can reach us again, we'll appreciate that. I really didn't get what he said. It's all right. Let's move away from there. This idea of attaching votes to individuals. They tell you that so person will deliver so place to so party. I mean, when exactly we will move away from that level of people determining what happens to the real voters making decisions based on issues?
I think you are a bit unfair to the Ekiti electorate.
I'm not referring to the Ekiti election here. I'm talking about generally in our politics in Nigeria.
But you see, politicians tend to do that all over the world. But the truth is that ultimately, in a free and fair election, the voters, the electors, define who they want. Oh, because somebody says Agbala will deliver motion does not mean that the people of Mushin will vote for the party that Agbala is supporting. We have had instances of people being mercilessly defeated in places where, you know, they should ordinarily be strong.
We have a caller from Abuja. Hello, good evening.
Hello?
Good evening, Bauer. What?
Yeah, good evening, sir.
You're welcome. Please go ahead with your contribution.
I have just a question to ask this. I have a question to ask this man that is here. Okay. This is your guest.
Please go ahead.
So, how... Okay. We know that the security operatives
keep on talking, don't listen to yourself. Just talk, make your point straight.
Okay, please endeavor to turn down the volume of your TV set.
I think it's about time you get some rules. When you are on directly to the studio, tune down the volume of your TV set totally, and once you've started talking, instead of listening to the reflection of your voice, just continue making your point.
Much more than that, we appreciate your efforts in trying to call and bear your mind. Please keep trying. Just turn down the volume of your TV set. And of course, we'll have your opinion live on Core TV News, dedicated 8 hours to keep you up to date with what is happening in Ekiti State. You were talking about this particular idea of people delivering areas as obtainable everywhere in the world.
Look, let me give you a simple example. Every party that I know of functions, and I'm not talking about Africa, I'm talking about, say, in America or in European democracies. Every party has a way of either networking with the local party or networking with the local party chieftain to be reassured that it will still have entrance into a particular area. It's not this thing. Let me give you a typical example. The person ruling in Germany today, if you get to München, you know, the state where you have the city of Munich.
Okay.
The party that is ruling in that area of Germany is different from the national party, but they are always in political alliance. They are always the CDU and the Christian this thing in there. So look, I was a politician in England. I should know what I'm talking about.
Just a minute, Bola. God gave us calling from Onitsha. How are you tonight?
Hello, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Please go ahead with your contribution.
I want to know the outcome of the election.
Well, the collation and counting is still ongoing. Be sure that we'll keep you up to date as soon as INEC announces the result. We'll keep you up to date, God gave, as soon as INEC announces the result. It's alright.
Hello?
Okay, God give. Nobody get the answer now. INEC never announced the result. So when INEC announce the result, officially they go announce it. But nobody feels they engage in speculation now. It don't make sense.
It's alright. Let's move away from that back to what you were talking about.
So that is, you know, that is very traditional with democracies. Yeah, you think you just emerge as the presidential candidate of any of the two major parties in America? Look, as we are talking now, it is being speculated that Hillary Clinton will likely emerge as the candidate of the Democratic Party, even when she is still denying that she wants to contest. You know why people are speculating that it's going to be Hillary Clinton? Because of the national networking assets that her husband had built whilst he was the president. Why look, would you think any American elector would have taken Bush the Jr. serious if the network of his father, when he was the CIA chief and when he also became the vice president and ultimately the president of America was not in place? There's no perfect democracies. If there's not a perfect democracy, don't let's fool ourselves. In some areas, in some jurisdictions, some of these things are only done better than the other.
We have a call from Hazan. Hello, Hazan. How are you today? Hello, Hazan. Are you there?
Good evening.
Good evening. Please go ahead with your contribution.
Yeah, I'm there. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, please, gentlemen, let the election be peaceful. I'm directing my speech to the man in front of you. You see, we need peace in this country. We need peace. Let there be peace. We don't want you to fight with anybody, either by yourself, anybody that wants. Let there be peace. Because we remember what happened on the Moporio, and we don't want it to happen to the land anymore. Bye-bye.
That will not possibly happen in an election that was free and fair. Omoboriwo happened because the electors of Ekiti then, the electors of Ondo then believed that their votes were stolen. Today, the reportage we've been hearing is such that the accreditation was done peacefully, balloting was done peacefully, we can only believe that if accreditation was done peacefully, balloting was done peacefully, collation should also be peaceful.
Would you say that the electorate is more enlightened now as regards not responding to being cheated with violence?
You don't know what people may do if they were cheated. But thus far today, as a presenter of this news organization, thus far today, have you ever had any news that is somewhat perturbing about the conduct of how the day has gone? I don't suppose I've heard that from your network. So why would anybody protest? People protest only when they believe, honestly believe, that their votes have been stolen. But if they went about accreditation, it was peaceful. They went about casting their votes, it was peaceful. In most of the polling booths, the votes were counted, people registered it. Why would there be any... Some of your viewers, some of the remarks that some of your viewers, and I don't suppose anybody in this studio has called for rioting. Why would anybody call for rioting where a peaceful election was conducted?
Earlier on in the day, there's this heated debate as regards the huge amount, the huge number of military personnel that were deployed to Ekiti State.
You had people calling in from Ado Ekiti, another part of Ekiti, saying that although the presence of the military was pronounced, but they were allowed to go by. Somebody even told you on air.
We also had a call. We had a call from one of our correspondents who said that their movement was aimed at by a certain mobile policeman who said that there was no movement, that there's been an embargo movement from a particular period of time to the other. But my question is, would you agree that the success of this election thus far can anyway be tied with the militarization of this part of the country?
You see, in Africa, I am very circumspect about over-celebrating things like this. The reason why today's election was peaceful, relatively peaceful in Ekiti, could be, quote-unquote, could be because of the large presence of security operatives. The reason why today's election was relatively peaceful, as reported thus far in Ekiti, could be just because people feel it's just about casting my vote and going back to my house. But where the balance is, you know, I've been in democracies before and I've seen electioneering campaigns and balloting. I am not one who ordinarily would celebrate over militarization.
Okay.
But if militarization would help to curtail violent exuberances, I'm not against it.
You know, where people get skeptical is the idea that this arm of the military is a tool in the hand of a particular government. How do you react to that?
If people got too skeptical, they wouldn't have come out. If they were intimidated, they wouldn't have come out. The turnout of...
Well, just a minute, we have a call from Magaji from Abuja. Hello, good evening, Magaji.
Good evening, sir.
Welcome to Core TV News. Please go ahead with your contribution.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Go ahead, please, with your contribution.
Happy long life and prosperity.
We wish you the same.
My contribution is I wish free and fair election.
It's all right.
That is my contribution.
Oh, thank you very much for your contribution, Magaji. Good to hear from you. But how far away, Gola, would you say that Nigeria is
if
from...
If the militarization was intimidating to the electorate, they wouldn't have turned down.
How far away do you think Nigeria is as a nation to have an elections, successful and peaceful election, without heavy military presence? Because in 2015, there is possibility that Nigeria would not have the luxury of the military that we have in Ekiti.
We tend to over-accentuate the over-pronounced military presence. This is the only jurisdiction I know where if you're conducting an election or on the particular day of election, life comes life becomes totally comatose. You are not supposed to move from your house to your next door neighbor's house. If that
the borders were closed 6 p.m. on
this is the only
Friday.
jurisdiction I know. After the last general election, in South Africa, a concert was held, and I voted. In fact, I was a candidate of the Conservative Party in England that was voted for.
Just a minute.
Was not curtailed.
Just a minute, Bola. Femi is calling from Oshobo. How are you tonight, Femi?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Welcome to Cool TV News. Please go ahead with your contribution.
Okay, my contribution is whenever this program like this, I mean, you have to comment on the election that that they were doing today. Not, I'm direct my contribution to the man that's in the front of my center. Don't harass a person that's well known in Nigeria on this program like this. You don't have to do that, please. Whatever you want to address normal. Don't abuse anybody on here like this. And if you are talking, if you are in the party or party A, party B, don't let your contribution or your opinion based on one party or another. Please adjust that. Because you are talking about Obasanjo and you are saying that Obasanjo is not a so-so-so, not a so-so-so. No, you can't just talk like that. You are non-A. Everybody is listening to you.
That's my opinion. Your opinion is yours and I respect it.
Adjust.
It's all right. Thank you very much, Femi,
his opinion is his opinion. My opinion is my opinion.
For your contribution. Good to hear from you.
I'm in Oshobo now, but I'm calling home time to time. What is happening? And my people is telling me the outgoing the election, how it's going, how is everything is being there, and we thank God. If you go to party B, thank God. If you go to party B, thank God. But adjust as you are address people on air. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Femi, once again, all the way from Oshobo. The number is flashing on your screen. Please, we would love to hear from you from wherever in and outside Nigeria. We're talking about the militarization of election.
You see, this is the only jurisdiction I know that on an election day, life is literally granted. You know? And let's be very honest with ourselves. This is also one of the very few jurisdictions that I know where politics is the biggest business in the market. So, and you know, anywhere in the world, if you are moving money, money is literally followed by a heavy degree of every presence of security. It may just be for deterrence. So politics is the ultimate money-making machine in Nigeria, and we have what we have. But it is anomalous if one were to juxtapose it with a number of other jurisdictions.
It's all right. You see, apart from the fact that some elections in Nigeria were not won by the polls, but in the courts. The last election in Ekiti was won in the courts, Anambra, Edo, Ondo.
No, you must be very careful not to present it that way, because the courts were not just
just a minute.
Results from
we have Oloruni Shola from Ado Ekiti.
Yes.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead with your contribution.
I'm speaking from Ado Ekiti.
Go ahead.
And the comment that the other half is about Obasanjo is that it is not because of because he was not supporting Obasanjo for his third-time ambition. That was his major problem. So, and I want to find out everywhere. And they are spoken best.
We could hardly hear you. Please, we appreciate if you can call us back, Olorun Shola from Ado Ekiti. Thank you very much for your contribution. Let's talk about the attitude of our politicians, especially to results of election. Okay, just before that, we were talking about, I said that elections were won in court. You didn't agree with me?
No, I'm telling you to be very careful the way you present it, as though the courts just sat and just plucked the results of their pronouncements from the air.
No,
a body of evidence.
What I was saying was obvious, that the winner, the eventual winner, and the right winner of that election emerged after the court sat. Initially, for example, in Ekiti,
I like the phraseology, the eventual winner and the right winner.
But my question here would be that, what do you think it should be the attitude of our politicians to defeat? You saw the United States of America election, close to an hour, just barely an hour after the results were announced. Mitt Romney was out congratulating Barack Obama and looking forward to working with him. How long more do we have to wait to see that in Nigeria?
It was in the same United States of America that Al Gore went to court. It's just the person of it.
Just a minute. Salam Usman is sending us this message from Sokoto. The election is peaceful here in Ekiti. Let the detractors of goodwill find their way out of our cities. They wanted to come and foment trouble, but there we are no longer going to be led like sheep to the slaughter. The winner has already emerged. What we are guarding against is the robbery of our mandate. We'll protect our vote. Well, there seems to be some contradiction there. Salam Usman from Sokoto, and then you're sounding much like you are in Ekiti.
Maybe your people got this thing got it wrong.
It's
because we've had Niger spelled Niger before. It could be the error
just a little mix up there.
Translation, yeah.
But then, as a matter of fact, let's look at the history of things in Nigeria. Almost all elections end up in court. Presidential election, governorship election, name it. It seems that this culture of accepting defeat is far away from Nigeria.
Let me shock
politically.
You. Let me shock you. You have asked me a very pointed question, and I like giving some very practical examples sometimes when I'm answering some questions. Why is it that 9 out of 10 times siblings fight over the inheritance of their parents and they go as far as go to court? And in their very presence, they will see what ought to have been an economic plus for them be degenerating. That is at the level of the family. If we don't know how to sometimes, work based on compromise at the level of the family, how can we be gracious and be gallant in defeat at the level of the public? It is in our nature to sometimes be very, very megalomaniacal. We seldom as a people, it's easy to be pointing accusing fingers at our politicians. Are they from Mars or are they from Venus? Typical Nigerian. Have you driven on the road? Have you driven on the Lagos road before? I don't usually drive in Abuja. I have a business there, but when I go there, I get chauffeur driven. Have you driven in Lagos before? Look at the mentality of an average person who ordinarily, and I drive in countries, I've driven in countries like Germany and United Kingdom before. Somebody who should ordinarily graciously oblige you the right of way, and you will even say thank you. He wants, like he could wrap the road as soon as he finished driving on it. Wrap it and put it in the pocket. And we are not too gracious the people. And our politicians will reflect who we are. That is the fact.
So now that question always arises when we talk about, okay, we have a call now, Balogun calling us from Lagos. Hello, good evening, Balogun.
Yeah, hold on, sir.
Welcome to Core TV News. Please go ahead with your contribution.
Hello.
We're with you, Balogun. Yeah. Go ahead with your contribution.
First of all, I want to ask the man with you. This hello?
Go ahead, Balogun.
It's coming from Ekiti today.
Is it coming from Ekiti today? If I may answer for him, that's a no.
Today, I see coming from Ekiti today.
No, Balogun.
Okay. Then he was talking like it's like that he was advocating. You know, this election you are telling us now that is free and fair election. I am with you people there since afternoon. We saw one of your crew members telling you that they didn't allow them to move. And he even mentioned that AIT is with him at that right time.
That's right.
During Abiola regime, Abiola wore one agbada with that logo of this. Today, how many umbrellas have you seen there? Assuming it's another party that hold that logo with that umbrella, with those security agents that were there, they will collect all the umbrella from their hands. That's my own contribution.
Thank you very much, Balogun. Calling us from Lagos. We'd love to hear from you too. Please do so while you can as we bring you live feeds from Ekiti. And of course, all hands are crushed, waiting patiently for the official release of the result. Of course, counting is ongoing, collation is ongoing as we speak. 18 contenders, just one person will emerge as a winner, except otherwise we have to we didn't meet the the prescription of the Constitution of the percentage, the electoral law, and the percentage of the vote that an individual needs to get to win the election. Of course, our social media feeds are there. Facebook, it's facebook.com/Core TV News, and you can stream us live on YouTube. All you need to do is go to our website. It's www.coretvnews.com/live TV. We have a call from Ondo. Hello, Adiola.
Hello.
Good evening. Welcome to Core TV News. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm calling. Hello.
Go ahead. We're with you.
Okay, my contribution is about the speech of your invited guests that people were. Hello.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Adiola.
Hello.
Please go on. We are with you.
So everybody has his own right. Freedom of speech. Yes, freedom of speech to express his mind. You understand? So even if you could be governor or president, make a mistake, we can talk and correct it. But what that man has said about Obasanjo, whatever that people was talking rubbish about, I'm not in support of that. Anything that is bad. Whatever is good is good. This very person they were talking of, in which I'm talking person of Ayo Fayose now, that they were talking of now. I was in Ekiti by that time. I didn't see anything wrong that man has done, that he was totally in peace. So about talking to that man, it's as if that is why the Nigeria problem is increasing on daily basis. If anybody does something that is wrong, let's correct him or let's talk to him. Even in America, in advanced country, if their governor or president made any mistake, they will protest. They will express their own mind. So I didn't see in a situation where people will just be talking to the man that what he has said, what is wrong is wrong, what is good is good. What he has done was wrong, and I'm in support of that the man expressed his own mind. I'm expressing my own mind now. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adiola. Bola Oba, you have a second vote. I'm persuaded that if you were one of the contenders, you would have, failed and lost out in this election.
Look,
outrightly.
Let me tell you something about the person you're talking to. I used to obnob a lot with a lot of politicians. In fact, I told you, before I was invited back to Nigeria by a major politician, I was working for about 18 governors. I was making money, minting money from them. And I mean serious money. Money that some people will hear and run away.
Now we have to also investigate you and the credibility of the money that you made.
Oh yes, because you know what? When I moved to Nigeria and I saw, you want me to shock you? The day I got to Yobe for the first time, Damaturu, I was crying. I was crying because I felt like a thief. I was collecting good money from the then governor of Yobe State. When I got to what they called the capital of the state in Nigeria, Damaturu, I was crying like a baby. You know what? Because I felt I had dropped to the people of Yobe. You know what? It was when I came back to Nigeria, because of my exposure, thank God for this thing, when I came back to Nigeria, that I ended up, your chairman knows what I'm talking about. I ended up adopting a mechanic.
Just hold on for a while.
So, look, I can tell anybody, because I don't beg them.
Let's get back to the thrust of this discussion.
So what's
just a minute, Bola. We have a call from Olufemi. Olufemi is calling from Ado Ekiti. Hello, Femi. How are you tonight?
Good evening.
Good evening, Femi. How are you today?
I'm fine. I'm highly elated today.
Why? Why are you happy?
I'm very happy because I'm a citizen of this state. Especially, I came from Ado Ekiti, and I witnessed this wonderful election today. Kudos must go to our law enforcement agency, the security operatives that were present today. Rarely can you find a very serious situation. It was all peaceful. Everybody came out and man, it's the first time I'm seeing this kind of people coming out to express themselves. It's very good something for this democracy.
Somebody was asking me
just a minute.
Hello.
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello.
Well, with you, Femi. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hello.
Well, with you. Go ahead, Femi.
Oh, yeah. You know, people came out. Nobody was molested. Everybody went on their way peacefully and they expressed their civic rights. There was no problem. There was nothing. Even you can see our government, our governor, he even commended the INEC when he saw everything that was on ground. So we should be grateful to INEC especially.
Thank you very much, Femi, for your contribution.
And I'm very happy for the presence of the military, because even if there's any place that people are maybe having some little grievances or whatever, the moment the military just pass away or stop for a minute, you see the place very quiet. You know, this election is a very good election. Though we are waiting for the result to be announced by the INEC or the presiding officer. But up to this moment, I'm telling you, I'm at Ado Ekiti now. There is peace in the town. Everybody were moving around. Some people are joyful because, you know, they must have been hearing some news from their unit posts. So that's why I'm elated.
Thank you very much for your objectivity, Femi. Good to hear from you.
So I'm so sure whether they have learned some little lesson from this Boko Haram of a thing. So it's a very good thing for Nigeria. So it means that there is a hope for this country. So thank you very much.
Good to hear from you. Regards to your family, Femi. Let us move.
Somebody was asking me if I was in Ekiti today.
Let us move a step
That's
ahead.
Somebody who is calling from Ekiti.
Let us move a step ahead.
You must be magnanimous in defeat.
Let's move a step ahead in this discussion, Bola. Way forward for INEC, and one special thing that some people are talking about is the prosecution of electoral offenders, which has not been the order of the day in Nigeria.
You have to be very careful. You know, let's be very. Some of these things, when I was a practicing journalist before. You know, some of these things, they are easy to speak in front of a camera, but they are not that easy. INEC is not a court of law.
I'm not talking about INEC here. Just hold on a little, Bola. I'm talking about a way forward for our electoral system in Nigeria.
No, but it's been suggested at the confab. Let's just hope the confab will work. Let's just hope their suggestions will be adopted. Many of the things that are disturbing you and I in this jurisdiction have been suggested for change at the confab. But we see, you know, the dichotomous nature of our politics, north versus south, the funny arrangement whereby majority of the people who are in the confab are beneficiaries of some of their appointers may frustrate that. But the truth be told, you see, the job of any EMB, election management body anywhere in the world, that is the generic name they call them worldwide. The job of any EMB is to conduct a credible election, starting from the beginning of the process, enlightenment, voters registration, voters accreditation, balloting, result reading. But don't let's if we want to go into theoretical or intellectual exercise, we can be chasing the rabbit from here to Mongolia.
It's all right. We've heard it all from Ekiti. Not all entirely. We're still hoping to hear more. You can be a part of this show. The number is on your screen. Our social media feeds, I keep telling you all the time. But before then, let's take this call. It's from Gabriel. Hello, Gabriel.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening, Gabriel.
Hello.
Welcome to Core TV News.
Hello.
Please go ahead with your contribution.
Thank you. I'm calling from Ekiti. So I want to say something again about that my brother has just said recently that we thank God for today that all of us came out and voted massively for our choice, and we thank God that people vote for their choice, not by force. And we really thank government that because we are voting and voting and voting in the state, but not even peaceful like this before. But let us be encouraging our government in another state, except the state, when next for voting, let them deploy equality like this in the state. Let everything be peaceful. So, and I pray that in the state we will not experience war in our state. And today shows that from today we continue living peacefully. So that is my own
contribution. Thank you very much for calling, Gabriel.
And I thank God. Even me, I voted, and I knew my own. I counted my vote on my own polling unit.
Okay.
People are counting me. There is nothing high. You understand me? So everything is clear. The way the INEC did it, it's very, very okay. It's right. This is good election. This is what we want in Nigeria.
It's all right. Thank you. Thank you so very much for your contribution, Gabriel.
So if Gabriel decides to call in again, you will entertain him and let him talk internally.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for your contribution, Gabriel.
Modern broadcasting technology is very good, very interesting.
As we begin to round up now in this segment, we have live feeds coming already. This is the Collation Center, I believe, in Ado-Ekiti, and our correspondents are there. This is the signature of all eyes, and everyone is waiting to see and to know for sure who amongst these 18 contenders will become the next governor of Ekiti State. The much talked about election June 21, 2014. It used to be far away, but here's the D-Day. As a matter of fact, collation is ongoing now in Ado-Ekiti. Now, this is, this of course is a similar, it happens oftentimes that we get to counter elections late into the night. But then, what do you, as an analyst, what do you foresee? Because we are moving away now we're getting into another level in this particular election, away from people coming out. We have finally gotten to this point where votes are being counted. What do you foresee in the next couple of hours?
Events like this have made me to be as circumspect as I've been all day. And you know why? It really matters that at the point of collation, it is done with integrity and it reflects the corporate or summative reflection of the micro points of balloting, the booths, the units, the wards, the local government. You see, ever since I came on here, I've been saying I could only give coup to the INEC. I would still want
to. You're still holding on to your dose.
My dose, you know. But you see, if this were to be done well enough, one thing that I know.
Just a minute, Bola, we have a call. Yinka is calling us from Ado Ekiti. Hello, Yinka. How are you tonight?
I'm fine. Thank you for the program you are currently running on the television.
You're welcome, Yinka.
In fact, I must tell you, this is the first time I will see the fearless election in the state. In fact, I want to tell you that this election went on smoothly. The police did not arrest anybody. Normally, we experience people that were arrested, but they have committed some offenses. You can consider the chairman of Oyo local government, whom the security people stopped his car and they found a gun in that car. That is very hard. How will you feel if you're pulling boots and somebody is threatening you with a gun, a civilian like you? So I want to thank the president for allowing the military people to come into this election and to say that we civilians, we must learn how to run our own government without allowing the military to come by doing away with all materials that can incriminate us. But so far, this election is the fairest. Even if you have the governor, listen to me, you have commanded the INEC. So I want to say the INEC has done a very good job. The election has been fair, and if there is any contestant that is still thinking of going to tribunal, I think he has to visit well, don't let me do that, but I believe it is the fairest.
It's all right. Thank you very much for your contribution. Goloba, will it be too early to say that Mr. President is scoring a political point with the election in Ekiti from all this feedback that we're getting?
It will be delusive of anybody who is a strategist of the president to make him believe that the result of Ekiti would automatically translate to this thing for him. And you see, that is some of the mistakes we make when people are by nature very different. In some states of this federation, a candidate like Fayose wouldn't have been able to rehabilitate his political persona to even be in a position where it would be the choosing candidate of a major party. But it happened in Ekiti. It probably wouldn't have happened in Ondo. So if any of the strategists of the president were to be telling him that, Oga, that is what we are doing now, you see this thing, they are deluding him. He should get serious at his job and do what will please majority of Nigerians and not be hoping against hope that because the election went well in Ekiti, it will automatically translate into this thing for him.
Thank you very much, Oba. We're going to take a break now. Of course, we'll be back because I'm sure that everyone is itching to find out what the result is and what exactly transpired after all in the Ekiti election. Of course, you know that after the primetime news, our primetime news will be at 9:45. It's a must watch as we bring you details of what transpired in the course of the day around Ekiti, beyond, and of course outside Nigeria. We'll be back after then to tell you more about this time around the result, because we'll be here monitoring every bit of it. Our correspondents are in Ado Ekiti, where the collation is ongoing, as we are hopeful that today indeed would decide what transpired in Ekiti. On a lighter note, Bolaoba, Nigeria is also playing today in Brazil. It is the second round.
We can only wish them well.
Wish them well.
We can only wish our boys well.
So
we hold them down. I come to think of it, if I'm representing Nigeria, even if you guys don't believe in me, at least wish me well.
It's all right. And you know that a win, let's analyze this. A win or a loss for Nigeria.
Football?
No, not football really. But let's look at how the mood gets to impact on whoever wins or whoever loses this election. A loss for Nigeria will be lost on both sides for supporters of those who will lose in the Ekiti election.
That, my brother, is the reality of life. That is the reality of life. We are all Nigerians because the boys are representing us in faraway Brazil. But you see, that does not mean that in-house or whilst we are, we don't hold differing opinions.
Let the better team win and let it be Super Eagles of Nigeria as we also wait to find out.
I would not say let the better team win. I would say may God let our team win.
It's
but
right.
You see, God is not the only God of Nigeria. God is not only the God of Nigeria. He's also the God of
Bosnia and
Herzegovina.
Just like God is not the only God of a particular political party, we'll definitely find that. We'll take a break now. Thank you so very much for watching. Don't forget that you can reach us on our social media feeds. Facebook, it's facebook.com/Core TV News, and that's showing on your screen, and our Twitter handle at Core TV News NG. You can also watch us live on YouTube. We're streaming as we speak. Our previous edition is also there, youtube.com/Core TV. Leave a space, add news. This is your political demonstration, Core TV News, bringing you all the updates live from Lagos. I am Nifemi Oguntoye, and we'll be back with you. Don't go away.
Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates all gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of INEC.
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
We bring it to you from Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria.
Giving you all sides and political stories round the clock.
Every detail from the start line to the final whistle.
Core TV News, expanding your view.
Hello and welcome to Core TV Primetime News. I am Gift Ogete. In our major stories, Nigeria focus attention on Ekiti, awaits INEC official announcement of results as governorship poll ends amid tight security. Also in this program, Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka speaking on the state of the nation, slams Nigerian military over harassment of governors Rotimi Amechi of Rivers and Adams Oshomale of Edo State. Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria to intensify special security check on individuals and vehicles accessing all the nation's airports. And outside Nigeria, supporters of Afghanistan's presidential candidate Abdullah protest against alleged fraud in last week's election. Good to have you join us again. Now details of the news headlines and other stories. Collation of election results have begun in Ekiti State after a process that witnessed a large turnout. Voting started in many of the polling units at exactly 12:30 p.m. as directed by the Electoral Commission. Government area of the state. The Bishop of Ekiti Diocese, Most Reverend Philip Ajakaye, urged voters in the state to sustain the peaceful conduct of the governorship election. Ajakaye says he was amazed at the large turnout of voters for the exercise, saying the development would boost security and boost democracy. He urged residents of the state to cooperate with security agents in order to ensure a violence-free exercise. A PDP chieftain in Omo Ekiti, Daniel Dimeji, commended INEC for providing adequate arrangement which ensured a smooth accreditation exercise. He commended the security agencies for putting in place adequate security measures, saying there was no report of violence in the area. At Ado-Ekiti, the Ekiti State capital recorded a massive turnout of voters for the 2014 governorship election. Voting in all the 13 wards of 207 polling units was hitch-free. Correspondent Bido Koro monitored the elections in Ado-Ekiti and filed in this report.
Voting started in most polling units in the capital city, Ado-Ekiti, at about 12:30 p.m. Despite the heavy presence of security agents, which many thought could deter voters from coming out to vote, residents trooped out en masse for the accreditation and the voting proper. Some voters expressed confidence in the election process and their expectation after the election.
I know everything is fine because we all see everything is good now. There is no anything that is is even wrong. Yeah, we believe that everything is going fine. Understand me? I think the security is enough here, and everything goes smoothly.
Yeah, the process has been very smooth. Then the presence of the security men here has made everybody calm down. Unlike yesterday, everybody was tensed up. Then we like the atmosphere. It has been very peaceful.
The Accord Party governorship candidate Bankole Ajayi casted the ballot alongside his wife at Ajelosun Ward 4 at about 1:50 p.m. Ajayi is of the opinion that the process was peaceful and well conducted by INEC.
Personally, it's been good. I commend INEC so far at this stage. The accreditation process went on smoothly in the morning, and by 12:30 this afternoon, we are already on the queue. And as you can see, that everything is going on smoothly, and there's no cause for alarm.
He lashed out at some security operatives for being overzealous in carrying out their duties during the election.
Of course, I support the heavy security put in place all over the state, at least to forestall law and order being broken down, except that some soldiers are overzealous.
Voting, however, ended in most polling stations in the capital city at about 3 p.m., which had voters waiting anxiously till 4 p.m. when counting of votes began.
Heavy presence of security personnel did not discourage the massive turnout of voters in the Ekiti governorship election. Abiola Oluwole monitored the election in Irepodu, Ifelodu, Ekiti West and Ekiti Southwest local government areas, as reporters presented from our studios.
Ekiti State has a total of 732,166 voters across 16 local government areas. The election process started at 8 a.m. with accreditation of voters across the local government. The heavy presence of security agents Ekiti State has a total of 732,166 voters across 16 local government areas.
So far, the process appears reasonable, and again, my hope and prayer is that what I witnessed here in my polling unit will be the standard, of what is going on in each and every one of the 2,195 polling units are being used by INEC to conduct this election. It has appeared peaceful so far.
So far, at least as far as my unit is concerned, it has been peaceful. It has been, well conducted. Slight hiccups here and there. I think the presiding officers don't seem to understand that situations where old people who are cannot see, they are ordinarily allowed to call on the party agents that they want to vote for to assist them, but they refuse to allow that to happen.
The election also recorded large turnout of voters in Ilawe area of Ekiti Southwest local government.
The All Progressives Congress has alerted Nigerians and the international community to the massive clampdown on the party's leaders as well as journalists during the governorship election in Ekiti State. In a statement issued in Lagos on Saturday by its National Publicity Secretary, Lai Mohammed, the party says 23 of its officials were arrested at Egbe Ekiti and taken to Ikere Ekiti. 2 members were arrested from Ilawe, while 11 others were apprehended at Ado Ekiti. The party says those arrested at Ado Ward A, Unit 168 and 11, including Charles Fashuba, Tolu Ajayi, Olu Hiro, Boyega Faburo, were pointed out to security agents by one Femi Ogunleye, a member of the PDP. APC odds that party leaders arrested at their wards and local government were apparently being picked up to stop them from casting their votes, monitoring the election, and subsequently being present at the coalition centers. And listed the affected journalists arrested at Ifaki Ekiti by over 50 mobile policemen as Jade Sola Ajibola of Inspiration FM, Toyin Yusuf, Oyetunji Ojo, Akin Ogunshola, and Aremu Awolola, all of the Osun State Broadcasting Corporation. Of itself, Olarenwaju also commended the electorate for extreme violence, saying democratic tenets could only be promoted in an atmosphere of peace. A heavy security presence was noticeable in all the nooks and crannies of Ekiti, with stern-looking personnel drawn from the military, police, civil defense, NDLEA, and the Department of State Security. Observers monitoring the governorship election in Ekiti say there was tremendous improvement of INEC's conduct of the poll. The observers urged the commission to put in place all logistic arrangements for the August 9 governorship election in Osun. 29 domestic and foreign observer groups were accredited by INEC for the elections. President of Women Arise, a non-governmental organization and accredited observer group in the election, Joe Oke Odumaki, says that INEC had greatly improved on its presence, on its performance. She advised INEC not to rest on its oars, but to do more to attain perfection in handling the nation's electoral process. Also speaking, the head of Research, Policy and Advocacy, Youth Action Initiative Africa, Samson Itodo, says the Ekiti poll opened a new vista for elections in the country. Itodo pointed out that there was more voters and local government areas in Osun compared to Ekiti, adding that INEC must take this into consideration in its arrangement. He, however, advised political parties which participated in the election to refrain from inciting the people, but to accept the result or seek redress in court. Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka described as unconstitutional the restriction of Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi and Edo State Governor Adams Oshiomhole from attending the final mega rally of the All Progressives Congress in Ekiti. Soyinka ordered that the unresolved issue of the abducted girls is causing an embarrassment for the country in the international community. Omotayo Alo has details.
Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka has called for legal action against the mastermind behind stopping constitutionally elected governors from getting involved in pre-election activities of their party.
It's about time we abandon the language of orders from the top. It's about time. We want specifics. Who gave orders like that? Is it the chief of army staff? Is it a general somewhere? Is it the Kurufu, as they call them, the military police? I mean, enough is enough. Amici has a name, Shomali has a name, Nyago has a name, Fayemi has a name. Why is it that those who prevent them exercising their citizen rights do not appear to have names? Always orders from the top. Sometimes we don't even know whether the top is wearing trousers or is wearing a skirt. This is what happened in Rivers State. And now once again, I have orders from the top to stop you at all costs. I mean, what kind of a language is that? The military is being paid from the public purse. The military has no business taking sides in a political election.
According to Wole Soyinka, Nigerians will not accept the misuse of the country's military facilities for baseless escapades while pressing issues are left unattended.
I think first of all, the legislative houses must wake up to their duties. They must wake up to their duties. There has to be a commission of inquiry about what actually happened. And we want names. We don't want an anodyne kind of exercise, no. We want a specific investigation that is specific. I want to know who's responsible, who gave orders. We want these people to be called to give evidence. Then, of course, I think that all these governors should sue for the violation of their human rights.
Soyinka also says that the government should do everything in its power to rescue the innocent children from the clutches of the inhuman Boko Haram sect. He added that it would be an international shame if the abducted children are not brought back.
The military should be used for intensified work, specialized work in bringing back the girls, not in harassing governors. Yes, we all want to be able to pose with our daughters, our children, and I'm very happy for the president that he could do that on his Facebook. But simultaneously, he must use some of that energy, some of that time, that thoughtfulness in ensuring that the military is posted in the places where they're really needed, not in preventing, not in any act that might be interpreted in any way as preventing his mission, which is the upholding of the Constitution. What happened in Ekiti was a violation of the Constitution.
Soyinka further charged Nigerians to exercise their right to speak out and take legal actions when unfairly treated, saying if people keep silent, such inhuman events will continually be repeated. Omotayo Alo, Core TV News, Lagos.
You're watching Core TV Prime Time News. We'll take a break. Stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ghana. Please remain seated and ensure your seatbelts are fastened. You can now turn on your MTN mobile phone data to enjoy a browsing rate of 5 kobo per kilobyte with MTN One World. Thank you.
Absolutely. Browse like home with MTN One World. Surfing the web from any MTN operating country costs the same like home. Enjoy affordable rates when you call and send text messages. Terms and conditions apply. MTN. Everywhere you go.
This one wash challenge will test Ariel to see if it removes stains in one wash. Let the challenge begin. First, chocolate and juice. We will wash shirts with Ariel. Look, Ariel has cleaned in just one wash. So which detergent removes stains in one wash? Ariel. P&G Everyday Quality brand.
Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates all gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of the Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of island.
Join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Core TV News now provide a platform for live coverage of political rallies and electioneering campaign from anywhere in Nigeria. Political news stories, political editorial reviews, political discussions, personality profile, People's Parliament from the National, State and Local Government Assembly. Contact us now on 0803-471-8550 or 0803-724-9733. 01453-3407.
Our 24-hour news station.
Welcome back. It's Core TV Prime Time News. For more information on our news and other programs, you can visit our Facebook page at www.facebook.com/CoreTVNews. You can also follow us on Twitter at Core TV News NG. And on YouTube, you can watch our programs at www.youtube.com/CoreTV/News. Top government officials in Governor Abdulaziz Yari-led All Progressives Congress in Zamfara are resigning their appointment and leaving the party. The Commissioner for Agriculture, Malami Yantodo, and 3 Directors General had resigned their appointment in the last 1 month. The DJs included that of the Governor's Office, Mustafa Bukuyom, Shehu Nyanware, and the Directorate of Inter-Party Relations, and Haruna Jangabe of the Directorate of Non-Governmental Organizations. The Commissioner announced his resignation from the Cabinet through a letter addressed to the Secretary to the State Government on May 21. Yantodo quickly announced his resignation with a declaration in a local radio station that he had also defected to the People's Democratic Party. While addressing his supporters at his hometown in Safe, Yantodo says he could no longer work with the government. The interim caretaker chairman of the PDP in the state, Adamu Danja, said the party had happily received the new members. Reacting to the situation, the APC spokesman in the state, Sani Gwamna, says the party is unshaken by the action of the defectors. Oversight Function Speaker of the House of Representatives, Aminu Tambuwal, has advised legislators to perform their oversight functions diligently to ensure stability of democracy in the country. He said the legislature had a crucial role to play in governance to ensure the survival and growth of democracy in the country. Tambuwal says the legislature cannot allocate money to various sectors and segments during budgets without knowing how the monies were spent. He explained that by doing so, the legislature would not be representing the people who voted them into power. The Speaker says that it is only by executing all the roles assigned to the legislature that there was hope to expand the democratic space and protect the democracy. The Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria reveals it has intensified special security check of individuals and vehicles accessing all the nation's airports. The General Manager Corporate Affairs of FAN, Yakubu Dati, who made this known in Lagos, says that the authority was committed to securing the airports and their users against terrorism. He warned that all persons found loitering around any of the nation's 22 airports would be arrested and prosecuted. Dati ordered that the strict security measures were being taken to check the menace of touting and terrorism. He also warned that all illegal structures around airport runways, particularly in the Lagos area, will be demolished. Following this development, all airlines have been advised to ensure the compliance of all their passengers and staff with safety regulations and security procedures. The Kano State government says it has dispatched a delegation to Abia to secure the release of the state indigents among 486 persons arrested by security operatives recently. The State Commissioner for Information, Damburan Abubakar, says the delegation had since arrived in Abia and have started discussions with the state government officials and security agents. The team was led by the Commissioner for Special Duties, Idris Dambazwa. They are to find out the exact number of Kano indigents among the detainees and the nature of the offences. Abubakar said the delegation had been directed to also take care of the welfare of the indigents among the detainees in Abia. Residents of Mafuluku community have complained about unfair and unlawful conduct of the Ikeja Electricity Distribution Company. Omotayo Alo was at the protest staged by members of the community and brought back this report.
Message of the community to the government is to call IKEDC to order to live with the contents of their purchasing of this electricity distribution.
The Mafuluku Community Residents Association made their demands known through a protest following the events of months of power outage in the community. They expressed their readiness to pay electricity bills but wish that they get value for their money.
Most times, sometimes, they will supply for 1 hour and they will always tell us that they have supply for 20 hours. And we are saying, we don't want to know how available these lights are. You know, but if you give us what? Prepaid meter. We go and sleep, you go and sleep. If Mr. Ben feels like burning all my appliances in 1 hour, when the card finishes, I will go and buy another one. It's a justice. They also know it.
Once you agree to bring prepaid meter that will be functional, that will be readable, and your officials will start reading them, once you agree that whenever there is no power supply, we don't pay you, once they agree that they will be prompt in response to all of their facilities, once they agree that they will supply transformers and make it work, there's nothing else we're fighting for.
Their claim was that if the Ikeja Electricity Distribution Company refused to bring prepaid meter and do the necessary servicing of electricity supply, they are not ready to pay. Aside from the financial implication of power outage, residents also complained on the threat on their lives.
The person is living in that house. He's living in that house, but somebody called him here to come and repair zinc for him. So when he was regretting or going up, there was no light. But when he wants to come down, they brought the light. So when he stepped on this zinc, the light just shocked him and he fell. He have cut on his head. So we rushed him down to hospital. They stitched the head, but he was complaining of his back and the leg. He couldn't get up, he couldn't sit down. But on Tuesday, he gave up this.
For Luku, generally, we don't have light enough for Luku. We don't even see that. We are just paying our money, or just paying the money, extra money, extra money.
Do you believe that for almost 9 months, I did not have a light? Do you know what they did? They keep on bringing the light, bring the bill for me. Do you think you will pay? Believe me, we Nigerian people, we need to get up. We need to talk. And also we need to fight for this. This is a big cheating. They are cheating us.
A public affairs analyst, Achike Chude, who was at the protest, says the entire privatization scheme by the federal government is a big sham to defraud citizens, and the solution will come if Nigerians continue to speak out.
I mean, it's 419. If an organization, whether it is public or private, obtains services, obtains payment from the people, and in return gives nothing back to the people, Nigerians must stand up and say no, that enough is enough. We cannot continue to live this kind of life. That is why the society is the way it is.
Residents in Mafuluku have shown their displeasure to what they describe as unfair treatment by the Ikeja Electricity Distribution Company. All they ask is that they get the services in which they pay for. Omotayo Alo, Core TV News, Lagos.
You're watching Core TV Prime Time News. We'll take another break. When we return, it will be time for business and sports stories. Stay with us.
This one wash challenge will test Ariel to see if it removes stains in one wash. Let the challenge begin. First, chocolate and juice. We will wash shirts with Ariel. Look, Ariel has cleaned in just one wash. So which detergent removes stains in one wash? Ariel, P&G Everyday Quality Brand.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ghana. Please remain seated and ensure your seatbelts are fastened. You can now turn on your MTN mobile phone data to enjoy a browsing rate of 5 kobo per kilobyte with MTN One World. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Browse like home with MTN One World. Surfing the web from any MTN operating country costs the same like home. Enjoy affordable rates when you call and send text messages. Terms and conditions apply. MTN, everywhere you go.
Come June 21, it will be decision day for the people of Ekiti. 18 candidates all gunning for one seat.
I am the next governor of Ekiti.
But the people will have the final say.
I know that tolerance has a very big place.
Join extensive coverage of the election and get up to the many details as development unfolds.
I'm the voice of Ekiti people.
With expert analysis from the best political team on television.
And that's honesty of island. Without
join us all day June 21 to find out who emerges the next governor of Ekiti State.
We have agreed to move this state forward.
Keep a date with us on Core TV News. You can also watch us live on our website on www.coretvnews.com, a 24-hour news station.
Core TV News presents a platform with presence in over 30 states of the Federation. Be sure to be here. For live coverage of events, we have the capacity to deliver from anywhere in Nigeria and beyond. Contact us now on 0803-471-8550 or 0803-724-9733 014-533-407.
Our 24-hour news station.
Welcome back. Good to have you. Stay tuned. This is Core TV Prime Time News. For more information on our news and other programs, visit our Facebook page at www.facebook.com/Core TV News. You can also follow us on Twitter is at Core TV News NG. And on YouTube, watch our programs www.youtube.com/Core TV Space News. The Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation (NNPC) has disclosed India as Nigeria's longest and largest crude oil importer, leading United States of America (USA) from its status as the top importer. China and Malaysia are next in the rank of top export destinations of Nigeria's crude oil. In a statement signed by its Group General Manager Public Affairs Ohi Alegbe in Abuja, the United States, which had traditionally taken the bulk of Nigeria's crude oil, had in recent months drastically reduced its demands, takes just about 250,000 barrels per day (BPD) of the country's crude oil. This amounts to 750,000 BPD of crude oil purchased by India. Federal government has pledged to provide 224 million naira to the International Maritime Organization (IMO) to boost its campaign against piracy and illicit maritime activities in Africa. The Minister of Transport, Senator Idris Umar, made the pledge when he paid a courtesy visit to the IMO Secretary General Koji Sekimizwat at the organization's headquarters in London. The minister, who was attending the ongoing 112th Council session of the IMO in London, expressed the federal government's appreciation for the organization's technical cooperation and assistance to Africa and Nigeria in particular. Umar assured the IMO of Nigeria's readiness to collaborate with it in the upcoming audit scheme, which has said was in line with IMO's instrument code regime of 2015. Nigerian bond yields are likely to fall next week as state agencies get their national budget allocations flooding the market with cash. Bond yields have hovered around 11.6 to 11.7 at the short end of the curve and 12.15 to 12.35 on longer tenor paper, in a week characterized by strong demand from local pension funds. Nigeria issued 168.28 billion naira in treasury bills, with maturities ranging from 3 months to 1 year this week. Yields were longer than it is previous auctions. And now to sports. Nigeria's coach Stephen Keshi has disclaimed reports in his country's local media stating that there was disarray in camp after their goalless draw with Iran. The Super Eagles trained in the Arena Pantano, where they will play against Bosnia-Herzegovina in their second match of the tournament this evening at 11 p.m. Having come under pressure following their listless draw with Iran, Keshi regarded local media reports as unfounded, saying that there was great harmony within the squad and that they want to do well in the next game. He also dismissed singling out forward Peter Odemingwe for not playing for 2 instructions, saying everything is going well in the squad and promising a good outing against Bosnia and Herzegovina. Meanwhile, at the ongoing second-round game in Brazil 2014 World Cup against Argentina versus Iran, a stunning striker, Lionel Messi, scored a goal victory at the 91st minute against the spirited Iran, which makes Argentina to qualify for the second round. And now Manchester United winger Antonio Valencia has signed a new 3-year contract with an option to extend to June 2018. The Ricardo player, 28, moved from Wigan to Old Trafford in June 2009. Assistant manager Ryan Giggs says he is delighted he has committed his future to the club. Valencia saying he is happy to have signed a new deal and he is looking forward to working with Louis van Gaal. The new deal for the former Wigan athlete winger follows Patra Evra agreeing a 1-year extension, both decisions made by Van Gaal. Valencia, who started in Ricardo's 2-1 World Cup victory over Honduras, saying his time at Manchester United has been like a dream come true. And now to Afghanistan, where supporters of Afghan presidential candidate Abdullah Abdullah marched through Kabul to protest against alleged fraud in last week's election, escalating tension in a political stalemate threatening the country's first democratic transfer of power. More than 1,000 protesters gathered in the city for the largely peaceful demonstration, but the United Nations warned that any street violence could lead to a spiral of instability. Abdullah has boycotted the election vote count, pitching Afghanistan into a crisis as NATO combat troops withdraw from a 13-year war against Taliban insurgents. The former foreign minister accused his poll rival Ashraf Ghani, outgoing President Hamid Karzai, and election authorities of committing fraud to deny him victory. Demonstrators took to the streets, shouting slogans and carrying banners that say fraudsters could be put on trial. Abdullah says he now considers the election authorities illegitimate and has alleged that in several provinces there were more votes than eligible voters. And now to Mauritius, where Mauritians cast ballots in a presidential election that incumbent Mohamed Abdelaziz is expected to win. A main opposition rival boycotted the poll. The ex-army general who seized power in the northwest African nation in an August 2008 coup campaigned strongly on his success in fighting armed groups linked to Al-Qaeda at home and in neighboring Sahel nations. Small queue snacks outside several polling stations in the capital before voting got underway. Abdelaziz has been involved as head of the African Union in efforts to end conflict in neighboring Mali, which lost half its territory to insurgents in 2012, promoting a French intervention to free the towns. He has also mediated between separatists, terror rebels, and the government in Bamako. But opposition critics argue that the price of peace has been authoritarian rule and have decided to boycott the vote they regard as an electoral sham over the way it has been organized. French President François Hollande says that center-left EU leader Jean-Claude Juncker's contentious candidacy to head the European Commission after talks in Paris with 8 other European social democratic leaders ahead of an EU summit this week. Hollande says they were supporting Juncker to become president of the bloc's powerful executive body in Brussels. Hollande met Italy's Prime Minister Matteo Renzi and the leaders of Australia, Belgium, the Czech Republic, Denmark, Malta, Romania and Slovakia. Moves to hand the post to Janker, a long-serving premier and EU insider, have triggered bitter dispute seen in Europe since the height of the Euro crisis. The role is set to dominate the two-day summit of all 28 EU leaders, with Britain's Prime Minister David Cameron vying to fight Janker's appointment until the end. The British leader sees Janker as a federalist who will not adopt reforms needed in the 28-member bloc. And that's Core TV Primetime News. Thank you so much for watching. Join us again tomorrow. Do not forget that we're still expecting the governorship results from Ekiti State. Trust us to bring you details as they unfold. From me, it's good night.
From the north, south, east, west and around Africa, we break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news spreads. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core TV.
24-hour news station.
It's a great day and you're on to Core TV News. A big thank you to you for joining us again. This is our Ekiti Elect Studio and we say you're welcome back. Well, it's not longer news that Saturday, June 21st, this 2014, of course, the residents and the indigents of Ekiti State came out en masse to elect their leader for the next 4 years, the #1 indigent indeed in all the 16 local government areas of that state. In all, 18 political parties fielded candidates in that election, and I must say to you that analysts had said that election was basically between three candidates. The incumbent Kennedy Fayemi of the All Progressive Congress APC, well, of course, a former governor of that state, Adele Fayose, and a member of the House of Representatives, Michael Okwemi Bamidele of the Labour Party. And in all, some 7,941 members of the National Youth Service Corps NYSC were engaged as ad hoc staff to man the polling booths in that state. And of course, altogether, 29 domestic and international election observers were accredited by INEC to observe that election. Some of the international observers were the European Union delegation, the UNDP, the British High Commission, the Canadian High Commission, the United States Mission to Nigeria, and the embassies of Netherlands, Switzerland, Germany, and France. Nigerians had been waiting, especially the indigents and residents of Ekiti State, waiting patiently for the result of that election, which was adjudged very peaceful. And we also heard from our reporters that the electorate actually decided to take their lives in their hands and take responsibility by conducting themselves in a manner that we all were anticipating and looking forward to. You'd recall that the rallies and campaigns in the run-up to that election was quite heated up, so much so that a whole lot of people were anticipating some violence during the election and wondering if it would go peacefully or otherwise. And indeed, we heard that that election went very peacefully in a manner that was quite impressive. We're still holding on for our reporter in that state, Rashid, to feed us with the collation and, of course, the announcement of the result from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, so that we can indeed know who will take the baton of leadership in Ekiti State for the next 4 years. We first make our decision, and then our decision in turn makes us. The people of Ekiti State, Saturday 21st June, came out to make that decision. And that decision, that big decision, I must say, and that big decision is going to make the people of Ekiti State for the next 4 years, every day of the 4 years. Rashid is joining me on the show from Ekiti State to lead us into the collation and the announcement of the result. Hi, Rashid.
Yeah, good morning,
Hi, Rashid. How are you doing?
The electoral process we started in Ekiti State is actually getting to its peak, and we are right here at the INEC headquarters in Ado-Ekiti, where the electoral officers are gathered to present the result of each local government. And as we speak, the returning officer from F1 local government have actually presented the result, where we have total registered voters of 22,838 with an actual accredited voters of 9,897, where the APC, the incumbent APC polled 3,422 votes, Labour Party polled 328 votes, and the PDP polled 5,335 votes. And that is the first result which has been announced. We said right away we are at Emure local government, where the returning officer is actually reading out the result of that local government. So far the election has been peaceful, and short of some issues which was experienced here due to the rain that is even falling currently, as you can see on the screen. But for now, everything is going on peaceful, and all 16 returning officers are ready here to turn in their results as it was polled in their respective local government. We'll keep you posted as more results are announced.
Okay. Hi, Rashid. Are you still there? Hello, Rashid. Rashid. Oh, okay. I'm hoping that Rashid will keep us updated with more results as they unfold. We know that the umpire, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), being the election management board in Nigeria, has the final say over the results of any election in Nigeria, and we're hoping that very soon we get to hear the results of some other local governments, and of course the final result. As you can see on your screen, we can see the election officials from INEC making their announcements on the election, and yes, as you can see from Ekiti State. Well, that was Rashid. A big thank you to you, Rashid. We're hoping that you join us again. I had a few questions to ask Rashid there about the election generally. We want to know how it was peaceful. Then we also needed to know how much apathy was experienced in that election, and how the electorate actually sat around to monitor their votes to ensure that the votes did count indeed. You know, it's been said that the price of democracy is eternal vigilance. The price of democracy is eternal vigilance. And I say that my version of that saying is what's popular in the part of the country where I come from, that a cocoa seller and his cocoa have to be sun-dried together, meaning you have to sit and watch. You have to sit and ensure that whatever you're going to be responsible for works. At the end of the day, you have no right to complain about anything that you permitted in the first place. So, if the price of democracy is eternal vigilance, then there's no place for apathy. You cannot say it's not my business. You cannot say whether or not it works, I'm not concerned. You cannot say, well, politics is a dirty game, I do not want to be part of it. You cannot say, well, they didn't perform well in the last 4 years, so I'm not going to give any of them my vote because whatever they do in the next 4 years, I still cannot be impressed. You cannot say that. You know, if indeed the price of democracy is eternal vigilance. If the price of democracy is eternal vigilance, you want to take responsibility, you want to take charge, okay? You want to be in a position to have a say, you want your vote to count. And that way, you do not just want to vote, you want to also watch over your vote like a little child. Because indeed, that is what it is, until you begin to see the dividends of democracy. We had a number of political analysts in our Ekiti Elect studio in the course of that election. And if you watched Bola Oba, the last political analyst we had, now some of the submissions of Bola Oba were that the activities of political parties in the run-up to the election would significantly affect the party's performances at the poll. So that means what goes around comes around. It's garbage in, it's garbage out. It's whatever you put into the system as a political office aspirant, that is exactly what you're going to get out of it. Or it's whatever you did for the masses or to them that would come back to affect you during the examination, which is the election period. The activities of political parties in the run-up to the election will significantly affect the party's performances at the poll. So it does not matter what happened in the year 2000. It doesn't matter much, again, what happened in 2011 or 2012 or 2013. What happened in the few weeks of the first month of 2014, what happened in the second month of 2014, the third month, fourth month, and especially the last few weeks to the election are the variables that will form the opinion of the electorate in deciding whom they want to stay with, whom they want to give the baton of leadership to lead them for the next 4 years. Now, even in the West, I heard Bola saying we're living in an era where politics is becoming almost totally devoid of ideological convictions. So then, little wonder, defection saga and redefection saga, someone called it a while ago. It's important to know that we expect politicians and our leaders in general in Nigeria to lead with ideologies and by principles. That's quite important. At the end of the day, you cannot just do things without proper argument for them, without proper reasoning. You want to have a guiding principle for yourself first, and then for the people you lead. At the end of the day, a leader without a vision is only having a mirage. A leader without the ability to carry the people along is only having a stroll. You're only having a walk. At the end of the day, it's important to know that you cannot get anywhere without a compass. You cannot get anywhere without a positive direction. You need a blueprint to arrive at any destination, and there's no way, I say again, there's no way you can take the people to somewhere that you haven't been yourself. That's why ideology is all important, very important. Now, Bola said even in the West, that means this is not limited to Nigeria or Ekiti State or any part of Nigeria. We're living in an era where politics is becoming almost totally devoid of ideological convictions. So our ideals, the ideals that should form political standpoints, the ideals that should form political aspirations and ambitions are almost getting totally lost. That's what the gentleman meant, and that's important for us to know and remember and take into consideration anytime we have an opportunity to choose or elect our leaders in any part of Nigeria. That's quite important, and all over Africa. So we shouldn't bother about defections and redefections again and again and again. We should know the reason for that. It's because our politicians are becoming less and less ideological. In any case, we will still have a handful, and that's where I need you to have a positive mental attitude and mental picture of what Nigeria should be and the type of leaders that we need to have in Nigeria. Well, we will still have a handful that will maintain positive ideologies and that will lead with principle-centered living and leading is what we're talking about here. So I'll leave the rest to INEC, the umpire, the election management board in Nigeria, to decide whom to give the baton of leadership to in Ekiti State. As I said earlier, we first make our decisions, and then our decisions in turn make us. We make them first. This is what I want to do, this is where I want to be, this is where I want to go, this is how I want to make it, this is what I want to make of it, and then those decisions in turn make us decide what we become. The people and residents of Ekiti State, Saturday to the 1st June 2014, came out to make that big decision. And that big decision, I tell you, will in turn make the people and residents of Ekiti State every day for the next 4 years. Where will the baton swing? Where will it swing? Is it going to be the incumbent Kayode Fayemi of the All Progressives Congress? We don't know. Is it going to be Adele Fayose, former governor of the state of the People's Democratic Party? We don't know. Or is it going to be Mark Okweyemi Bamidele of the Labour Party? We don't know. Again, Rashid is right here with me to give us more information about the coalition and of course the announcement. Hi, Rashid.
Go on, Rashid. Yes, sir. Well, in the meantime, out of the 16 local governments, we are having 3 local governments already announced by the coalition officers. We thought we made out of F4, and the next was that of Imure local government. That was the local government of the deputy governorship candidate of the Labour Party. But it was quite unfortunate that the Labour Party was unable to muster up much votes over there, just as much as less than 400 votes. The APC polled 4,362 in the local government, while the PDP had 7,086 votes. Part of the local government of the incumbent governor, Kayode Fayemi, that is Oye local government area, where we have a total number of registered voters of 45,918. The APC in Oye local government polled 10,176 votes, while the PDP in Oye local government, that is the stronghold of Governor Kayode Fayemi and former Senator Ayo Arishi of the PDP. The PDP in Oye local government polled 11,200 votes, meaning that the PDP even had higher votes than that of the APC in Oye local government area, which happens to be the stronghold of the incumbent governor, Kayode Fayemi. Those are the 3 results released so far, and we expect other coalition officers to come on board and release and say the results from their respective local government. That is what we can offer for now.
Okay, thank you very much, Rashid. Are you still there? Hello, Rashid.
Yeah.
Now, let me just quickly ask you, how was the weather anyway in Ekiti State on Saturday?
What?
How was the weather?
Yeah, it was sunny. It was peaceful. The weather was serene. It was okay for everybody to go by and discharge his or her civic responsibility. Just tonight we had a rainfall, and that culminated into starting the collation of the results late enough, which is just starting at this time. The peaceful nature of the election, the way it was conducted peacefully, made the results come in earlier, you know, where there is no rigging, no violence, everything went on peacefully, people voted, the votes were counted, and thereabout transported from each registration area to local governments, from local governments down to the state headquarters here of INEC here. So the whole weather was good, it was okay for everybody to go about discharging his or her civic responsibility of voting for the candidates of their choice.
Lastly, before I let you go, Rashid, sorry for taking your time. What about the arrival of election materials? How early or late were they delivered?
Hello?
Hello, Rashid.
Yeah.
In the places you monitored, how about the arrival of election materials? How early or late were they delivered? Oh, okay, we lost that call there, okay. Well, I was going to find out two things from Rashid. The weather, which would be a major determinant of the turnout, because if it was a rather rainy day, then a lot of the electorate might have a reason to say they would not want to vote, you know. Oh, I would like to vote, but see, well, I'm not mobile and it's raining, I do not want to get drenched and all that. Well, some would have a reason, you know, even though I do not think the heavy rain should stop a major decision, a decision that will affect your fulfillment and destiny for the next 4 years. That's quite important. A decision that will affect generations yet unborn. Well, the weather was quite clement, according to Rashid. Only later in the day did it rain, and that was much later anyway, after the voting. And of course, I needed to find out about the arrival of election materials. How early or late were they delivered? Because again, that too can go a long way. If it was delivered rather too late, it can go a long way to discourage the electorate. And encourage more voter apathy. So I needed to find out about that as well. So out of all the 16 local government areas in Ekiti State, only 3 results have been released by INEC. Okay, we're waiting for 13 more. If you take 3 out of 16, obviously you have 13 left. And I'm very sure that Rashid will get back to us on other collations and announcements so we can know where Ekiti State is heading in the next 4 years. Some 732,106 voters were expected to vote in today's election. The gender distribution showed that females were 371,419, the vast 51%, and males 360,747, 49%. There are 2,195 polling units and 2,803 voting points in that southwest state. Ekiti State has 3 senatorial districts, 6 federal constituencies, and 177 registration areas spreading across those 16 local government areas in that state. Well, in taking decision that yesterday, on whom to cast the votes for, well, the voters may likely be influenced. They might have been influenced by incumbency factor and the performance of the APC candidate, or the grassroots mobilization skills of the PDP candidate and the courage of the Labour Party candidate. You see, they all had what was going for them. The All Progressive Congress candidate had what was going for him. And of course, that was his incumbency. His incumbency, and of course, his performance in the last 4 years. And of course, the PDP candidate too, Dele Fayose, had what was going for him, which was, as some people will say, the federal might, the federal presence and support, the moral support, and of course, the grassroots mobilization skills. You can't take that away from the People's Democratic Party, PDP. You know what I'm talking about. And of course, what about the courage of the Labour Party to say, despite incumbency, despite grassroots mobilization skill, I can take on the baton. I can actually confront you I can actually get on the platform with you and contest with you, and I feel like I wrestle power from you. What about that courage? How many people? I think that's one leadership quality that we need in Nigeria today. I think that's one leadership quality that everybody should imbibe. The can-do spirit, the indomitable spirit. It doesn't matter what you have going for you. I have something going for me as well. It doesn't matter what you feel you have or what you think you can do. I respect you for that. But again, I do not think I'm meant for the ground either. I know I can do this. What about that can-do spirit? That courage. It takes courage to actually confront an incumbency. And of course, the federal might. What about that courage? So, since Nigeria's return to civil rule in 1999, no governor of Ekiti State has been elected for a second term. This might affect the chances of the incumbent. You would say, well, we don't know. We don't know. We cannot judge. And what about the corruption case hanging on the neck of the PDP candidate? That, you want to say that can also be a determining factor? We don't know either. We don't know. Because at the end of the day, the people will have the final say. The people will have their way and they will have their say. So it does not matter what we think. What matters is where the electorate decide to swing at the end of the day. Are they going to swing hither or thither? Are they going to swing hither or thither? It depends on where they decide to swing. And that's why we're here to wait patiently to the result of that very peaceful, free and fair, you want to say, election, according to reports reaching us anyway. And that's quite important. Now, another thing I need to talk about right away as we await the further announcement of the election result from INEC, as we are led by our reporter in Ekiti State, Rashid. Now, as winning attitude and losing attitude in Nigeria, at the end of the day, it's important for us to remember that once a political party gets the mandate in Nigeria, the opposition resumes duty as well. And I'll tell you the duty of the opposition. The duty of the opposition, among many others, is to put the ruling party in checks and balances. That's quite important. The job of the opposition, amongst others, is to always call the ruling party to order. Always put the ruling party in proper check. And here we're talking about constructive criticism. Now, it's popular that in Nigeria, when a political party gets the mandate, the opposition immediately goes into hiding. To that tent, return, O Israel. No, it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be. The opposition should also resume duty immediately. And that duty as checks and balances, calling the ruling party to order, making constructive criticism. But all those functions are going to be affected if the opposition does not know how to lose positively. I call it losing positively, meaning it's important for you to know how to take defeat in your strides, how to take defeat losing with positive attitude. Because at the end of the day, there will always be another time. There will always be another time. So losing a particular election is not the end of the world. Losing a particular election is not the end of your political party. Losing a particular election is not the end of your leadership ambition. Losing a particular election is not the end of your principles and ideologies. You do not quickly defect from your political party just because you lost an election. You do not throw away your principle-centered leadership skills just because you lost an election. You do not throw away your ideologies just because you lost an election. So we want to see an opposition in Nigeria that will be the first, like in the West, to congratulate the winning party. That makes everybody a winner. At the end of the day, winning is not just an activity, it's an attitude. It's the attitude that you adopt that will tell us whether you're the type of leader that we want to have in Nigeria or otherwise. So we want to see a political party, an opposition in Nigeria, that will be the first to congratulate the winning party. We want to see an opposition in Nigeria that will understand that once a political party gets the mandate, it too should resume duty immediately. We want to see that political party, that opposition in Nigeria, that will resume duty immediately the ruling party or the winning party gets the mandate. We want to see an opposition that will know how to positively challenge and criticize the ruling party in Nigeria. We want to see an opposition in Nigeria that will understand how to put the ruling party in checks and balances. That is what the people of Nigeria want. And I guess I'm speaking for the people of Ekiti State as well. That is what we want to see in this jostle for the government house. That exactly is what we want to see. Now, that's about losing an election positively and of course the role of opposition after the election. Now, something that's so shocking as the heated campaign in the run-up to the Ekiti election and the apparently peaceful outing on Saturday. With the heated debates, the heated campaigns, the heated rallies and activities, electioneering activities that ushered in the Ekiti 2014 election, you would have expected a very gory outing on Saturday. You would have expected a very rough outing on Saturday. You would have expected an outing marred by apathy, voter apathy on Saturday. But contrary to widespread expectations, it was rather peaceful. And so you're beginning to see a society in Nigeria that's emerging. One that is conscious. One that is conscious of the political goings on around it. We're beginning to see a society in Nigeria that's evolving. One that's conscious also of the importance of the sanity and the sanctity of lives and properties. We're beginning to see a society in Nigeria that's emerging, that's beginning to take responsibility for leadership, because that means the electorate are also beginning to take responsibility for leadership. And that's quite important and impressive, because they're beginning to realize that whatever happens at the polls is a shared responsibility. You cannot say it because a particular party, a political party, brought in thugs. That was why the election wasn't peaceful. You cannot say it was because, well, the election materials did not arrive on time and you were running out of patience. That was why you started burning tires, or you started becoming fidgety. You cannot say because the election materials were coming too late in the day and you're beginning to lose faith in the election processes. That was why you returned home, or that was why you got frustrated or angered, irritated, and you picked up a fight with a member of the public or a security agent or personnel. You cannot say that. So we're beginning to see an electorate in Nigeria that's becoming more and more responsible for leadership by the day. We're still waiting for Rashid, our reporter in Ekiti State, who is at the collection center, to bring us the report of more results as announced by the EMB in Nigeria, the Election Management Board in Nigeria, which is INEC, the Independent National Electoral Commission. And of course, another thing I would like to also talk about is the security presence at the election on Saturday. It was massive. It was massive. It was massive. And again, I'm beginning to, I wasn't in Ekiti on Saturday, but with the reports we got, I'm beginning to also imagine a situation where the massive presence of security personnel in an election will look like just formality. formality, because at the end of the day, the electorate did conduct themselves in a manner that was quite becoming, in a very impressive manner. So the security presence was only there for formality. At the end of the day, there was no one to arrest, there was no one to scold, there was no one to embarrass or harass by the security personnel like we used to have it in previous elections in Nigeria. And I'm beginning to raise my hopes about 2015, because that is what comes to mind immediately, looking at how the 2014 election in Ekiti State has played out in the last 24 hours or more. I'm beginning to raise my hopes about 2015 elections. I'm beginning to get even more positive about that outing in 20. I cannot wait. Let me just confess to you. I cannot wait to see 2015. Who says Nigeria in 2015 would not emerge victorious? Who says the elections and the general elections in 2015 will not be so peaceful, even more peaceful than what we had in Ekiti State on Saturday? Who says in 2015 the elections will not be free and fair, even fair and fairer than what we had in 1993 or 2011? Who says? Who says? So I'm beginning to get excited about the political goings on and development and emergence and involvement in Nigeria. I'm beginning to get excited about the political corridors in Nigeria. I'm beginning to get excited about the political environment in Nigeria, and my hopes are skyrocketing, anticipating 2015 and what that year holds for the big decision in Nigeria. I'm beginning to see a 2015 that will usher Nigeria into our future, the future that our generations yet unborn will indeed experience, live in, and enjoy and get excited about. I'm beginning to raise my hopes. And of course, another area I quickly want to look at. Now, the 7,941 members of the National Youth Service Corps NYSC that were engaged as ad hoc staff to man the polling booths also had a course on Saturday. That came to them like attending a course. It came to them like a re-education, reawakening. These are fresh graduates just from the universities and polytechnics, and it's important to know that they're witnessing firsthand election monitoring, and that for me is something to cherish, because they're being exposed to the political goings on in Nigeria, and it was a positive one. That was a positive experience for them. Apart from the financial gains for them, apart from that, it's important to know that they are being indoctrinated, I must say, into the political arena in a very positive fashion, because that is an experience for them to take home with them. That is an experience to cherish. That is an experience to relive and remember for the rest of their lives. And that too will form part of their informal education. That will form part of their training with which they will face the future. That will form part of the experience with which they will also relate to the members of the public. And of course, what if one day, because these are our leaders in the nearest tomorrow, in the nearest tomorrow. Yes, at the end of the day, that experience for them is something to translate to leadership. That experience they had by manning the polling booths on Saturday, 21st of June, will not leave them for the rest of their lives. And that is what they will build themselves with. That is what they will live by. And that is what they will lead as well by in the coming years, when they have the opportunity to mount the platform of leadership in Nigeria, and that is so important for them. And I need to note that that is something to get really excited about. That is something to get really joyful about. That is something we can throw our hands in the air and celebrate, that we are beginning to indoctrinate and induct our young and promising leaders in Nigeria, the young stars in Nigeria. We're beginning to indoctrinate them and induct them positively for leadership. We're beginning to prepare them. That was a major preparation for our youth yesterday, talking about the involvement of the NYSC, the National Youth Service Corps members, as ad hoc staff in monitoring and manning the polling booths. Now, again, another thing I would like to also talk about is the international observers in that election, the international observers. But then, before I go to that, now it's important also to remind you about accepting mistakes and defeats as a natural process of growing in wisdom. At the end of the day, we live in an environment, we live in a community where mistakes are not particularly allowed, where mistakes are always frowned at. But I wonder, because we learn by mistakes. We learn by mistakes. Someone says, whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well. Well, that is if you know how to do it. If you don't know how to do it, whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing badly until you get it right. That's my stance. Whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well if you know how to do it. If you don't know how to do it, it is worth doing badly until you get it right. So it's important to know how to accept mistakes and defeat as a natural process, because that's how we learn anyway, of growing in wisdom. No one is perfect. You can really learn from your mistakes, you know. Yeah, you can. And that's how to avoid those mistakes in future. Well, my boss will usually say, if you make a mistake once, it's a mistake. But if you make a mistake, the same mistake again, then it's no longer a mistake. He would even say that means you're wicked. That means you're doing it deliberately. That's what my chairman is fond of saying. He'll tell you, if you make a mistake once, yes, it's a mistake, it's allowed. But if you make the same mistake a second time, it's no longer a mistake. You're wicked. You're doing it deliberately now. And I also remember, okay. Now that's for you to hold. That's for you to hold. So accept mistakes and defeat as a natural process of growing in wisdom, because no one is perfect. You can really learn from your mistakes. So count your losses and move on. That's how to lose. You just count your losses. That's how to fail forward. You can actually fail backward, or you can fail forward. You're failing backward if you're so resentful of the winner. If you so much hate the winner, and you so much hate the process that gave you the defeat, so much so that you do not want to progress, so much so that you do not want to move on, so much so that you do not want to continue in that process, so much so that you do not want to give it another trial, another day. That's feeling backwards. But you're feeling forwards actually when you accept defeat gallantly, magnanimously. That's quite important for you. You count your losses and then you just move on. You just move on. You see where you did badly. Where did I do badly? What did I do wrong? What did I say wrong in the run-up to that election? How did I perform in the last time I had an opportunity to serve the people? Because at the end of the day, that's the kind of leadership we want to see in Nigeria. Servant leadership. The kind of leadership that will understand that leadership is about service. Leadership is about servanthood. You are serving the masses. You're serving the public. You're serving the electorate. You're serving the people. And there's going to be a day of reckoning. Whether you like it or not, there's going to be a day of reckoning. That day of reckoning is your day of examination. And that examination date is election day. Quite important to remember. So Having said that, I was going to broach the issue of the election observers. In all, 29 domestic and international election observers were accredited by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to observe that election on Saturday in Ekiti State. And I'm telling you, some of those international observers were the UNDP, the European Union delegation, the British High Commission, the Canadian High Commission, the United States Mission to Nigeria, then the embassies of Netherlands, Switzerland, Germany, and France. Now, I'm so excited because with the run-up to that election, you would have thought Nigeria was about blowing it to the international community. You would have thought Nigeria was going to make a public disgrace of itself in that election to the international community. You would have thought the international community will come back after the election to say Nigeria, and in particular the people of Ekiti State, bungled that election. But I'm so excited because we're beginning to whitewash, we're beginning to launder, and positively so, our image in the international community, in the global community. We're beginning to tell the whole world that Nigeria is a country to watch. We're beginning to tell the whole world that indeed Nigeria has come of age. We're beginning to tell the whole world that indeed Nigeria is responsible. We're beginning to tell the whole world that indeed Nigeria has learned from our mistakes and we're ready to count the losses and move on. We're beginning to tell the whole world that yes, we can. We're beginning to tell the whole world that we do not need to be white to be wise. We're beginning to tell the whole world that it does not need to be white to be right. We're beginning to tell the whole world that we can manage our system. We can manage our country. We can run our country. We can determine our future. We can determine our destiny. We're beginning to tell the whole world that. And I'm waiting for the comment in the coming days, weeks, and months. I'm waiting for the comment of those international observers in particular. I'm waiting. I can't wait to hear from them what they think of the election in Ekiti State on Saturday. Because at the end of the day, we did this. I must say, we all did this. It's a collective responsibility. It's a shared responsibility. This is not the time to pass the buck. This is not the time to say, well, the little skirmishes at the end of the day, because no system is perfect, no process is perfect. Everything is just evolving. Everything is in the process of development. Everything is developing. Nothing is in its full state of development yet. Nothing and no one. So the little skirmishes that we had in that election on Saturday, we're beginning to say, okay, yes, we've learned from them. We've come of age. Now we can manage those skirmishes better in the next elections, and we can actually, as a nation, we can make ourselves formidable in the eye of the international community, and that's so important to me. We're still waiting for Rashid, and of course, this is our Ekiti Elect Studio. We're reaching you live from Lagos, the Center of Excellence, Nigeria's commercial capital, Court TV News. If you've got feedbacks, you can reach us on any of our social media platforms. Our identity on Facebook is facebook.com/Court TV News. If you have messages for us, we've got quite a lot, quite a number of those messages on Facebook on Saturday. Yes, facebook.com/Court TV News is our identity on Facebook. And if you want to follow us on Twitter, it's important to know that our handle is @Court TV News NG. That's our handle on Twitter, @Court TV News NG. Yes, you can still watch us on YouTube, youtube.com/Court TV. Then you leave a space news. youtube.com/Court TV, you leave a space news. That's how to get to us, to watch us on YouTube. But again, on Twitter, our handle is @Court TV News NG. On Facebook, facebook.com/Court TV News. Well, if you want to ring us up, you can ring us. The direct studio line is 016 310-328 016-310-328. Governorship poll, the jostle for Government House 2014, Ekiti elects. And of course, we're still waiting for the final collation and announcement as will be brought to us through our reporter in Ekiti State, Rashid, as announced, as collated and announced by INEC officials who are the umpire, the Election Management Board in Nigeria. And again, something back to Bola, our last analyst on Saturday, talking about being gracious in Nigeria. It's important for us to know that but the winner and the loser should learn to be gracious. Nigerians need to learn how to be gracious to one another and of course to outsiders as well. It's so important. We should be gracious. Being gracious is all about taking charity from home. Charity begins at home. Rashid is right here again. Hi Rashid. Are you there, Rashid?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. What do you have for us?
Yes, the results are trickling in. Out of 16 local governments, we succeeded in having like 8 now.
Okay.
And running through 8 so quick, in the major local government area, the incumbent APC polled 3,336 votes, while the PDP polled 3,670. In the Ikere local government, which happens to be the second largest city in Ekiti State and the second city having the highest votes in Ekiti State.
Yeah.
Having in mind that the PDP candidate picked his deputy from Ikere, which can be cited as one of those things that make him have a victory in the Ikere local government.
Yeah.
Out of the registered voters of 45,611 and accredited voters of 26,424, the APC polled 7,989, while the PDP had a swooping vote of 16,197. That is in the Ikere local government.
Okay.
In the Ikore local government area, where we have 25 autonomous communities, in the Ikore local government area, the Labour Party was able to muster up some votes of about 1,259, while the APC had 8,804 votes, but the PDP also came in a strong note in this local government, polling 14,238 votes. That's in the Ikore local government. Okay. And there was some cases of cancellation of votes based on some electoral irregularities, as it was reported by the electoral, the collation officer, that in Oduaye-Dunayebode registration area, that this particular man was given his voting material, that is his ballot paper to cast. Okay. As he approached the cubicle, he snatched the ballot box and started running away. And in the process, he started tearing the already voted material, which made the electoral officer to cancel the votes from that area. But in that area, which is the registration area in the local government, PDP polled 14,238. Another area of interest is Ekiti Southwest. The Southwest is having its local government, the local government headquarters in Ilawe, and the chief of staff to the incumbent, that is Yemi Adaramodu, hailed from Ilawe. In that Ekiti Southwest local government area, we have Nigeria Ekiti, which happens to be the hometown of the chairman of APC, High Chief Jide Awe. In Ekiti Southwest, the APC was able to poll 6,746. But even having these strong men in that local government could not help them in the PDP having higher votes of 11,038 votes in Ekiti Southwest local government. That is what we still have now, as more results are to be released now, and which will be relayed to you as you can even see on the screen.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rashid. So you please keep us posted, and updated with more results. In all, now Rashid just told us that out of the 16 local government areas in Ekiti State, results have been collated and announced in 8, leaving us with only 8. Now, Rashid just told us about Ikere, a local government, and Ikole, and of course, without leaving behind Ekiti Southwest in Ilawe. Now, that's quite important. Now, so we're waiting for just 8 more, 8 local government areas more. Keep us updated. We're still waiting for Rashid to call us yet again for more results. Well, you can keep sending the messages as well from Facebook. Facebook.com/Court TV News is our identity on Facebook. Facebook.com/Court TV News. That's our identity on Facebook. And if you want to follow us on Twitter, our handle is @Court TV News NG. @Court TV News NG. That's our handle on Twitter. @Court TV News NG. @Court TV News NG. And you can watch us on YouTube. YouTube.com/Court TV News. YouTube.com/Court TV News. And then you leave a space. YouTube.com/Court TV, leave a space, type news here on YouTube. YouTube.com/Court TV. You now leave a space before you type news. That's how to get us on YouTube. So on those 3 social media platforms, you can reach us: Facebook, Twitter, and you can also view us on YouTube. Very important. Now, if you want to call into the studio on any of our live programs, the studio line is 016-310-328, 016-310-328. And let me quickly also remind you, before Rashid gets back to us, let me quickly also remind you that out of the total 732,106 voters expected to vote in that election on Saturday, the vast majority were females, and that took some 51%, 371,419, as you can see on your screen, 371,419, some vast 51% there, while males were 360,747, 49%, 360,747, that's some 49% for you. And of course, as you can see on your screen, 2014 Ekiti elects, the number of polling units were 2,195. 2,195. Well, 2014 Ekiti elects, the breakdown of polling units. We've got a number: Ijero 135, Moba 112, Idosi 139, Record Do Fellow Do 160, Oye 190, Ikole 182, Ekiti East 95, Moi 103, Ado 207, Ikere 86, Ekiti Southwest 188, Ishauru 108, and all that. Now, it's important also to remember the number of voting points were 2,803. The number of voting points were 2,803. So these are some of the information that we think would be very useful for you. Now, the local government areas of major contenders. The Labour Party, Irekpodun, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Ifelodun, the All Progressives Congress, APC, Oye, and of course, we'll also have the Accord Party in Ado. So these are some of the breakdowns we needed to give you. Now, the number of state assembly constituencies, the number of state the number of state assembly constituencies. You can also see that on your screen. Yes, we're trying to project these information for you on your screen so that you can access them very easily. Okay, the number of state assembly constituencies: APC 25, PDP 1. Now altogether 26. Number of state assembly constituencies, total number 26. APC, All Progressive Congress, having 25, while the People's Democratic Party, PDP, is having 1. Now, number of police officers deployed: altogether 12,000 police officers were deployed to Ekiti State. Altogether, a total number of 12,000 police officers were deployed to man that election in Ekiti State on Saturday. And that was something that the number of accredited observers, domestic and international, I told you, 29, total number of 29 accredited observers, domestic and international accredited observers were 29 in that election. And out of those 29 accredited observers, domestic and international, we have, of course, the UNDP. We also have the European Union delegation. We have the British High Commission. We have the Canadian High Commission. We have the United States mission to Nigeria. We also have the embassies of Netherlands, Switzerland, Germany, and France. And that's something. And I'm so excited with the impression we're making to the international observers in Nigeria. Now, accredited observers, domestic and international. Now, I just gave you some. Well, we've got Research Initiative for Sustainable Development and Gender Awareness. We've got Justice Development and Peace Commission, JDPC, the Forum of State Independent Electoral Commission of Nigeria. We've got the Women Arise for Change Initiative. We've got, of course, the EU delegation. We've got the International Foundation for Electoral System, IFES. We've got the, yes, the embassies. Those are the international observers, as I told you. Now, the leader of the Research Initiative for Sustainable Development and Gender Awareness is Togba Yinse. The leader for the Justice Development and Peace Commission is Reverend Father Evaristus Bassi, as you can see on your screen. We want to project that to your screen so that you can access it very clearly. Yes, the leader for Women Arise for Change Initiative is Dr. Joe K. Odumaki. And we also have International Foundation for Electoral Systems. The leader is Obaje Uke. United States Mission to Nigeria. The leader of that is Brank Bayer. Brank Bayer is the leader of the United States Mission to Nigeria. The leader of the High Commission of Canada, the Canadian High Commissioner, is Etienne Lambert. These are the leaders of the accredited domestic and international organizations that were accredited by INEC to observe that election in Ekiti State. Altogether, there are 16 local government areas, I told you earlier, in Ekiti State, and we're also trying to project that on your screen. But at the moment, you can still see the election officials, the INEC officials, the election monitoring officials working very tightly to ensure that all things go well, to ensure that the results are collated and announced as appropriate, as you can see on your screen. Now, in the meantime, 2014 Ekiti elect 16 local government areas altogether. We're also trying to put that on the screen for you. We have Moba, we have Ijero, Idosi, we have Oye, Ikole, we have F4, Ekiti West, we have Irekpo-Dun, Ifelo-Dun, we have Ekiti Southwest, we have Ado, we have Bonyi, we have Ikole, we have Ekiti East, we have Ikere, we have Isoro, we have Emure. These are the 16 local government areas in that state. Now, the Ekiti North 1, Ekiti North South is now talking about the federal constituencies. Talking about the federal constituencies, again, we want to project that very boldly on your screen so that you can access it very clearly. The federal constituencies: Ekiti North 1, Ekiti North 2, Ekiti Central 1, Ekiti Central 2, Ekiti South 1, Ekiti South 2, making 6 federal constituencies altogether. Ekiti North 1, Ekiti North 2, Ekiti Central 1, Ekiti Central 2, Ekiti South 1, Ekiti South 2. Now, senatorial districts in Ekiti State. Senatorial district, 3 senatorial districts altogether. Ekiti North Senatorial District, Ekiti Central Senatorial District, Ekiti South Senatorial District. 3 senatorial districts altogether in Ekiti State. Ekiti North Senatorial District, Ekiti Central Senatorial District, Ekiti South Senatorial District. The number of registration areas, that's talking about wards. The wards, 177 altogether. We've got 177 registration areas, that's wards, in Ekiti State. And then let's break down the wards now. The breakdown of the wards, we've got in Moba 11 wards in Moba. In Ilejemeje 10 wards. In Ijero we've got 12 wards. In Idosi 11 wards. In Oye we've got 12 wards. In Kole we've got 12 wards. In Efon 10 wards altogether. In Ekiti West 11 wards. In Ekiti Southwest, again, 11 wards. In Irepo Do Ifelodo, 11 wards. In Ado, 13 wards. In Ikere, 11 words. In Isoro, 10 words. In Emure, 10 words. In Goin, again, 10 words. Now, what about the number of valid registered voters in Ekiti State anyway? Because we couldn't be talking about voting or the electorate without valid, not just registered voters, but valid registered voters. 732,166 valid registered voters had the right on Saturday to exercise their franchise. A total number of 732,166 registered voters were valid to exercise their franchise on Saturday in Ekiti State. And of course, breakdown again of the valid registered voters. In Moba, 40,570 registered voters were valid to exercise their franchise in Moba on Saturday. In Ilejemeje, 11,796 registered voters were valid to exercise their franchise. In Oye, 45,918 registered voters were valid to exercise their franchise yesterday. Now, in Ikole, 49,274 registered voters were valid to exercise their franchise. In Nigeria, we had 49,484. In the record, Fellow 54,430. We also want to project that very boldly on your screen. Now, in Ekiti East, 47,293 valid registered voters. In Efon, 22,845 valid registered voters. That was in Efon. In Ekiti West, 40,856. In Ekiti Southwest, 42,285. In Ikere, 45,747. In Isoro, 35,099. In Emure, 27,091. Where Now in Boeing, 42,267. In Ado, 134,141. Ekiti East, 47,293. Valid registered voters who had the right to exercise the franchise. Wow. Ekiti elects, 2014 Ekiti elects. Now, let me drop you with this. Try not to become a man of success. Rather, try to become a man of value. Try not to become a man of success. Try to become a man of value. Because these are the things we want to see in our leaders in Nigeria. As we approach 2015, we're not just limiting this to Ekiti State. We need to take this beyond Ekiti. Beyond 2014, we need to take this aura, we need to take this orientation with us into 2015 and beyond. Try not to become a man of success. Do not make success your ambition. Do not make success your goal. Rather, be a man of value, and then success will come looking for you. At the end of the day, all of the things that we want in life, money, fame, recognition, relevance, importance, and all of those other things that we want in life will come looking for us. Happiness, once we can become people of value. Increase your value, and every other thing will increase itself in your favor. Everything moves in the direction of value. Everybody wants to. Value is so attractive. Value is like a magnet, attracting the like to itself. Everybody wants to move close to value, to a man of value, to a substance of value. Everybody wants to feel valuable. Everybody wants to touch value. Everybody wants to feel value. Nobody rejects value. In fact, rejection is a proof of lack of value. Many times, acceptance is a proof of value. Whatever has global acceptance must be an object of value, a substance of value. Nobody rejects value. So if you are a man of value, you're not likely to suffer rejection. Even when you do suffer rejection, you must be suffering rejection in the wrong quarters. That means you do not cast your pearls before the swine. Otherwise, the swine will trample on your pearls and then turn back to devour you yourself. So it's important to know that it's all about value. It's all about value. It's a game of value. Life is a game of value. So we do not want to make success our ambition. We do not want to make success our goal. We do not want to make success our aspiration. Success is not what we are chasing. What we are chasing is value. What we should be chasing is value. Let's chase value, and then success will chase us. Try not to become a man of success, because that is what makes people get desperate and trying to get positions and powers by all means. And that's what makes people look for value by all means, and of course look for power by all means, and of course begin to do the wrong things and then get so desperate. That's so important to know. That's so important to know. You do not for any reason want to make success your goal. No, not at all. You do not want to make success your goal. Rather, you want to make value your goal. You want to chase value. Now, we want to place very boldly on your screen the number of registered voters in their senatorial districts. That's what we want to put on your screen right now, very boldly for you to see. I want to very boldly put that for you on your screen to access. 2014 Ekiti elects. Number of registered voters. That's very important to put on the screen for you. Very important, as you can see, Ekiti North Senatorial District. Ekiti North Senatorial District, we've got 190,628, as you can see. Then Ekiti Central Senatorial District, We've got 301,756 number of registered voters in that senatorial district. And of course, Ekiti South senatorial district, 239,782. As you can see on your screen, 239,782 in Ekiti South senatorial district. Those are the numbers of registered voters in the 3 senatorial districts in Ekiti State. So that's so important for you to get acquainted with, so that you can relate with the things we bring to you on the show from our live studio here, Ekiti Elect Studio. Now, instead of focusing on what made you mad, work on resolving the issue at hand. Because we wouldn't be talking about violence in our elections or with our politicians if these things had been taken into consideration. Instead of focusing on what made you mad the last time, work rather on resolving the issue at hand. Remind yourself that anger or violence won't fix anything. No. Anger or violence won't fix anything and might only make it worse. Might only make it worse. You know, this quickly reminds me of what some people call irresponsible behavior or irrational behavior. You know, at the end of the day, when we ask for the reasons for domestic violence, all over the world, 2 reasons people gave for domestic violence all over the world. 2 major reasons. There are a whole number of reasons anyway, but 2 major reasons people gave for domestic violence all over the world. They would say irreconcilable differences and irrational behavior. Irreconcilable differences and irrational behavior. Now, who has never behaved irrationally before? Nobody. You know, sometimes you do something, you take some decisions, and then you begin to ask yourself, how did I ever do that? Why did I take that decision? Why did I angrily take that decision? You tend to, when you're annoyed, when you're angered, really angered, you tend to make permanent decisions in temporary situations, and that will not give you success. When you make a permanent decision in a temporary situation, and that's what happens to you when you engage in violence. And I think this is a lesson that our politicians need to also imbibe. They need to imbibe this lesson. They need to make this a culture. They need to let this form part of their ideology. Very important, very crucial, very important. Instead of focusing on what made you mad, because you rather get even madder and madder. Work rather on resolving the issue at hand. Do not get personal about anything. Let our debates, public discussions, decisions in electoral matters be based on issues and not sentiments, not personal sentiments, but issues. So work on resolving the issue at hand, and remind yourself that anger or violence won't fix anything. Anger or violence won't fix anything and might only make it worse. So you want to let this form part of your ideology and philosophy as a politician in Nigeria, as an aspiring public office holder, as a current public office holder, as an emerging leader in Nigeria, as a leader in the making, in any capacity, whatever your area of influence. You want to ensure that you let these lessons, these ideals form part of your ideology and philosophies. You do not want to make success your goal. You do not want to become a man of success, but a man of value. You want to become a man of value. Rashid is joining us again. We're being joined again right away by Rashid. Hi Rashid, all the way from Ekiti State. What do you have for me this time?
Yeah, so far out of the 16 local governments in Ekiti State, 11 local governments have the results of 11 local governments have been released so far.
Okay.
And, the last we had was Ekiti Southwest. Now in Nigeria, PDP did it again. The APC polled 9,348. while the PDP polled 13,814. That is in the Nigeria local government area.
Okay.
And over the time, during the electoral process, an area of interest which people or political pundits even marked as a political flashpoint during the election is the Irepodo Federal Local Government Area. Irepodo Federal Local Government Area is the local government that produces the PDP governorship candidate, Ayo Fayose, the Labour Party governorship candidate, who is from me, that is Operimba Midele, and numbers of aides and commissioners of the incumbent like Mrs. Eniola Ajayi, the Commissioner for Environment, the SA to the Governor on Internal Security, the Chairman House of Assembly Service Commission, Chief George Ojo. This local government is such an interesting one, having two governorship candidates from that place. But as it is and as it stands, and as has been released by the coalition officer, APC polled 6,834. APC polled 6,834. Labour Party of the Bamidele of the Labour Party, who is from me, also polled 3,565. 3,565. And of course, the PDP, that is Ayo Fayose, who is from Afao, in the Republic local government area, polled 13,038. 13,038. That is the Republic local government area. In Ekiti East, what is so spectacular in Ekiti East was that one of the persons known and marked as a strong ally of Ayo Fayose, the PDP candidate, is Honorable Femi Bamishile, the former Speaker of the State House of Assembly. He is known to be a close ally of Ayo Fayose. But during the last mega rally of the APC, Honorable Femi Bamishile actually defected from PDP to the APC, which people thought is going to boost the chances of the APC in Ekiti East local government. But as it stands, APC actually polled 8,584 in Ekiti East, but the PDP also polled 12,498 in Ekiti East. In Moba local government area, where we have Otun as the local government headquarters, APC polled 7,994. APC polled 7,994, while PDP polled 8,878. Beg your pardon?
8,878.
That is 11 local governments so far. The 12th local government is being called right away, and we're going to put this through to you as soon as that gets handy to us.
Okay, thank you very much, Rashid. When you come back, when you get back to us again, I'm going to ask you about voter apathy. Okay? Yes, when you call in again, I'm going to ask you, talk to you about voter apathy. I want to know about voter apathy in Ekiti State.
That now, with the results I've been calling so far, you will see that people actually trooped out.
That is it, yeah.
To exercise their civic responsibility.
Yeah.
Meaning that the voting of voters' apathy was not actually recorded in this electoral process.
Yes.
Contrary to what is being believed by all and sundry
that is it.
Of the people, that the heavy presence of security personnel will inhibit people from coming out or trooping out to exercise their civic responsibility by voting for the candidates of their choice.
Yes.
Going by the results we've been calling so far, where a candidate or a political party or either political parties are polling as much as 8,000, 12,000, 13,000 in police in each local government, that is a pointer to the fact that people actually trooped out, irrespective of the heavy presence of military personnel to exercise their responsibility. And this kudos can be given to the security personnel also. So far short of some skirmishes and hitches here and there of few arrests, few molestations, there has never been a serious case against security personnel. There has never been a case of brutalization, no case of
harassment.
No serious case against the police was ever reported for the military, short of the heavy presence, which normally is now characterizing our electoral process. But in this case, it's actually adding credibility to the electoral process in Ekiti, because law and order was followed to the letter. People were sensitized and they were actually made to do this lawfully, which actually made people to, come out to vote and exercise their civic responsibility. So, in this case, we cannot say that
voter apathy has a say. Now, Rashid.
Yes.
Rashid, now with these results, now talking about the kind of voter apathy that an average Nigerian has, don't you think by now we should stop talking about voter apathy in Nigeria, but start talking about voter responsibility?
Well, it's according to the National Commissioner of INEC, that is Professor Lai Olurode, he made it clear that since 2011 presidential election, INEC has been trying as much as possible to improve on the delivery of a credible, free and fair election in Nigeria. This is another test to what INEC is up to. Now, having it in mind that if the election is another major election conducted by INEC after of Anambra election.
That's right.
So when we are talking about election, if the election is standing as a litmus test as to what INEC has in store for Nigerians.
In 2015 especially.
So what can be said now is, if this is done now, and this is achieved now, there is every tendency that political apathy in Nigeria will be fading away bit by bit.
That is
it's a culture. It's the kind of thing that was accustomed little by little over time, and it cannot be expunged in a time. It cannot be expunged once and for all. Now, the election, the way it went, is now having itself as precedent for subsequent elections to come, where people get to know that even the heavy presence of military personnel, though it should not be encouraged outrightly, but where people have it at the back of their mind and have the faith that the heavy presence of military personnel or security agencies will not deter them or make them not to be able to perform their civic responsibility. By that, the psychology, the thinking of our people will change towards this, the heavy presence of this military personnel and security agencies, and get to understand that instead of them being the ones to truncate the growth of democracy through voting system, they will actually strengthen it.
That's right.
Voting apathy in Nigeria will be reduced, and in years to come, it will reach its barest minimum or even eliminated outrightly.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Rashid. Thank you very much. We'll be waiting for you to ring us again and bring us the remaining results. Thank you very much. Rashid just reached us from Ekiti State again, from the Collation Center, telling us that out of the total 16 local government areas in Ekiti State, results have been collated and announced in 11 out of those 16 local government areas, leaving us with only 5 local government areas in Ekiti State. Yes, so we're awaiting results now in 5 local government areas. So far we've had 11 in the local government areas that you heard Rashid talk about, and of course with the tallying results. And of course I spoke with him about voter apathy, which is gradually fizzing out, shall we say, because the Ekiti elect scenario is a litmus test for voter apathy in Nigeria, and we can see that with the results received so far, with the experience so far, voter apathy didn't have a say in Ekiti State, not this time at least. And so we should begin to stop talking about voter apathy, but voter responsibility, because we're beginning to have an electorate that is more aware. We're beginning to have an electorate that's more conscious and that's beginning to take responsibility. If you are so observant, you would have noticed the quality of the conversation that goes on between electorates in Nigeria. You would see that the quality of the conversation that goes on between electorates in Nigeria has changed. It has moved from what it used to be. Now, from your conversation is your advertisement. Each time you have a conversation, you're advertising yourself So the conversation that goes on between the electorate in Nigeria is an advertisement for the electorate, telling the political office holder and the next political office holder that the electorate in Nigeria is no longer what it used to be. The electorate in Nigeria is no longer the one you give 50 naira or 500 naira or 1,000 naira or 5,000 naira and expect to queue behind you on election day. It doesn't work that way. You give them that money. If they want, they will take it from you, and then they will still go and vote whoever they want to vote. That is the type of electorate that we're beginning to have in Nigeria. INEC and the National Orientation Agency and are working so hard to ensure that this comes to fruition, that we have a more enlightened electorate in Nigeria, that we have a more responsible electorate in Nigeria, that we have a more educated electorate in Nigeria. Voter education is going on day by day. Voter reorientation is going on day by day in Nigeria. Voter sensitization is going on day by day in Nigeria. And these will culminate into giving us an electorate of our dream in Nigeria. One that's aware of its rights and privileges under the law. One that is aware of its constitutional obligations and is ready to fulfill them. One that is aware of its franchise and will not trade it for anything. One that is conscious of her generations unborn, the posterity, and is ready to protect the posterity and not sell out cheap. Not for 1,000 naira, not for 2,000 naira, not for 5,000 naira, not for 10,000 naira, not for a cup of rice or any type of grain for that matter, not for a bag of rice or beans or a tuber of yam. No, we begin to have a more enlightened electorate in Nigeria, and I'm so particularly excited about the turnout, about the outing in Ekiti State on Saturday. And of course, that is a pointer to what INEC has in stock for us in 2015. And so the future really looks bright in the political arena and otherwise in Nigeria. The future really looks bright, and I'm beginning to feel that I couldn't have been around at any other time. I'm beginning to feel that I'm alive in Nigeria. I'm around in Nigeria at the best time ever. I'm beginning, the Ekiti experience has proven to me indeed that Nigeria is a nation to be proud of. Now I can beat my chest and say, I'm from Nigeria. I'm a Nigerian. I'm from a nation where voter apathy has been conquered. I'm from a nation where we conduct elections in a free and fair manner. I'm from a nation where we have credible polls. I'm from a nation where we have transparency in our political procedures. I'm from a nation where we have accountability and responsibility in our political and electioneering procedures. That's where I am from, and that is Nigeria. That is Nigeria. Ekiti State has proven that to us, and I know that Osun will do the same. I know that 2015 will do the same, and I know that INEC will repeat that again and again and again and again. Well, I must say though, that political analysts have been reserving their comments. They've been reserving their commendation for INEC, waiting to see the end result before saying, okay, kudos to Professor Tahiru Jega again for doing it again. Kudos to INEC for doing it again. And I'm beginning to feel in the next few hours, in the next 2, 3, 5 hours, we'll begin to hear feedback from members of the public to INEC, letting INEC know how it has fared in the last 24 hours or more, letting INEC know what the scorecard looks like for it. And of course, under the watch of the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Tahiru Jega. So the leadership is taking a new form altogether in Nigeria. If you're not aware, let me just let you know that's what it means. Leadership is taking a new form in Nigeria. Leadership is redressing in Nigeria. Leadership is taking off the old garment and taking on a new one, a new form, sort of, in Nigeria now. Leadership and political leadership, as it were, is no longer what it used to be. It's becoming totally unpredictable. You cannot just sit in your armchair and think you can do some calculations and permutations and combinations and come out with conclusions based on what happened in the past. It cannot do that anymore in Nigeria, with what we've seen in the case of Ekiti on Saturday. Yes, we're still waiting for Rashid to bring more results. 5 local government areas more we're expecting before we close shop on the show in our Ekiti Elect studio from the commercial capital of Nigeria, the city of Lagos. Feedbacks too are welcome on the show. Our identity on Facebook, we have a heavy presence on the social media. We have a heavy presence on the social media, and we keep getting feedbacks day by day, moment after moment. On Facebook, our identity is facebook.com/CoreTV News. We want to project that very boldly on your screen for you to access. Facebook.com/CoreTV News is our identity on Facebook. Facebook.com/CoreTV News. On Twitter, our handle is @CoreTVNewsNG. @CoreTVNewsNG. You can follow us on YouTube. YouTube.com/CoreTV. Leave a space news. YouTube.com/CoreTV. You leave a space and type news. That's how to reach us and watch us on YouTube. And that is so important. Well, if you want to ring us, the line that gets directly to our live studio is 016-310-328. 016-310-328. Yes, with that number, you can actually reach us live and direct in our studio. 016-310-328. 016-310-328. That is the number that gets you directly to us in our live studio here in Lagos. Yes, so that is so important. Now, when we talk about leadership in Nigeria, especially political leadership, it's quite interesting to know that members of the public in Nigeria are becoming tired of the trend. They're becoming fed up with what we used to get from political leadership in Nigeria. And they're beginning to weigh what we have in Nigeria side by side with what we were introduced to by the West, vis-a-vis what currently operates in saner climes, saner we call it, in more developed economies. And then this judgment from the members of the public has over time informed both their choice of words and their thinking pattern. This judgment has informed their thinking pattern and their choice of words, which has also influenced positively or otherwise, and I guess positively, their contribution to public issues and issues of national concern. So, little wonder when they ring us on our shows, or when they write us, drop us a line in form of text message or on Facebook or on Twitter. It's a little wonder then what we get from them in form of feedback. Benga Kolisho from Inyekiti called in on Saturday to call yesterday Doomsday. Benga Kolisho was one of the callers we got on Saturday while we had one of our guests on. And he called yesterday, Saturday, the 21st of June, Doomsday. He said, well, Ekiti has conquered the Doomsday. What people called the Doomsday. It was thought to be a Doomsday, or it was perceived that it would be a Doomsday, but it didn't end up being a Doomsday. No. it didn't end up as a doomsday. Not at all. Not at all. It rather ended up as a good day. Not a doomsday, but a good day, you would say. Everything went and I do not blame Benga at all. Benga Kolisho from Inyekiti. I do not blame him at all. I do not blame the people who are thought Saturday will be a doomsday for Ekiti State or the people of Ekiti State. Because if you noticed the political undercurrent that played out, the run-up to the election day, you would have thought the same. If you were mindful of the political goings on and gambits that played out in the run-up to that day, you would have also thought it would end up as a doomsday. You would have wondered what was lying in store for Ekiti State and the people of that state. You would have wondered what would become of that election. Questions running through the minds of the electorate. Questions about security. Questions about the freedom of the electorate. Questions about the obligation of the electorate. Questions about the credibility of the contenders. Questions about the transparency and the accountability of INEC. Questions about the responsibilities and the capabilities of INEC. Questions about the impressions of the international community and observers. Questions. And all of those questions were answered on Saturday in Ekiti State, and in a positive way too. So it didn't end up as a doomsday, it rather ended up as a good day. Well, we also had Adebayo, who called in from Lagos on Saturday, while we had one of our analysts on. Adebayo called in from Lagos here, complaining about our politicians' electioneering activities generally, despite the Chibok girls that are still missing. You know, and that reminds me again of the over 200 Chibok girls that were abducted 14th of April. Over 2 months now. Now, none of us is happy about the missing status of the Chibok girls anyway, but then some people are of the opinion that the missing Chibok girls shouldn't abort the democratic process playing out in Ekiti State. They are of the opinion that, well, the Chibok girls are still missing. We're praying that they would be found, and we're working hard to locate the whereabouts of the Chibok girls. But at the same time, we should not stagnate the political development in Nigeria. We should not stagnate the electioneering processes in Nigeria. These are constitutional matters. These are basic, these are very fundamental constitutional matters. As a matter of fact, what if we go by what some political analysts say, that, well, we are in this status quo, we are in this mess because we do not have the appropriate leadership in Nigeria? What if we go by that? And then wouldn't you think, if that stance, if that standpoint is correct, if we're actually in this mess, security-wise, economy-wise, education-wise, development generally, if we are in this mess because we do not have the right leadership in Nigeria, shouldn't we focus less on the mess we are in and then focus more on getting the right leadership? If the question of the Nigerian problem is the leadership question, shouldn't we focus less on other issues and focus more on the leadership question and get the leadership question answered right? Knowing full well that once we can get our acts right and get a leadership question answered, then the lines will fall onto us in Nigeria in pleasant places. I'm of the view, I want to play the devil's advocate now. I'm of the view, like many Nigerians, that if we can get the leadership question answered appropriately in Nigeria, then lies in other sectors of the Nigerian state will fall onto us in pleasant places. If we can get the leadership question right, lines will fall onto us in pleasant places in education. If we can get the leadership question right, lines will fall into us in agriculture. If you can get the leadership question right, lines will fall onto us in pleasant places in commerce and industry. Lines will fall onto us in development generally, in science and technology, in health, in trade and investment, in finance. Lines will fall onto Nigeria in pleasant places. I'm of that opinion, like many Nigerians. And I want to say that leadership is not what happens when a political office holder comes and commissions a road project or a water project or an electricity project, or commissions 10 blocks of classroom or a laboratory in a university. No, not at all. Not at all. Leadership begins from the selection process. The leadership decision is a big decision that begins from the selection process, not when they get the mandate or when they begin to perform or do otherwise. No, not at all. The leadership question is going to get answers from selection. From selection. And I dare say everything rises and falls on the leader. Everything rises and falls on leadership. That's why we're saying if we can get the leadership question answered right, then the lines will fall onto Nigeria in pleasant places. It's a new day. It's a great day. It's a brand new day for Nigeria. And I'm waiting to see reaction of the people and residents of Ekiti State in when the day breaks. I'm beginning to wait and anticipate the reaction of the masses, the electorate, in knowing that they both had their say and their way. In knowing that they both had their say and their way as they've come out en masse, to elect the leader of their choice. I'm beginning to get signals and nudgings to wrap it up. I'm just hoping that we can get more results from Rashid before we close shop today on the show. 2014 Ekiti elects governorship poll, the jostle for government house. 2014 Ekiti elects governorship poll, the jostle for government house. Closely contested election in Ekiti State. And we're waiting, anticipating patiently. Nigerians are patiently anticipating the announcement of the final results by the umpire, the EMB Election Management Board in Nigeria, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. And of course, that is so important for us to know and get. That is very important, very important. Again, very quickly, you will see on your screen our social media platforms. Our social media platforms, you will see very quickly on your screen. We just roll them on your screen for you to just read very quickly. All right, right away we'll take a break, and when we come back, we hope to be joined again by Rashid for the remaining 5 local government area results in Ekiti State in the Ekiti Elects 2014 governorship poll. Please stay with us. We'll be right back after this short break.
Core TV News, expanding your view. For live coverage of political rallies and electioneering campaign from anywhere in Nigeria, political news stories, political editorial reviews, political discussions, personality profile, People's Parliament from the National, State and Local Government Assembly. Contact us now on 0803-471-8550 or 0803-724-9733. 01453-3407.
Our 24-hour news station.
Thanks for staying with us. You're still on the Core TV News here in Lagos, Nigeria. And of course, it's Ekiti Elect Studio. We welcome you back to our Ekiti Elect Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Ekiti 2014 governorship poll, the Justice for Government House. Governorship poll, the Justice for Government House in all out of the 16 government areas in Ekiti State. Rashid has got back to us on 11 local government areas, leaving us with only 5 local government areas. And reports regionals in our studio say the final collation is going on, and we're not awaiting the announcement of the final results from Ekiti State. And activities going on are preparing us for the announcement of the final results of the June 21st governorship election in Ekiti State, southwest of Nigeria. And of course, analysts have said the June 21st election was basically going to be a closely contested battle between candidates of 3 political parties, talking about the incumbent Kayode Fayemi of the All Progressives Congress APC, former governor of the state, Ayodele Fayose of the People's Democratic Party PDP, and a member of the House of Representatives, Michael, talking about MOB, that's a short name for Michael Okpeyemi Bamidele MOB. That's what he's popularly called, Michael Okpeyemi Bamidele MOB of the Labour Party. Now, those are the 3 most prominent parties out of the 18 political parties in that state. Those are the 3 most prominent parties, and their candidates, Kayode Fayemi, the incumbent, Ayodele Fayose, a former governor, and of course the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, and then MOB, Michael Okpeyemi Bamidele of the Labour Party. And then we're beginning to anticipate patiently, though, the final result of that election that went on very peacefully, that went on in a manner that was quite becoming an impressive, with a total number of 29 domestic and international election observers. And of course, with a total number of 371,419 female voters and 360,747 male voters, we are anticipating patiently the final result of that election, as our reporter in Ekiti State, Rashid, will soon get back to us. He who thinks he is leading and has no one following him is only taking a walk. A leader is not someone that people like. No. A leader is not someone that is loved by the people. No. A leader is not someone that's popular. No. A leader is not someone that is respected. No. A leader is someone that is followed. A leader is someone that has followers. A leader is not even someone that is nice, but a leader is someone that has followers. What defines leadership is not being nice. What defines leadership is not being popular or rich or influential. What defines leadership is not being respected. Not at all. What defines leadership is being followed. Once you have a followership, then you qualify to be a leader. You qualify for leadership. You are a leader. So, if you noticed that at some point there wasn't anyone following you, then you weren't leading. You had not been leading. You had only been taking a walk, just entertaining yourself, just having a walk. So, that goes without saying. Leadership is about having positive influence on the people so as to win their trust to follow you. So as to win their trust to follow you. That is leadership. And that is all Nigerian electorate are asking for. Is that too much to ask of our leaders in Nigeria? Is that too much to ask? We're not asking you to be nice. We're not asking you to be popular. We're not asking you to be generous. We're only asking you to earn our trust to follow you. We're only asking you to give us the permission to follow you. And that permission is earned. That permission comes when we can trust your leadership. That permission comes when we can judge your leadership style and ideology and philosophies worthy of our followership. When we can judge your ideologies and philosophies worthy of our trust and confidence. Once we can repose our confidence in your leadership ideologies and philosophies and leadership tendencies, your tendencies and personal traits and attributes, then it becomes easy for us to follow you. That's all we're asking for. Is that too much to ask of you? Is that too much? Ekiti 2014. This is Court TV News, reaching you live from the city of Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. And remember, you can reach us on any of our social media platforms. We'll keep telling you that again and again. On Facebook, our identity as Court TV News, Court TV News, Court TV News, Court TV News, facebook.com/Court TV News. That's our identity, Court TV News. On Twitter, our handle is @Court TV News NG. And on YouTube, youtube.com/Court TV, leave a space news. We're still waiting for Rashid to get back to us on the remaining five local government areas in Ekiti State. As the EMB, the Election Management Board, which is the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, under the leadership of the chairman, Professor Tahiru Jega, announces the final result of that Saturday election. A quick recap of our last analysts' submissions on Saturday, talking about the activities of political parties in the run-up to the election would significantly affect the party's performances at the poll. So when the final results are eventually announced by INEC, you should be able to justify the results with the activities of the political parties in the run-up to the election. Because whether we like it or not, whether we knew it or not, the activities of political parties in the run-up to the election would always significantly affect the party's performances at the poll. Now, even in the West, we're living in an era where politics is becoming almost totally devoid of ideological convictions. Most of our politicians in developing economies, in the developing world, in the third world countries, most of our politicians are men of weak convictions. They are men of weak convictions. No more strong ideologies, no more valuable philosophies to guide them, and no more sense of positive direction. And that's quite very, very sad. That's quite very sad. Wow. We must also remind you that since Nigeria's return to civil rule in 1999, no governor of the state, Ekiti State, has been elected for a second term. No governor. Will Kadifayemi break that jinx? Will he break that jinx? We don't know. Will someone else take on the baton? We don't know. We don't know. INEC will tell us very shortly. Very shortly. Now we're still waiting for Rashid to get back to us, and we're waiting patiently for that. So it's important for us to let you know that Rashid is right with us. We're being joined right away by Rashid again. Hi Rashid, are you right here with us now? Hi Rashid, are you there?
So far and so good.
Hello Rashid.
The election
hello
has been
Rashid, can you hear me?
Come out to actually vote for their candidate of their choice.
Rashid, can you hear me?
And out of the 16 local governments, we just want to run down the remaining 5 local governments. As the final coalition is going on, we want to touch the 5 local government areas remaining. In its own local government area of Ekiti State, its own local government area happens to be one of the strongholds of both PDP and the APC also. But spectacularly, Ayo Adeyeye, that is was the former Subek chairman under the PDP Shegoni government, and the minister in waiting of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Governor President Goodluck Jonathan, has actually forwarded his name alongside 3 others to the National Assembly for ratification to be appointed as minister. He hails from Ise in the state, which is his own local government area, and in fact maybe that actually helps PDP to carry the day in that local government, because APC polled 5,809 while the PDP polled 10,136, a clear 100% increment of from that of the APC. In my local government area, APC polled 8,138, while PDP polled 11,046. In the West local government, which is Aramoko area, the APC polled 7,860, while PDP polled 10,702. In the build-up of the rerun of the 2009 election in Ekiti State, there is this popular local government which outright became a cliche in political arena and even the street parlance. That is Iduosi local government area. And spectacularly, Iduosi happens to be the local government of the present Deputy National Chairman South of the APC in the person of Engineer Segun Oni. And as you recall, Engineer Segun Oni dumped the PDP for the APC, and during the APC convention was given was elected as the Deputy National Chairman of the APC. And with that, we all thought all hope is not lost for APC, owing to the fact that the former governor holds sway in that local government. But in the local government area, APC actually polled 7,134, while the PDP polled a super sum of 13,045. Now, the largest local government area in Ekiti State, which also polled the largest voters, which is Ado local government, came last. As all know, Ado happens to be one of the major political factors as far as Ekiti State is concerned. And all contenders, all candidates always want to have the best, the biggest from Ado local government. It was keenly contested. It was actually keenly contested. Out of the accredited voters, total voters of 61,226, a third party, that is Kodi Ajayi, who comes from Ado Ekiti, was able to get 54 votes out of the all accredited voters. And the APC also tried as much as possible to have 13,927. Labour Party was able to poll 2,065, while the PDP holding sway in Ado Ekiti, now establishing the fact that it has a strength actually in Ado Ekiti, polled 31,169 in Ado Ekiti local government area. That is it from the 16 local government areas of Ekiti State in Ekiti decide 2014 election. And as we await the final collation and the announcement of the result, one thing is very clear. One thing is so clear and it's crystal clear. What is crystal clear is that PDP is in clear and comfortable lead. Clear lead in the sense that PDP had highest votes in all the 16 local governments. From the fourth local government to the last local government, PDP had the highest poll in every local government. And it is in comfortable lead that during any last minute calculation, PDP is comfortably leading and does not need any required or any addition from anywhere whatsoever to be declared the winner in this election. That is, the PDP must have pulled the required votes and the percentage to be declared the winner, as we await the final collation of the result and the announcement from the returning officer in the person of Professor Isaac Azuzu, returning officer who happens to be the Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Oye in Ekiti State here.
Rashid.
Yeah.
I'm going to say a big thank you to you.
Hello?
I'm going to say a big thank you to you.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, I'm going to say a big thank you to you. And I'm going to wish you a lovely week ahead. Enjoy yourself. Thank you very much. That was Rashid reaching us from Ekiti State. By now we have all the 16 local government areas in Ekiti State counted, and we already have the results of all 16 local government areas in Ekiti State. And we're just going to let INEC be the umpire that it is. So far on Court TV News in the last 24 hours or thereabouts from our live studio here from Ekiti Elect Studio, we've had a look at very spectrum of issues. We've looked at how the voting commenced. We've looked at the reaction to lab reports to the key candidates casting their votes, the voting patterns and issues arising from the election, endorsement and support individual candidates got during the campaigns, other matters that could influence the electorate. We had a look at voting, the reaction to lab reports and such, and then we've had a look at the collation of results, the voting itself, the collation of results, assessment of the electorate involvement in the election, apathy or otherwise. We've had a look at the coverage of events at the collation center. We've had a look at the reaction of all the candidates to the election results, reaction. We've had all kinds in the past. We've had the history of Ekiti politics, the history of current candidates and their parties, preparation of each candidate, key battles and events. We've had accreditation of all kinds of issues had been discussed on this station, reaching you live from Lagos, from our Ekiti Decide studio. And of course, we just let you in on the result of all the 16 local government areas in Ekiti State. And we've had different guests, Benga Onoyiga, we've had Richard Amoa, we've had Steve Ayoride, and of course we've had Bola Oba. And of course, the only reason we exist on Court TV News is to serve you, to inform you, and of course educate you. And this we will not stop doing. We say a big thank you to you for watching Court TV News. And my name is Tolu Ojewumi. On behalf of the management and the entire production crew, I want to say a big thank you to you for watching, and just keep watching Court TV News, because much later in the morning we're going to give you some more analysis, and of course we'll take reactions of the contestants, the contenders, the aspirants, their reaction to the results, the final results, as INEC would intimate us. We say a big thank you to you for watching, and of course I'll see you again soon. Good morning. It's a great day.
Nigerians continue to
the city of Lagos based on
Be the first to know from the north, south, east, west and around Africa. We break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news spreads. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core TV.
24-hour news station.
And That's it. Peter Ayodele Fayose has been declared as the winner of the June 21st, 2014 governorship election in Ekiti State. Ekiti State was created on the 1st of October 1996 by General Sani Abacha, was ushered into democratic dispensation like every other state in 1999. And today, Ekiti State is actually electing another executive governor of the state, which will govern the state from October 16, 2014 for another 4-year term. Ekiti decides, and truly, Ekiti people have decided where and what they want for the land of honor, the fountain of knowledge. It's Ekiti Decide 2014 and Rashid reporting for Core TV News.
Good morning, Core TV News on the hour. I'm Tolu Ojewumi, a former governor of Ekiti State and the People's Democratic Party candidate Ayo Fayose has emerged the winner of the state governorship election held on Saturday. Fayose got majority votes in all the 16 local government areas announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC). The three major contenders to the Saturday poll were the governor of the state, Kade Fayemi of the All Progressives Congress (APC), Bamidele Okoyemi of the Labour Party, and Fayose. There had been palpable tension around the state before the results were announced. Supporters of the candidates and residents warned INEC against manipulating the results of the election. They warned against a repetition of what happened at the rerun governorship poll in 2009, when the then resident electoral commissioner Ayoka Adebayo made a vote-of-face and announced Segun Oni of the PDP as the winner. And these were the election results in the different local governments. For APC had 3,422, LP 358, and PDP 5,335. Oye APC 10,176, Labour Party 512, PDP 11,200. In Legimeje, APC 3,336, LP 165, PDP 3,670. Ikere, APC had 7,989, LP 585, PDP 16,197. Equally, APC 8,804, LP 1,259, PDP 14,238. Ekiti Southwest, APC 6,746, LP 1,413, PDP 11,038. Ijero, APC 9,348, LP 1,554, PDP 13,814. Ifelodun, APC 6,834, LP 3,555, PDP 13,038. Emure, APC 4,332, LP 1,527, PDP 7,086. Ekiti East, APC 8,584, LP 884, PDP 12,498. Moba, APC 7,994, LP 1,000, PDP 8,887. Boeing, APC 8,138, LP 714, PDP 11,046. Issa, APC 5,809, LP 600, PDP 10,136. Ekiti West, APC 7,860, LP 884, PDP 10,702. Idose, APC 7,134, LP 1,182, PDP 13,045. And Ado-Ekiti, APC 13,927, LP 2,065, PDP 41,169. And still in Ekiti, a cross-section of Ekiti residents commended President Goodluck Jonathan for ensuring a violence-free governorship election in the state. Some residents say the heavy security presence in the state is responsible for the peace that pervaded the state during the election. A respondent, Olaoni Ajibade, urged the president to continue to make adequate provisions in the area of security in subsequent elections in the country. Another resident, Cecilia Olanrewaju, says INEC had set a good record for itself. Olanrewaju also commended the electorate for eschewing violence, saying democratic tenets could only be promoted in an atmosphere of peace. A heavy security presence was noticeable in all the nooks and crannies of Ekiti, with stern-looking personnel drawn from the military, police, civil defense, NDLEA, and the Department of State Security. Observers monitoring the governorship election in Ekiti say there was tremendous improvement in INEC's conduct of the poll. The observers urged the commission to put in place all logistic arrangements for the August 9 governorship election in Osun. 29 domestic and foreign observers were accredited in groups by INEC for the elections. President of Women Arise, a non-governmental organization and accredited observer group in the election, J.O.K. Odumake, says that INEC had greatly improved on its performance. She advised INEC not to rest on its oars, but to do more to attain perfection in handling the nation's electoral process. Also speaking, the head of Research, Policy and Advocacy, Youth Action Initiative Africa, Samson Itodo, says the Ekiti poll opened a new vista for elections in the country. Itodo pointed out that there were more voters and local government areas in Osun compared to Ekiti, adding that INEC must take this into consideration in its arrangements. He, however, advised political parties which participated in the election to refrain from inciting the people, but to accept the result or seek redress in court. Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka has described as unconditional the restriction of Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi and Edo State Governor Adams Oshiomhole from attending the final mega rally of the All Progressive Congress in Ekiti. Soyinka added that the unresolved issue of the abducted girls is causing an embarrassment for the country in the international community. Omotayo Alo has details.
Accept that this is a very very delicate.
Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka has called for legal action against the mastermind behind stopping constitutionally elected governors from getting involved in pre-election activities of their party.
It's about time we abandon the language of orders from the top. It's about time. We want specifics. Who gave orders like that? Is it the chief of army staff? Is it a general somewhere? Is it the Kurufu, as they call them, the military police? I mean, enough is enough. Amici has a name, Shobali has a name, Nyago has a name, Fayemi has a name. Why is it that those who prevent them exercising their citizen rights do not appear to have names? Always orders from the top. Sometimes we don't even know whether the top is wearing trousers or is wearing a skirt. This is what happened in Rivers State. And now once again, I have orders from the top to stop you at all costs. I mean, what kind of a language is that? The military is being paid from the public purse. The military has no business taking sides in a political election.
According to Wole Soyinka, Nigerians will not accept the misuse of the country's military facilities for baseless escapades while pressing issues are left unattended.
I think first of all, the legislative houses must wake up to their duties. They must wake up to their duties. There has to be a commission of inquiry about what actually happened. And we want names. We don't want an anodyne kind of exercise, no. We want a specific investigation that is specific. I want to know who's responsible, who gave orders. We want these people to be called to give evidence. Then, of course, I think that all these governors should sue for the violation of their human rights.
Soyinka also says that the government should do everything in its power to rescue the innocent children from the clutches of the inhuman Boko Haram sect. He added that it would be an international shame if the abducted children are not brought back.
The military should be used for intensified work, specialized work in bringing back the girls, not in harassing governors. Yes, we all want to be able to pose with our daughters, our children, and I'm very happy for the president that he could do that on his Facebook. But simultaneously, he must use some of that energy, some of that time, that thoughtfulness in ensuring that the military is posted in the places where they're really needed, not in preventing, not in any act that might be interpreted in any way as preventing his mission, which is the upholding of the Constitution. What happened in Ekiti was a violation of the Constitution.
Soyinka further charged Nigerians to exercise their right to speak out and take legal actions when unfairly treated, saying if people keep silent, such inhuman events will continually be repeated. Omotayo Alo, Core TV News, Lagos.
The Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria reveals it has intensified special security check of individuals and vehicles accessing all nations reports. The General Manager, Corporate Affairs of FAN, Yakubu Dati, who made this known in Lagos, says that the authority was committed to securing the airports and their users against terrorism. He warned that all persons found loitering around any of the nation's 22 airports will be arrested and prosecuted. Dati added that the strict security measures were being taken to check the menace of touting and terrorism. He also warned that all illegal structures around airport runways, particularly in the Lagos area, will be demolished. Following this development, all airlines have been advised to ensure the compliance of all their passengers and staff with safety regulations and security procedures. Residents of Mafoluku community have complained about unfair and unlawful conduct of the Ikeja Electricity Distribution Company. Omotayo Alo was at a protest staged by members of the community and brought back this report.
Message of the community to the government is to call IKEDC to order to live with the contents of their purchasing of this electricity distribution.
The Mafaluku Community Residents Association made their demands known through a protest following the events of months of power outage in the community. They expressed their readiness to pay electricity bills but wish that they get value for their money.
Sometimes they will supply for 1 hour and they will always tell us that they have supply for 20 hours. And we are saying we don't want to know how available these lights are. You know, but if you give us what? Prepaid meter. We go and sleep, you go and sleep. If Mr. Ben feels like burning all my appliances in 1 hour, when the card finishes, I will go and buy another one. It's a justice. They also know it.
Once you agree to bring prepaid meter that will be functional, that will be readable, and your officials will start reading them, once you agree that whenever there is no power supply, we don't pay you, once they agree that they will be prompt in response to all of their facilities, once they agree that they will supply transformers and make it work, there's nothing else we're fighting for.
Their claim was that if the Ikeja Electricity Distribution Company refused to bring prepaid meter and do the necessary servicing of electricity supply, they are not ready to pay. Aside from the financial implication of power outage, residents also complained on the threat on their lives.
The person is living in that house. He's living in that house, but somebody called him here to come and repair zinc for him. So when he was regretting or going up, there was no light. But when he wants to come down, they brought the light. So when he stepped on this zinc, the light just shocked him and he fell. He have cut on his head. So we rushed him down to hospital. They stitched the head, but he was complaining of his back and the leg. He couldn't get up, he couldn't sit down. But on Tuesday, he gave up this.
Okay. For Luku generally, we don't have light enough for Luku. We don't even see light. We are just paying our money, or just paying the money, extra money, extra money.
Do you believe that for almost 9 months, I did not have a light? Do you know what they did? They keep on bringing the light, bring the bill for me. Do you think you will pay? Believe me, we Nigerian people, we need to get up. We need to talk. And also we need to fight for this. This is a big cheating. They are cheating us.
A public affairs analyst, Achike Chude, who was at the protest, says the entire privatization scheme by the federal government is a big sham to defraud citizens, and the solution will come if Nigerians continue to speak out.
I mean, it's 419. If an organization, whether it is public or private, obtains services, obtains payment from the people, and in return gives nothing back to the people, Nigerians must stand up and say no, that enough is enough. We cannot continue to live this kind of life. That is why the society is the way it is.
Residents in Mafoluku have shown their displeasure to what they describe as unfair treatment by the Ikeja Electricity Distribution Company. All they ask is that they get the services in which they pay for. Omotayo Alo, Core TV News, Lagos.
Our next flight is Afghanistan bound right now. Please stay with us.
On the day list this morning, Nigerians encourage corruption sites during the first stop the punch newspaper.
David Mark says it's been a day.
And Nigerian Governor Forum calls for Okonjo Iweala's resignation.
Says new PDP.
Page 2 of the punch newspaper.
The dailies every day on Core TV News.
Nigerians continue to
the city of Lagos burns a dog.
Be the first to know from the north, south, east, west and around Africa. We break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news spreads. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core TV,
24-hour news station.
You're on to Core TV News on the hour. For more information on our news and other programs, visit us on our Facebook page, facebook.com/Core TV News. Our handle on Twitter is @Core TV News NG. And on YouTube, youtube.com/Core TV, _ News. Straight to Afghanistan, the governorship candidate of the supporters of Afghan presidential candidate Abdullah marched through Kabul to protest against alleged fraud in last week's election, escalating tension in a political stalemate threatening the country's first democratic transfer of power. More than 1,000 protesters gathered in the city for the largest peaceful demonstration, but the United Nations warned that any street violence could lead to a spiral of instability. Abdullah has boycotted the election vote count, pitching Afghanistan into a crisis as NATO combat troops withdraw from a 13-year war against Taliban insurgents. The former foreign minister accuses poll rival Ashraf Ghani, outgoing President Hamid Karzai, and election authorities of committing fraud to deny him victory. Demonstrators took to the streets shouting slogans and carrying banners that say fraudsters should be put on trial. Abdullah says he now considers the election authorities illegitimate and has alleged that in several provinces there were more votes than eligible voters. That's all. Thanks for watching. I'm Tolu or Jeremy. Good morning. See you again on top of the hour. Good morning, Court TV News on the hour. I am Tolu Ojewumi. A former governor of Ekiti State and People's Democratic Party PDP candidate Fayose has emerged as the winner of the state governorship election held on Saturday. Fayose got majority votes in all the 16 local government areas announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC). The three major contenders in the Saturday poll were the governor of the state, Kayode Fayemi, of the All Progressives Congress APC, Bamidele Okoyemi of the Labour Party, and Fayose. There had been palpable tension around the state before the results were announced. Supporters of the candidates and residents warned INEC against manipulating the results of the election. They warned against a repetition of what happened at the rerun governorship poll in 2009, when the then resident electoral commissioner Ayokade Bayo made a vote-of-face and announced Segun Oni of the PDP as the winner. These are the results of the election in the different local governments. For APC 3,422, Labour Party 358, and PDP 5,335. APC 10,176, LP 512, PDP 11,200. In Ledger Major, APC 3,336, LP 165, PDP 3,670. Ikere, APC 7,989, LP 585, PDP 16,197. Ikoli, APC 8,804, LP 1,259, PDP 14,238. Ekiti Southwest, APC 6,746, LP 1,413, PDP 11,038. Ijero, APC 9,348, LP 1,554, PDP 13,814. Feludo, APC 6,834, LP 3,555, PDP 13,038. Emure, APC 4,332, LP 1,527, PDP 7,086. Ekiti East, APC 8,584, LP 884, PDP 12,498. Muba, APC 7,994, LP 1,000, PDP 8,878. Boi, APC 8,138, LP 714, PDP 11,046. Issa, APC 5,809, LP 600, PDP 10,136. Ekiti West, APC 7,860, LP 884, PDP 10,702. Idosi APC 7,134, LP 1,182, PDP 13,045, Ado-Ekiti APC 13,927, LP 2,065, PDP 41,169. And still in Ekiti, some of the results from the local government areas are as follows. Oyo local government area, APC got 10,176 and PDP had 11,200 votes. And the Emre local government, APC received 4,332 votes, Labour Party 1,527 and PDP 7,086. The results from the election in the local government area showed that Fayoshe of the PDP led with 3,670, APC 3,336 and Labour 165. At Ikere-Ekiti local government area, PDP polled 16,197, APC 7,989 and Labour 585. In Ikole-Ekiti, APC polled 8,804, Labour Party 1,259 and PDP 14,238. In Ekiti Southwest, APC 6,746, LP 1,413 and PDP 11,038. Ijera APC 9,348, LP 1,554, PDP 13,814. Feludu APC 6,834, LP 3,555 and PDP 13,038. The governor of Ekiti State, Kanu Fayemi, and his wife, BC, have accused the Minister of State for Defense, Musili Obanikoro, his counterpart in the Minister of Police Affairs, Jalil Adesina, and the chieftain of the PDP, Krosubo, of interfering in the governorship election. Fayemi, who spoke to reporters at his voting unit in Ekiti, Oyo local government area, described them as busybodies, noting that the matter was immediately reported to the appropriate authorities. His wife, BC, also wondered why Obanikoro, Adesina and Yoba were allowed to move around in the state during the election with their security details. These, according to the governor's wife, are people who are not from Ekiti State and had been trying to subvert the electoral process with their own policemen. The governor also queried the huge presence of security men in the state, saying it portrayed the state as not a peaceful one. Observers monitoring the governorship election in Ekiti say there was tremendous improvement in INEC's conduct of the poll. The observers urged the commission to put in place all logistic arrangements for the August 9 governorship election in Osun. 29 domestic and foreign observer groups were accredited by INEC for the election. President of Women Arise, a non-governmental organization and accredited observer group in the election, Joe Oke Odumake, says that INEC had greatly improved on its performance. She advised INEC not to rest on its oars, but to do more to attain perfection in handling the nation's electoral process. Also speaking, the head of Research, Policy and Advocacy, Youth Action Initiative Africa, Samson Itodo, says the Ekiti poll opened a new vista for elections in the country. Itodo pointed out that there were more voters and local government areas in Osun compared to Ekiti, adding that INEC must take this into consideration in its arrangements. He, however, advised political parties which participated in the election to refrain from inciting the people, but to accept the result or seek redress in court. Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka has described as unconstitutional the restriction of Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi and Edo State Governor Adams Oshiomhole from attending the final mega rally of the All Progressives Congress APC in Ekiti. Soyinka added that the unresolved issue of the abducted girls is causing an embarrassment for the country in the international community. Omotayo Alo has details.
Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka has called for legal action against the mastermind behind stopping constitutionally elected governors from getting involved in pre-election activities of their party.
It's about time we abandon the language of orders from the top. It's about time. We want specifics. Who gave orders like that? Is it the chief of army staff? Is it a general somewhere? Is it the Kurufu, as they call them, the military police? I mean, enough is enough. Amici has a name, Shobali has a name, Nyako has a name, Fayemi has a name. Why is it that those who prevent them exercising their citizen rights do not appear to have names? Always orders from the top. Sometimes we don't even know whether the top is wearing trousers or is wearing a skirt. This is what happened in Rivers State. And now once again, I have orders from the top to stop you at all costs. I mean, what kind of a language is that? The military is being paid from the public purse. The military has no business taking sides in a political election.
According to Wole Soyinka, Nigerians will not accept the misuse of the country's military facilities for baseless escapades while pressing issues are left unattended.
I think first of all, the legislative houses must wake up to their duties. They must wake up to their duties. There has to be a commission of inquiry about what actually happened. And we want names. We don't want an anodyne kind of exercise, no. We want a specific investigation that is specific. I want to know who's responsible, who gave orders. We want these people to be called to give evidence. Then, of course, I think that all these governors should sue for the violation of their human rights.
Soyinka also says that the government should do everything in its power to rescue the innocent children from the clutches of the inhuman Boko Haram sect. He added that it would be an international shame if the abducted children are not brought back.
The military should be used for intensified work, specialized work in bringing back the girls, not in harassing governors. Yes, we all want to be able to pose with our daughters, our children, and I'm very happy for the president that he could do that on his Facebook. But simultaneously, he must use some of that energy, some of that time, that thoughtfulness in ensuring that the military is posted in the places where they're really needed, not in preventing, not in any act that might be interpreted in any way as preventing his mission, which is the upholding of the Constitution. What happened in Ekiti was a violation of the Constitution.
Soyinka further charged Nigerians to exercise their right to speak out and take legal actions when unfairly treated, saying if people keep silent, such inhuman events will continually be repeated. Omotayo Alo, Core TV News, Lagos.
Something on the nation's airspace. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria reveals it has intensified special security check of individuals and vehicles accessing all the nation's airports. The General Manager, Corporate Affairs of FAN, Yakubu Dati, who made this known in Lagos, says that the authority was committed to securing the airports and their users against terrorism. He warned that all persons found loitering around any of the nation's 22 airports would be arrested and prosecuted. Dati added that the strict security measures were being taken to check the menace of touting and terrorism. He also warned that all illegal structures around airport runways, particularly in the Lagos area, will be demolished. Following this development, all airlines have been advised to ensure the compliance of all their passengers and staff with safety regulations and security procedures. Our next flight goes to Afghanistan right after this break. Please stay with us.
From time immemorial, women have birthed life, shaped character, and by extension, influenced the society. Moremi of Ife, Emoten of Benin, Queen Aminat of Zaria, all women of influence and power.
Whether it's before election, after election.
How ironical. Women being so powerful, yet have few grounds in decision making.
They see you as a wife, and I see you as a wife to a man.
We are talking women in politics.
A woman will be bold enough to stand up and say, I want to become president of Nigeria.
Only on Core TV News.
You're still watching Court TV News on the hour. For more information on our news and other programs, visit us on our Facebook page, facebook.com/Court TV News. On Twitter, our handle is @Court TV News NG. And if you want to check us out on YouTube, it's youtube.com/Court TV. You leave a space news. A quick flight to Afghanistan. Supporters of Afghan presidential candidate Abdullah marched through Kabul to protest against alleged fraud in last week's election. Escalating tension in a political stalemate threatened the country's first democratic transfer of power. More than 1,000 protesters gathered in the city for the largely peaceful demonstration, but the United Nations warned that any street violence could lead to a spiral of instability. Abdullah has boycotted the election vote count, pitching Afghanistan into a crisis as NATO combat troops withdraw from a 13-year war against Taliban insurgents. The former foreign minister accused his poll rival, Ashraf Ghani, outgoing President Hamid Karzai, and election authorities of committing fraud to deny him victory. Demonstrators took to the streets shouting slogans and carrying banners that say fraudsters should be put on trial. Abdullah says he now considers the election authorities illegitimate and has alleged that in several provinces there were more votes than eligible voters. We'll wrap it up. Thanks for watching. I'm Tolu Ojewumi. Good morning. See you again on top of the hour.
Side of it.
And what you're looking for is the story behind the news.
We bring it to you from Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria.
Giving you all sides and political stories round the clock.
Every detail from the start line to the final whistle.
Court TV News, expanding your view.
Good morning, Court TV News on the hour. I am Tolu Ojewumi. Former governor of Ekiti State and People's Democratic Party PDP candidate Ayo Fayose has emerged as the winner of the state governorship election held yesterday. Fayose got majority votes in all the 16 local government areas announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC). The three major contenders in the Saturday poll were the governor of the state, Kayode Fayemi, of the All Progressives Congress (APC), Bamidele Opoyemi of the Labour Party, and Fayose. There had been palpable tension around the state before the results were announced. Supporters of the candidates and residents warned INEC against manipulating the results of the election. They warned against a repetition of what happened at the rerun governorship poll in 2009, when the then resident electoral commissioner Ayoka Adebayo made a vote-face and announced Shewoni of the PDP as the winner. And these were the election results, some of them local government by local government. In F4, APC had 3,422, Labour Party 358, PDP 5,335. In Oye, APC 10,176, Labour Party 512, PDP 11,200. In Legimeje, APC 3,336, Labour Party 165, PDP 3,670. Ikere, APC 7,989, Labour Party 585, PDP 16,197. Ikoli, APC 8,804, Labour Party 1,259, PDP 14,238. Ekiti Southwest, APC 6,746, Labour Party 1,413, PDP 11,038. Ijero, APC 9,348, Labour Party 1,554, PDP 13,814. In Ifelodun, APC had 6,834, Labour Party garnered 3,555, PDP had 13,038. In Emirates, APC got 4,332, Labour Party amassed 1,527, PDP gathered 7,086. In Ekiti East, APC garnered 8,584, Labour Party had 884, and the PDP got 12,498. In Moba, APC had 7,994, Labour Party had 1,000, and PDP had a whopping 8,878. In Bonyi, APC had 8,138, Labour Party 714, and PDP 11,046. In Ise, APC got 5,809, Labour Party got 600, PDP garnered 10,136. Ekiti West, APC had 7,860, Labour Party 884, and PDP a whopping 10,702. In Idosi, APC got 7,134, Labour Party managed to get 1,182, and PDP got a sweeping 13,045. At Doekiti, PDP got 13,927, Labour Party got 2,065, and PDP got a sweeping 41,169. Still on Ekiti, the governor of Ekiti State, Kayode Fayemi, and his wife, Bisi, have accused the Minister of State for Defense, Musili Obanikoro, his counterpart in the Minister of Police Affairs, Jalil Adesina, and the chieftain of the PDP, Chris Uba, of interfering in the governorship election. Fayemi, who spoke to reporters at his voting unit in Isho-Ekiti, Oye local government area, described them as busybodies, noting that the matter was immediately reported to the appropriate authorities. His wife, Bisi, also wondered why Obanikoro, Adesina, and Uba were allowed to move around in the state during the election with their security details. These, according to the governor's wife, are people who are not from Ekiti State and have been trying to subvert the electoral process with their own policemen. The governor also queried the huge presence of security men in the state, saying it portrayed the state as not a peaceful one. Now, about election observers monitoring the governorship election in Ekiti say there was tremendous improvement in INEC's conduct of the poll. The observers urged the commission to put in place all logistic arrangements for the August 9 governorship election in Osun. 29 domestic and foreign observer groups in all were accredited by INEC for the elections. President of Women Arise, a non-governmental organization and accredited observer group in the election, Joe Oke Odumakin, says that INEC had greatly improved on its performance. She then advised INEC not to rest on its oars, but to do more to attain perfection in handling the nation's electoral process. Also speaking, the head of Research, Policy and Advocacy Youth Action Initiative Africa, Samson Itodo, says the Ekiti poll opened a new vista for elections in the country. Itodo pointed out that there were more voters in local government areas in Osun compared to that of Ekiti, adding that INEC must take this into consideration in its arrangements. He, however, advised political parties which participated in the election to refrain from inciting the people, but to accept the result or seek redress in court. Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka described as unconstitutional the restriction of Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amaechi and Edo State Governor Adams Oshiomhole from attending the final mega rally of the All Progressives Congress in Ekiti. Soyinka added that the unresolved issue of the abducted girls is causing an embarrassment for the country and the international community. Omotayo Alo has details.
Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka has called for legal action against the mastermind behind stopping constitutionally elected governors from getting involved in pre-election activities of their party.
It's about time we abandon the language of orders from the top. It's about time. We want specifics. Who gave orders like that? Is this the chief of army staff? Is it a general somewhere? Is it the Kurufu, as they call them, the military police? I mean, enough is enough. Amici has a name, Shobali has a name, Nyago has a name, Fayemi has a name. Why is it that those who prevent them exercising their citizen rights do not appear to have names? Always orders from the top. Sometimes we don't even know whether the top is wearing trousers or is wearing a skirt. This is what happened in Rivers State. And now once again, I have orders from the top to stop you at all costs. I mean, what kind of a language is that? The military is being paid from the public purse. The military has no business taking sides in a political election.
According to Wole Soyinka, Nigerians will not accept the misuse of the country's military facilities for baseless escapades while pressing issues are left unattended.
I think first of all, the legislative houses must wake up to their duties. They must wake up to their duties. There has to be a commission of inquiry about what actually happened. And we want names. We don't want an anodyne kind of exercise, no. We want a specific investigation that is specific. I want to know who's responsible, who gave orders. We want these people to be called to give evidence. Then, of course, I think that all these governors should sue for the violation of their human rights.
Soyinka also says that the government should do everything in its power to rescue the innocent children from the clutches of the inhuman Boko Haram sect. He added that it would be an international shame if the abducted children are not brought back.
The military should be used for intensified work, specialized work in bringing back the girls, not in harassing governors. Yes, we all want to be able to pose with our daughters, our children, and I'm very happy for the president that he could do that on his Facebook. But simultaneously, he must use some of that energy, some of that time, that thoughtfulness in ensuring that the military is posted in the places where they're really needed, not in preventing, not in any act that might be interpreted in any way as preventing his mission, which is the upholding of the Constitution. What happened in Ekiti was a violation of the Constitution.
Soyinka further charged Nigerians to exercise their right to speak out and take legal actions when unfairly treated, saying if people keep silent, such inhuman events will continually be repeated. Omotayo Alo, Core TV News, Lagos.
Something about Nigerian airspace. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria (FAN) has revealed that it has intensified special security check on individuals and vehicles accessing all the nation's airports. The General Manager Corporate Affairs of FAN, Yakubu Dati, who made this known in Lagos, says that the authority was committed to securing the airports and their users against terrorism. He warned that all persons found loitering around any of the nation's 22 airports will be arrested and prosecuted. Dati added that strict security measures were being taken to check the menace of touting and terrorism. He also warned that all illegal structures around airport runways, particularly in the Lagos area, will be demolished. Following this development, all airlines have been advised to ensure the compliance of all their passengers and staff with safety regulations and security procedures. Our next flight stops at Afghanistan after this break. Please stay with us.
On the day list this morning, Nigerians encourage corruption, cites June 1st of the Punch newspaper. And Nigerian Governors Forum calls for Okonjo Iweala's resignation. Page 2 of the Punch newspaper.
The Dailies, every day on Core TV News.
Nigerians continue to
the city of Lagos burns and dark.
Be the first to know from the north, south, east, west and around Africa. We break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news breaks. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core TV,
24-hour news station.
Core TV News on the Hour is reaching you live from the city of Lagos in Nigeria. For more information on our news and other programs, visit us on our Facebook page. Our identity is facebook.com/Core TV News. Our handle on Twitter at Core TV News NG. On YouTube, youtube.com/Core TV Live Space News. A quick flight to Afghanistan. Supporters of Afghan presidential candidate Abdullah marched through Kabul to protest against alleged fraud in last week's election, escalating tension in the political stalemate and threatening the country's first democratic transfer of power. More than 1,000 protesters gathered in the city for the largely peaceful demonstration, but the United Nations warned that any street violence could lead to a spiral of instability. Abdullah has boycotted the election vote count, pitching Afghanistan into a crisis as NATO combat troops withdraw from the 13-year war against Taliban insurgents. The former foreign minister accused his poor rival Ashraf Ghani, outgoing President Hamid Karzai, and election authorities of committing fraud to deny him victory. Demonstrators took to the streets shouting slogans and carrying banners that say fraudsters should be put on trial. Abdullah says he now considers the election authorities illegitimate and has alleged that in several provinces there were more votes than eligible voters. That's where we wrap it up. Thanks for watching. I'm Tolu Ojeomi. Good morning. See you again on Top of the Hour.
Be the first to know from the north, south, east, west and around Africa. We break the news.
One Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news breaks. We are Core TV News.
Welcome to Core TV,
24-hour news station. It's another beautiful Sunday morning we have here in Lagos, and I want to say good morning to you and thank you for joining us again on Core TV News. Of course, we're talking about post-election realities in Ekiti State. It all started yesterday and we did lift up to expectation, bringing you up-to-date event as it happened in Ekiti. 21st day of June, Saturday, yesterday, Ekiti became the center of all eyes and of course international community. Most importantly, everyone called the Nigerian was very anxious to follow what would happen. And of course, we have the result now. It's announced already by INEC. Many people did not sleep last night up and following what exactly would transpire from what many observers have called a free, fair and credible election. Of course, all of our correspondents, most of them yesterday, gave us reports of a relatively peaceful atmosphere in Ekiti. We had calls too from residents all across Ekiti yesterday, especially from the state capital Ado-Ekiti, showing their enthusiasm, how ecstatic and how excited they were. And I can remember someone called and said, I've never voted before, but what I saw yesterday indeed has inspired me, and I am now ready to vote anytime, come any day in Nigeria. Lots of commendation also came for INEC. As a matter of fact, we're asking the question whether it was not too early to say Uhuru or whatever it is to say in the local parlance as regards commending INEC and other stakeholders in the election. But
anxiety, and of course tension was high last night as Ekiti people await to hear the official result from INEC. Prior to that time, it was we had news of jubilations on the streets of Ado Ekiti, people insinuating, of course you can tell that party agents would have done some arithmetics to know who eventually emerged as winner. I'm persuaded also that the match between the Super Eagles of Nigeria and Bosnia-Herzegovina must have calmed some nerves as Nigeria brought back the hope alive, winning that match 1-0. That was last night. But we have the table here for you in case you missed out on our early broadcast that was very early in the morning when the result was announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission. Now, we have the results from the 16 local government councils right here staring it in the face all the way from Ekiti. Let's kickstart from Efon. APC, of course, All Progressives Congress, which happens to be the party of the incumbent governor, had 3,422 votes. Now, let me quickly refresh your memory that this particular local government has a total number of valid registered voters put at 22,845. Labour Party has 358 and the People's Democratic Party with 5,335. Now, if you do the calculation to find out the total number of votes cast, you will find out that it is a far cry from the number of people of voters who initially registered in that local government, and that of course transpired. That is what we saw, like a ripple effect across the total number of votes cast. Earlier before Saturday, INEC told us that close to 255,000 voters could not have access to their permanent voters cards, and how all of this will impact on the results and how all of this will evolve in time, only analysts and opinion makers can tell. Oye Ekiti, very interesting election yesterday, many would say, because Oye local government happens to be the local government council of the incumbent governor, Dr. Kayode Fayemi. APC put some strings there, 10,176, but not just enough. If you skip Labour Party that has 512, you see what PDP got from the governor's local government. It's 11,200, and that makes PDP as well a winner of that local government. Earlier we told you about the politics in Oye. Of course, a major PDP town, no doubt, but many observers felt that this is a local government of the incumbent, and indeed that will impact on the result. Before that, a federal government, a federal university was established in Oye, and the role that the incumbent governor played in ensuring that some faculties are relocated to Ikole, many believe have also impacted on the choice of the people yesterday in Oye local government. Away from there to Ileje-Meje. Ileje-Meje is a local government, the local government with the least number of registered voters in the 21 June 2014 governorship election in Ekiti, having a total number of 11,796 registered voters. And what we have as a result yesterday, 3,336 votes for the incumbent party APC, and Labour Party 165, and PDP with 3,670. Of course, what you see there is that the PDP with a upper hand. Away from Ileje-Meje to Ikere local government, 7,987 votes for the All Progressives Congress and Labour Party, of course, with 585 votes, as well as PDP. And what we see there is a dramatic increase, a geometric increase from what APC got from Ikere. It's 16,197. So all the political arithmetic we had before now, it looks as if we have to start writing and thinking again. Many would say that this is indeed the margin. For instance, many opinion makers and analysts will say it's far from what people thought would happen in Ekiti. Ikole local government is another interesting council, given the support that many thought the incumbent would gather because of the role it played in ensuring that some faculties of the Federal University moved to that local government. But it did not reflect in the vote. 8,804 for the All Progressives Congress, 1,259 for Labour Party, and look what PDP had there. It's 14,238 votes. Ekiti Southwest, of course, followed in the same trend. APC with 6,746 votes. Labour Party with 1,413 votes. And look at what PDP had in Ekiti Southwest. It's 11,038 votes for the PDP. Ijero Ekiti. Ijero, of course, was one of those local governments with high number of registered voters. As a matter of fact, 49,484 people were registered to vote in Ijero. And here is the result after accreditation. 9,348 for the All Progressives Congress, 1,554 for Labour Party, and PDP there having 13,814. Irepodun Ifelodun, very strategic local government council in the Saturday, June 21 governorship election in Ekiti. 6 political candidates came from this particular local government, including the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, which of course you know by now, in case you don't know, is the governor-elect of Ekiti, as announced officially by INEC in the early hours of today. Irepodun Ifelodun, of course, exactly where Opeyemi Bamidele, candidate of the Labour Party, came from also. And look at what the people decided. 6,834 for the All Progressives Congress, 3,555 for the Labour Party. And then here it is again. Fayose showing that he is a true son from this particular local government. I think that reflected in the vote. 13,038 votes from Irepodun Ifelodun local government. Away from there is Emure. Emure, 4,332 for All Progressives Congress, and Labour Party had its own share of 1,527 votes. And look at PDP having 7,086 votes. Away from there to Ekiti East. Ekiti East, APC cut away 8,584 votes, Labour Party with 884 votes, and PDP flying higher than every other political party in that local government with a whooping 12,498 votes. MOBA also followed in the same trend. APC 7,994 votes. Labour Party has 1,000 votes in MOBA local government, and PDP with a slight increment from what APC got. It's 8,878. Boeing, APC had 8,138 votes, and Labour Party was only able to get 714 votes in that local government, and PDP showing that it indeed led 11,046 votes. Ise, APC 5,809 votes, Labour Party 600 votes, and PDP there with 10,136. Now, if you look at that, it's close to double of what the incumbent party got from Ise. Ekiti West, of course, not too far from what we've seen, what we saw APC had in MOBA as well as Ikere. It's still in the margin between 7 and 8,000, and what we have here is 7,860 for the APC in Ekiti West, and 884 for the Labour Party, and 10,702. Of course, you know who the big contenders are now. Idosi. Now, if you recall the role that Idosi played in the rerun election in the 2009 governorship polls in Ekiti, of course a violence-prone area during that particular election, and it also formulates a major part of what formulates the court concerns as regards that particular election. And of course another major player that we thought was a major player prior to this election was the former governor of Ekiti State, Engineer Segun Oni. You recall that Segun Oni, few months to the election, cross-carpeted from the People's Democratic Party to the APC. But that didn't seem to reflect in the results we have here on the official INEC table. 7,134 for the APC, not too good if you compare with what PDP had. It's 13,045. Of course, Labour Party was able to also get 1,182, a little fraction of the election, the result in Idosi. Now the big one is Ado Ekiti. We told you yesterday that Ado Ekiti had a whooping number, where is it now, of registered voters in Ado Ekiti. It was 134,141 registered voters for Ado Ekiti, and it was obvious that whoever won Ado Ekiti has a good chance to win the election. But what we saw as a result, many believe is a great surprise, and it will formulate the subject of discussion for quite a long time, how people in Ado Ekiti decided. You'll recall that the incumbent governor talked about the infrastructural development at the state capital, how he brought in the CCTV cameras, the roads and all of that. But then the PDP candidate said, and he was dramatic about it when he said he was the initiator of civilization in the Ado metropolis, that he was actually the first governor to construct a dualized